Chapter 701, If you have the ability, you can come in. Bloodline Factor. The fruit is a very magical product. It is almost an analysis of the devil fruit ability. Due to its special nature, the animal system has become the easiest target to analyze. By analyzing Kaido's bloodline factor, Vegapunk copied an imperfect fruit ability. But this imperfection is only for him. The biggest difference between this fruit and the original is the color. There is no difference other than that. Of course, there is another reason for Vegapunk's refusal. He doesn't want to mass-produce devil fruits for the world government. If they find that it is a perfect ability, they will definitely ask for mass production. He also has certain achievements in the superhuman system. After obtaining the bloodline factor of the superhuman ability user, it can be combined with special blood, that is, the green blood he studied, to obtain the fruit ability of this person, but there are also difficulties in mass production. As for the natural system, it can be said that there are many difficulties in research, and there are not many clues. How did this guy find a suitable carrier? He didn't take the CPO's words that were similar to provocation to heart, but he became curious about Quinn. It is not difficult to control ordinary sea beasts, but this kind of giant beast that uses elemental power is different. The fruit is not used in this way. Few normal people would feed their pets with powerful natural elements, and the bloodline factor is not so easy to bear. The green blood he created has not yet entered the actual combat stage, because normal creatures cannot bear that power. As for the mythical beast species, it is even more so. The mythical beast species is not a cabbage. Except for the 100 beasts, it is very rare for the forces on the sea to have the ability of a mythical beast species. There are not enough people to share, so how can animals get their turn? The horse of the Blackbeard pirates can only be said to be willful. After all, Blackbeard could plunder other people's abilities at that time, and it was easier to obtain designated abilities. Unless a breakthrough is made, the limited rare abilities will definitely be distributed to people, not beasts. From the information he received, Quinn seemed to have made an incredible transformation on himself. Originally, he was just an ordinary Brachiosaurus fruit, but according to the latest information, he has the ability to control plants. If that is just Quinn's research results, it seems that the application is still very wide. Okay, you should leave. I will inform you if there is any research result. New ideas flashed through Vegapunk's mind. Combined with the new knowledge, he felt that he should start his new research immediately. The CPO did not delay and soon left Punk Hazard, and the CPO of the other team also received new instructions. In the new world, the CPO in charge of the affairs of the beasts also received new instructions. In the past years, they have been responsible for the affairs of the beasts, which is much safer than other CPOs. But today, they received a more dangerous task. At all costs? Is the higher UPS serious? Well, but it's just an opportunity, not a mandatory one. With that guy's reclusive personality, there should be no chance of execution. Why would the higher UPS give such an order? Doesn't his bounty order require him to be captured alive? The main goal now is also to capture him alive, but there is a new alternative. The most important thing the world government values when recruiting CPOs is loyalty. If they are not loyal enough, no matter how strong they are, they cannot enter the CPO. Their loyalty can make them ignore their own lives. For example, risking their lives to interfere with Kaido's battle, risking their lives to take photos on a Nagashima, etc. When the world government issued an order at all costs, it meant that their lives were also one of them. And the order given to them by the world government was also very simple. If there was a chance, they could bring Quinn back, and if there was a chance, they could even choose to kill him. They wanted this thing, but if they had to, it was not impossible to destroy him. According to the pirate theory of relativity, the world government itself was in an absolute advantage. If they did not make progress, as long as they blocked the enemy's opportunity to make progress, they could continue to maintain their advantage. In Wano country, Ling Hao, in another laboratory of Quinn, the braids behind his head suddenly spread out, forming a small umbrella-shaped shield. All the water guns sprayed by the multi-thorn ammonite were blocked, and then the domineering was added to it, which also blocked all the subsequent spike cannons. Ha ha ha! You have no tricks now. This is the defense mechanism that I have specially studied. Isn't it a surprise? After successfully blocking the attack of the spiny ammonite, Quinn's face reappeared with an extremely arrogant smile, but the next moment, he was too arrogant and got mud all over his face. Damn, tell me, what's the news this time? Hee, good news, they didn't increase your reward this time. Hey! The reward did not change, which surprised Quinn a little. He has been used to the weird situation that the bounty inexplicably soared when he was in Wano country. Sometimes it becomes abnormal if the price does not increase. Why? I don't know. It seems to be the decision of their intelligence department. But there is still some bad news. Bad news? How bad can it be? Even the bounty didn't increase this time. It seems that my bad luck has come to an end. They said that in special circumstances, they can kill at all costs. Good luck. The spiny ammonite said the last sentence word by word, and then entered a dormant state, completely ignoring the fact that the cigar in Quinn's mouth was shocked. At least his life was not in danger before, but now he seems to be facing something more terrifying. In his eyes, CPOs are all crazy people. Those guys are brainwashed by the world government. They are top-level brakemen who are willing to die for it. If they really target him, I'm afraid he will have a hard time. No, I have to find a way to deal with it. This self-defense device should be strengthened. It is not suitable for only targeting spiny ammonites. The sensing range must be expanded. When he was researching toy battlesuits for Yamato before, he was rummaging through boxes in O'Hara's library looking for technical information. He accidentally discovered this technology and applied it to himself. It seems that further improvement is needed now. After thinking about it, Quinn has no intention of leaving Wano country in the near future. Anyway, there is everything here, so there is no need to go out and suffer. After thinking about it, Quinn took a piece of paper and started writing a report directly. It is recommended to strengthen the identity registration of Wano country residents and improve the identity card system. This matter has been popularized within the Beast, but Quinn feels that it is necessary to expand the scope, so that the possibility of those agents sneaking in can be greatly reduced. They can't attack a Nagashima by force, and the nature of CPO is not to do such things, so he has to reduce the probability of possible assassinations. To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 702, Quinn's Despicable Plan. I want to see how you guys plan to sneak in this time. If you want to implement a kidnapping or assassination plan against him, the prerequisite is that they have to get close to him. As long as the possibility of the other party getting close to him is eliminated, the occurrence of such things can be reduced from the root. He used to think that the ID card system was a bit redundant, but now it seems that there is no policy that can make him feel safer than this. It's just that he doesn't leave Wano country, which is no big deal. As long as he wants, he can still go out. As long as he doesn't show off, even those agents can't track his whereabouts. The most stable way is of course to go out with a big backer, but he doesn't want to do that. Going out with Kaido is no different from going to the underwater prison to fall into the trap. He often walks on the road of death. Kaido himself is definitely not dead, but if Quinn follows him, it is not certain. Arceus is relatively safe, but following Arceus is likely to be beaten by Shayna, which is also not a good choice. I checked what I wrote. Good report. Quinn did not find any problems. Just when he was about to submit the report, a new idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Miss Yamato, no, it should be said that our beloved Onisama seems to be able to help a lot. If he could trick Yamato to go out with him, first of all, he would not be inexplicably taken to an extremely dangerous environment. Nor would he be beaten by unknown people. Yamato's strength is one aspect, and more importantly, she has a backup left by Arceus. Thinking about it this way, it is really a very safe choice to go out with her. The most important thing is that compared to Kaido, who seems to be careless but is actually a shrewd person, Yamato is much easier to fool. As for the last time he was blackmailed by Yamato, he thought it was just an accident. Now Yamato has more self-confidence. As long as he can successfully fool her, many problems will be solved. But he forgot one thing: if something really happened, he might be unlucky. Quinn is not weak. Although most of the 1.7 billion bounty is for pots, his own equipment and various disgusting tactics make him like a difficult hedgehog. However, he lacks a clear understanding of his own strength, because the enemies he faces are more beastly than animals, from Shayna and Jin, two survivors of Lunaria, to the couple of Setsuna and Zeraora, and then to Yamato, an energetic challenger. There is also the kind teaching from Kaido, which makes him have a serious misunderstanding of his own strength. After all, he is a scientific research talent. Except for the early development stage and the special tasks in the later stage, he has few opportunities to fight with outsiders, so he is perfecting his life-saving plan at this time. By the way, Miss Yamato's trip seems to have been delayed. This may be a new opportunity. Arceus asked her to use half a month to feel what the real world is. It stands to reason that she should have returned to Onigashima yesterday. She has not returned yet. Obviously, she encountered something special. No matter what this matter is, it is a trick. No, it is a good opportunity to comfort, so that you can pull a giant umbrella of protection. A slightly sinister smile appeared on Quinn's face, as if he was planning some conspiracy. Ahem. Sir, you may have a cold, or let's change a method, so that we can go back as soon as possible. Impossible, I have never caught a cold. How could I catch a cold because of this kind of thing? It must be some bastard saying bad things about me behind my back. On the boat, the four of them were still sailing, but compared to the beauty when they just set sail, they are now a little down and out. Penniless, this word can well describe their experience. Yamato originally thought that the private money was enough for this expense, but after the trip, she found that everything in Yunduo's bag was gone except Aegean. They are all adults, with hands and feet, so they will definitely not starve to death. As for where their things went, there is an attribute called evil, and one of the skills is called thief. That is a skill that will make pickpockets all over the world cry. With it, the identity of the Thief King is already in hand. There is no material support, and even no flags related to the beasts are hung. Everything depends on their self-reliance. They originally started their return journey a few days ago, but there was a little accident on the way. The weather in the New World stabbed them in the back. Under the huge storm, although the ship was not damaged, the materials on the ship were basically lost. It will take some time to return to Wano country from here. It is impossible to go without food and water. Unless it is a life and death battle that lasts for several days, no one will fast and abstain from water. During this time, Yamato has realized how difficult it is to survive in the New World. Because there is no flag, this ship is just an ordinary shipwreck in the eyes of outsiders, which also caused a lot of trouble. Orlan Booth thinks the target of the robbery is too poor. There are very few people who change from robbery to poverty alleviation. Most pirates do not care what the conditions of the robbed people are. They will rob whatever they have. Even if there is no money, a bottle of milk or a sampan can be their target. The purpose of these pirates' voyage is not adventure, nor is it to realize dreams or become famous. They are just bullying the weak and experiencing happiness from oppressing the weak. They are the worst kind of pirates. In this process, bombardment is inevitable. Yamato adheres to a principle. If she just wants to fight, she will show mercy, but whoever dares to touch her ship will have to pay the price. She would rather catch the shells with her face than want the ship to drop a piece of slag, otherwise the price will be too heavy. Sir, how about let's be direct. If we don't replenish our supplies, it might be a bit difficult to return to Wano country. Yes, we are pirates after all. Even if you don't like it, sir, let's write an IOU if it really doesn't work. Speed and Mizuka both hope that Yamato can return as soon as possible. These young people born in Wano country have never experienced such a hard life. In the past, no matter how hard the training was, they never lacked logistical supplies. Only in this environment did they understand how much benefit they had enjoyed from the beasts. The way they talked about was naturally to rob. According to Yamato's habits, replenishing supplies must cost money, and it is impossible to rob ordinary people. As for working to make money, it is impossible to work. That profession is not suitable for them at all. Wait a little longer, there will always be pirates passing by. We can rob their supplies. We can go back. Damn, why can't we meet such kind people again? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 703, The Enlightenment and Reappearance of Yamata no Orokai. Sir Onai-sama, I don't think that's really kind. These are the people who have been willing to send us supplies for so many days, and aren't they from the Big Mom Pirates? I remember that we have a pretty good relationship. Yes, that's why they do this. Speed didn't know what to say. This was the most bizarre experience during their sailing days. In addition to the honest pirates of all kinds in the New World, there are also 3 sea emperors, and many pirates under the Big Mom Pirates also want to plunder supplies. It was just not carried out in the Totland Sea of Big Mom. When they were just cruising the sea, they were attacked by the pirate ship. Because their ship was not big, the ship did not fire, but chose to engage in a boarding battle. However, they just approached and had not thrown the anchor hook in their hands, and they saw who was on the ship, so the group of people froze instantly. Beasts and Big Mom are not strangers to each other, and they know a lot about each other's cotters, not to mention that the other party is Kaido's daughter. Unlike the Big Mom pirates, which have many children, Beasts has only one person. And according to the general understanding of the members of the Big Mom pirates, the captain's children must have a high status and are generally very strong. At the same time, if someone wants to rob their ship, no matter what the other party's identity is, as long as they pass, they will definitely kill the other party first. As for the consequences, that is something to be dealt with later. Now they have encountered a person who is absolutely impossible to beat, a monster that only the ministers of the kingdom can deal with. But the good news is that they haven't started yet, so the people on the ship suddenly had an idea and changed their behavior to sea rescue, and kindly gave all the supplies on their ship to Yamato. With their sincere attitude, the matter was fooled, so Yamato had the idea of being a good person. Wait a little longer, this is the only way for pirates to enter the new world, and you will always meet the right person if you wait a little longer. Looking at the empty sea, Yamato suddenly remembered something. If she remembered correctly, Ultai and Peggy had done something similar when they went out before, and they seemed to have acted as bait. They didn't say the details, Peggy would never say what happened that day, and Ultai seemed to have regarded it as her own little secret, but Yamato thought it was something to refer to. Are any of you willing to be a bait once? Looking at the three people next to her, Yamato decided to release a bait as well. She found that she was quite well known outside, and being a bait was a bit too conspicuous. I'm a person with special abilities, so I'm not suitable for the sea. I have to steer the ship. This ship is still a little old, and someone has to watch it all the time. Speed and Salisha gave their own reasons one after another. It's not dangerous to be a bait here, but they may encounter strange things on the way. Yamato's strength is enough to protect them, but it's just the result. The process is not certain. There are 4 people on the ship, and only Mizuka is left. She can't find a reason to shirk, so she has to act as Yamato's bait. Yamato succeeded, and after wasting another day, the kind-hearted pirates appeared again and contributed enough supplies for them to return to Wano country, but they were not as lucky as the people of Big Mom. Because they chose to fire, their dreams were completely shattered less than a month after entering the new world. 10 days later than scheduled, Yamato and the others successfully returned to Wano country with the memorial ship. At this time, she finally realized how wonderful the logistics of the beasts is. Happy. It's just a little accident. If it weren't for the storm, I would have returned long ago. In the bathroom of a Nagashima, Yamato was soaking in the hot spring water comfortably. The previous ship could take a shower, but it didn't have the function of taking a bath. At this time, she was soaking in hot water, and there was a happy egg behind her to help her with her hair. There was also a small boat floating on the water, with prepared drinks and snacks on it, which was a world of difference from a few days ago. After packing up, Yamato changed into a set of neat clothes again and went to Arceus to talk about his feelings about this voyage. Do you feel the difference? I feel it. Without logistical support, life outside is really hard. Any new plans? Well, try to become stronger, and then defeat my father as soon as possible. The future of all beasts should not be like those scum on the sea. There should be a way that is more suitable for us. This trip allowed her to see the suffering of the outside world, and her thoughts also changed to a certain extent, but she only saw what was in front of her. Compared with her previous extremely idealistic ideas, this is already a big improvement. For this answer, Kaido is the one who is happier. Even if Yamato's goal is to defeat him, as long as she continues to become stronger, he can accept this. On the other hand, the flower capital of Wano country is full of singing and dancing, and there is no trace of the war a few years ago. The quality of life of the residents is still good. People living in the flower capital are also the high-income class in Wano country, and are relatively richer than ordinary people. It's just that there are many more Pokemon on the streets and in the sky, as well as some animals with Pokemon bloodlines, such as Zyoka's descendants. Today Zyoka didn't stay in the kennel, but wandered outside, looking at his kingdom. At this time, he was drilling in the bushes, looking for something interesting to him. After sliding down a hillside, Zyoka found a strange fruit on the ground. The fruit looked similar to a pineapple. There were several symmetrical stems and leaves on the top of the fruit that spread out in all directions. The ends of the stems and leaves were triangular, like several snake heads. There were scaly patterns on the outer skin of the fruit. Looking at this strange thing, Zyoka carried it back to the house. After becoming a cat dog, its intelligence developed rapidly, and it knew that its owner would also look for this thing. Woof! Kojiro was not there, but Zyoka dialed the den she placed in the kennel and successfully contacted Kojiro. After confirming that he had found a new devil fruit, Kojiro also handed it over directly. After several transfers, the fruit was also sent to Quinn to determine a more specific type. By comparison, Quinn quickly found the type of fruit. It is Kaido's favorite animal series, and it is also a very rare mythical beast, the snake fruit, the mythical beast, the Yamata no Orokai form. More than 10 years after the death of the Orokai, this fruit was found again in Wano country. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 704, Wind Speed Dog and Servant Sword General. Wano country. This place is really hard to understand. What is attracting them? After carefully comparing the illustrations and making sure that he did not recognize the wrong fruit, Quinn couldn't help but sigh at the special nature of Wano country. Animal-related fruits are not rare. If they just turn into animals, most people can't use this ability well. Even their own bodies have not been studied clearly, let alone developing animal bodies. In the past few years, the most famous mythical beasts known to the outside world are Kaido's fish fruit, blue dragon form, Sengoku's human fruit, great Buddha form, and Marco's bird fruit, phoenix form. Apart from the three of them, there are no famous mythical beasts in the sea. Although the beasts are now crowded with mythical beasts, that is the ability of Arceus, not ordinary fruit ability users. Unlike Wano country, the mythical beasts found in Wano country in recent years include Darido and Yamata no Orokai. The appearance of these fruits here always makes people feel a little strange. According to the not 100% certain statement, the devil fruit is a product of idealism. Each fruit symbolizes the fantasy of people in the past. Because someone imagined similar abilities, similar fruits were born. Wano country has been closed to the outside world for hundreds of years. The unique landform environment has given birth to a large number of myths and legends. This may be the reason why a large number of mythical beasts were born here. However, these have nothing to do with Quinn. His main research topic was originally viruses. At the beginning, the members of MADS were all like this. Except for Vegapunk, Quinn was keen on studying viruses, Judge made his spear and combat uniform, and Caesar started to study artificial fruits. Now, relying on the documents in the database and practical needs, Quinn is becoming more and more versatile, but it is obviously meaningless to think about this kind of metaphysics. He can still deal with scientific problems. When it comes to theology, theoretical problems can be found by Misu, and practical problems can be found by Arceus. This is the most practical solution. It is enough to register ordinary fruits in the warehouse casually. When it comes to rare mythical beasts, he still has to go there specially. Of course, he also wants to ask about the implementation of population identity registration. In the more than 10 years since he came to Wano country, this is the first time that Quinn has been so concerned about the livelihood issues of Wano country. It is difficult for those CP0 to achieve their goals, but Quinn does not want to be stabbed inexplicably. With the fruit and the new report, Quinn sat in his pig cart and went to Onigashima again. Yamata no Orokai? Is this thing really reborn in Wano country? I don't know. Anyway, this thing was found by Kojiro's dog. But Lord Arceus, what do you think about the popularization of identity cards? You can handle it yourself. You know the process and regulations. It just takes some time to collect personal information. At this time, the reputation of the beasts in Wano country is full, and the advantages of non-terrorist rule are also reflected. Due to the significant improvement in living environment, they are very cooperative with the new policy of the beasts. Things like this are not very troublesome. It's just that the statistical information is summarized little by little. Since Quinn is so concerned about this matter, it's just right for him to arrange it himself. Everyone knows why Quinn did this. Letting him handle it himself can just eliminate unexpected factors. Except for Kaido, few people will joke about their own safety. Compared to this, the things for Kojiro are the issues that need to be considered. Although this thing was found by Zyoka, Zyoka is Kojiro's pet after all. It is difficult to separate one person and one dog completely. It's about time. Let's evolve them together. Shana, take them to Kojiro later and give him the stuff. Here's how to use it. Remember to tell him. Yes, sir. After receiving Arceus instructions, Shayna quickly memorized the simple instructions and walked to Kojiro's mansion with the newly appeared Pokémon. Not long after, Kojiro's mansion had a group of new faces. Several commanders came to Kojiro's house with a fire stone. The fire stone was for Kakashi. Caterpie needed it to evolve into Windy Dog. This contained the stone with rich fire energy can activate the genes in Growlithe, allowing it to evolve into a stronger Arden. Commander is Kojiro's next opponent and future new subordinate. He is considered his personal guard, which can make up for the military strength of the Chamber of Commerce and can deal with thieves and the like more conveniently. Commander's way of evolution is very special, and these commanders are here to help him complete his evolution. Commander's evolution is different from that of ordinary Pokémon. It can only complete the final evolution through fighting. Commander and Komara's Soldier are group living Legion-type Pokémon. Most tribes are led by the strongest Commander. But in this majestic Legion, only the Commander who stands at the top can evolve into Servant Sword General. When a Commander defeats 3 Commanders carrying leader certificates, it can evolve into Servant Sword General, a Pokémon with a big sword on its head and a beard composed of blades, which looks like an ancient Japanese general. The Servant Sword General will lead the army to fight, but this Pokémon is not good at difficult tactics and can only suppress the opponent with brute force and physique. And what Kojiro lacks is not skills, but brute force and physique. You know the specific method. You can fight them yourself later. It's easy with your ability. By the way, where is your Zyoka? The holy beast has also prepared something for it. Please wait, it should be back at this time. As Kojiro said this, he whistled, and Zyoka's cry came from outside the door. Kojiro did not swell up. Although his status rose, he knew his situation. The development of his Chamber of Commerce needed to rely on the beasts, but he was not the only option for the beasts. Therefore, he always maintained a respectful attitude towards the big cotters, which further consolidated his position. Woof! Looking at Shayna in front of him, Xiao Ka tilted his head in a humane way and began to wag his tail to show goodwill. The dog and the owner of this family have the same personality, and Shayna didn't waste any time and directly placed the fire stone on Xiao Ka's head. This is the reward given to you by the holy beast. Remember to bring it back if you find something similar in the future. The moment the fire stone touched Xiao Ka, it seemed to melt. The dissipated red light directly merged into Xiao Ka's body, and the familiar dazzling white light also shone on Xiao Ka's body. The body began to expand, and the original body expanded to the size of a foal in the blink of an eye. Although the appearance did not change much, it was already a world of difference from the previous Caterpie. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 705, Devil Fruit Revitalization. It is still fluffy orange-red fur, and the flaxen mane covers the face. The eyes turned brown, and the body had black and orange stripes like a tiger. If it was cute in the early days of Grunt, it is now more majestic. There are many legends about Grunt in the world of Pokémon, the most classic of which is the legend that it once fought side by side with a certain general and governed the country. Because there are so many legends, it is even called the legendary Pokémon. The gorgeous mane is fascinating. Grunt has a large number of fans in the history of the Pokémon world, and it is also a Pokémon that is very good at running. As a classic among fire Pokémon, the blazing fire in its body is its energy, and its name comes from its running speed. According to legend, Grunt can even travel thousands of miles a day when running at full speed, and if it runs day and night without interruption, 10,000 kilometers is not a problem. Of course, the reality is not so exaggerated, and legends are always exaggerated to a certain extent. Looking at the evolved Kakashi, Kojiro sighed, this is a world of difference from the little puppy at the beginning. Until you finish the battle, these commanders will not listen to your orders, and of course, they will not make trouble. I personally suggest that you finish the battle as soon as possible. After explaining everything, Shayna turned around and left here without any intention of delaying. However, when she left, she saw several giant forgers sneaking around and looking at Kojiro's mansion, as if discussing something. It can be seen that with the addition of the Commander tribe, Kojiro's future life will not be peaceful, and the mansion may become lively. But Kojiro in the mansion did not know what was happening outside. At this time, Zyoka had become a licking dog, and while adapting to his new body, he was expressing his joy to Kojiro. The tongue left a lot of saliva on his face, and Kojiro also used the mane on his chest as a towel. It seems that you need to replace your furniture with a new one. I didn't expect your size to change so much. If an ordinary dog has such a big change, I'm afraid the whole doghouse will have to be replaced, but Zioka is different. The doghouse comparable to the villa does not need to be replaced at all. Only the bed and other things need to be replaced with a larger one. As for the original one, it can only be used by Zioka's offspring. By the way, you are not allowed to run around with those two little guys, understand? Woof woof. They can't find you either, they can only stay nearby, not too far away. The they mentioned by Kojiro are Miauna and Wolf. Influenced by the blood of the fur tribe and Ziraura, these two little guys get along well with other Pokemon and people or beasts with Pokemon abilities or bloodlines. Zioka is an example. In addition, Misua's Flame Horse, the Steel Cesium and Tanabata Bluebird of the small sky island, the Gyarados and the large Magikarp in the water, any creature that can serve as a means of transportation has a familiar relationship with them. This led to the fact that we often caught children. If we hadn't taken the time to get them life cards, even Setsuna may not be able to catch them in time. It is difficult to control them in this regard. These two little guys will always find a chance to sneak out, so Setsuna can only change his angle and tell others or Pokemon not to take them around. Kojiro told others to arrange a place for the commanders. Although Shayna suggested that he should do it as soon as possible, he had no intention of doing it immediately. On Inagashima, a new experiment has also begun. After being transformed, the Great God was given to Yamato, and after the Great Path was removed from its weaknesses, it was given to Nereus, while Yamata no Orokai had another arrangement. As a legendary monster, Yamata no Orokai's ability is far more than what is shown, but Kurozumi no Orokai wasted the ability of the fruit. In addition to having many lives, he did not develop any ability. Even worse than ordinary animal systems, a good fantasy beast species was used by him as a big sandbag that was beaten unilaterally, showing what the 8 ways of death of the snake are. The ability of the fantasy beast species has always been more widely used, so the Yamata no Orokai fruit ushered in Arceus's new experiment. The content of the experiment is very simple, the devil fruit is revived. The biggest feature of the animal system is that they have their own will. There is an animal soul in the fruit, and Arceus intends to use this. In the past, when he transformed Pokemon, he often used existing materials such as animals, plants, and steel to reduce his consumption, and he also did a lot of work on the ability of the fruit itself, but this is a brand new attempt. Using the devil fruit itself as a carrier, create a brand new creature. In this way, there is no need for a capable person, and the entity that can directly manifest the ability is a brand new regional form in the pirate world, just like the batch of Sea Stone Pokemon. He does not need the original devil will. Under the influence of Arceus's power, a brand new will has occupied the devil fruit. Lord Arceus, is it over? As the most magical product on the sea, Quinn is also curious about the devil fruit. At that time, Shayna went to deliver the reward to Kojiro. After hearing about Arceus's plan, Quinn stopped instead and wanted to watch what Arceus was going to do. It's just that this fruit doesn't look any different now, and it's no different from the previous Yamata no Orokai fruit. Of course we can't do it here, let's go to the roof and see the new results this time. This attempt has basically been successful. The body size is based on the fruit. The size of the animal system changes is affected by the host and the type of fruit. The performance of the dwarfs and ordinary people is completely different. At this time, there is no host, so the body size naturally follows the legend of Yamata no Orokai. Judging from the effect of the snake's transformation, Yamata no Orokai is not that huge, but it is also nearly 20 meters, a large creature that can be compared with the giant beast army. The room can hold it, but many things are not easy to try. It hasn't been long since this place was rebuilt, and Arceus doesn't want to ruin it again. The Yamata no Orokai fruit is placed on the surface of the training ground on the roof of Inagashima. At this time, it begins to take root and sprout in a suitable environment like a seed. The fruit gradually expands into a sphere, and then begins to extend other limbs outward. The main body is dark green, with purple lines on the chest and abdomen, and a lot of black on it. On the back, there are huge black wings. There are 3 pairs in total. The shape is neither the wings of birds nor the membrane wings of bats, but a new type of wings with a very special appearance. The strange wings flew into the air with a huge body, and then 8 roars came almost at the same time. Chapter 707, New World Central Fighting Tournament. This plot has nothing to do with Kaido. Except for the character image and ability, the story background is completely forced. But this is the situation in Wano country now. Kojiki Hiri is the general, but except for those who have no interest in politics, people with a little political awareness can feel the situation in Wano country. In terms of force, they have no ability to fight Kaido. In name, Kojiki Hiri's general status is extremely stable, and the assassination of Kojiki Sukiyaki in the past is impossible to happen again. Kojiki Hiri will travel abroad once a year. As the leader of the puppet regime, she has everything she should have except the lack of real power. Even ordinary people are vested interests in the rule of the beasts. It is difficult for these people to overthrow the beasts, and even the old-fashioned people of the Kojiki family can't find a suitable reason now. In this case, it is harmless for the new drama to praise the real ruler. Moreover, Kaido has a certain interest in drama, so this can be regarded as a good thing. Moreover, due to Kaido's character, the actors of the drama have worked hard. After all, he has high requirements for fighting scenes. With a new mount, Kaido did not stay in Wano country, but rode the eight-headed dragon out to find trouble. With such a fierce mount, it is not in line with his character not to go out and make everyone know. The eight-headed dragon is transformed from a devil fruit, but the devil fruit is only a seed. Now it has sprouted and evolved into a new creature. A seed can be fried and eaten, but when it becomes a big tree, normal people can't chew wood. Even if you chew the bark, most of it can't be digested. In short, it has become an independent Pokemon at this time, and no longer has the properties of the original Yamata no Orokai fruit. No one cares about Kaido's shy behavior when he goes out. Even if they read in the newspaper that Kaido was arrested, they will not be shocked. Only Yamato remains excited. As long as Kaido is not around, no matter what she does, it is a good thing for her. Among the people, only Quinn was an exception. Seeing Kaido riding the eight-headed dragon, he wanted to stop him, but he was powerless and could only speed up the registration of his population information. He had a hunch that he would be in trouble because of Kaido sooner or later. The days when Kaido was away made many people feel relaxed and happy, which was a rare free time for Yamato. "Miss Yamato, what do you have here?" On the giant tree above the flower capital palace, Jin found Yamato, who was in a daze. At this time, she was looking at the sea level in the distance with Diancie. In the Battle of Wano country, this tree collapsed in the battle between Kaido and Kojiki Oden. After recovery, it has restored its original appearance. Watch the sunrise. I heard that the angle here is very good. I suddenly remembered that I was tortured by my father every morning before and never really enjoyed the view of the sun coming out. I understand. Please do as you please. I won't bother you. He just noticed that there was someone on the roof, so he came up to check the situation. The defense work here is his responsibility. Since it's Yamato, there's no need to worry about anything. No, Uncle Jin, why are you here? Where's Drake? Drake's perspective ability is simply a good hand for monitoring. The walls of the house can't hinder her sight. Normally, she only needs to take a look to know what's going on the roof. She has been out with Iska for a while. Her personality is not that of an ordinary woman. She has been itching to do something recently. Wano country is very large. If they are not people who spend every day together, it won't attract other people's attention if a few people leave. Even if Drake is a deputy, she has her own life. Someone attacked our territory again. Yes, but it's not to the point where we need support. She actually went to compete this time. In the New World, on an island, a large number of strong people from all over the world gathered here. Although they are not the top ones, the average strength of the people here is much higher than that of ordinary people. The island is divided into several parts, and each area is a different competition venue. The New World Central Fighting Tournament is a private event for the people, but it has a strong reputation in the entire New World, and even other sea areas have heard of it. Every year, a large number of martial artists, sea shouters, gold hunters, civilians, and even some navy will participate in this battle. For Kaido and Yamato, this kind of competition is no longer meaningful, but for others, it can still play a good role in tempering. Sister Drake, is this really okay? Of course it's okay. I don't know who organized this thing, but that person has great power. There is a rule that no killing is allowed here. At least there will be no death on the field. It's a good place. Did you see that kid? Destroyer Cannon Idiot, a newcomer who started participating in this event last year, has also made a big name for himself. Is that the long-armed clan? Well, but don't worry about him for now. It has nothing to do with us. We are going to the semi-unlimited fighting competition. The New World Central Fighting Tournament is not divided into different weight classes according to weight, but is divided into several areas according to different ways of participating. As the name suggests, the semi-unlimited fighting competition has few restrictions. Whether it is fruit ability, domineering, armor, swords, etc., they can all be used. However, long-range attack methods such as guns and cannons, and throwing props such as grenades are expressly prohibited. After all, it is a fighting competition, and the situation where two people face off at a long distance should still be avoided. Drake is a frequent visitor here. After gaining the ability, he has won the championship of the unlimited fighting competition for 3 consecutive times. In the unlimited fighting, what on earth does the opponent carry? The endless strange weapons may affect the result of the game, but the ability of perspective just avoids this problem. She brought Iska here mainly to experience different battles and increase the opponent's combat experience. The semi-unlimited fighting competition is very wild. It starts with a big melee to eliminate a large number of players. Drake, as the defending champion, attracted a lot of people's attention, but Iska found a strange person. "Sister Drake, look at the man over there. Don't worry, those guys who are in a group are not strong, no. That thing. There is no restriction on wearing armor here, so you can see many armored monsters who dress themselves up like Michelin tire men. Their goal is the final high bonus, but on the chest of that person's armor, they saw a stone with a very special shape." For the fastest update of Arceus Pirate Journey. Chapter 708, The Man Who Was Fooled by Kaido. For the members of the beasts, especially the core members stationed in Onigashima and Wano country, the shape of the Arceus slate has been engraved in their minds. The hexagon with a large top and a small bottom is the best way to climb up inside the beasts. Manderfesh is the best example. To this day, the number of the numberer has undergone several rounds of blood changes, but Manderfesh still stands firm in the number 1 position, which is inseparable from his luck. At this time, Drake's eyes no longer have room for other contestants, and his eyes are focused on that person. There are many people wearing armor here, and they pay more attention to practicality than gorgeousness. At this time, the thing that looks like a slate is located in front of his body, just enough to block the vital parts of his upper body. Because it is the New World Central Fighting Tournament, it is not important. There are people of all shapes and races in the arena, whether they are tall and strong men or thin and petite women, or long-armed and long-legged people, which are rare in the outside world. Should we notify Onigashima? Wait a minute, this competition won't end in a short time. Since this guy is here to participate, he must be aiming for the championship. We have to make sure that the thing is real first. Fishing is also a way to find empty-handed. On the way to find stone slabs, there are many unexpected appearances, and occasionally some fakes are encountered. However, except for the blatant counterfeiter Kurozumi Orakai, finding the wrong thing has no impact, but it is not a good thing after all. They don't have stone slab radars, so if they want to detect, they have to use the familiar folk method. Iska, try it later. Attack the stone slab with all your strength. If there is no damage at all, it is probably real. Then you can help that guy and observe his strength. You must not let him withdraw from the competition. Find a way to help him advance. Drake has never seen that person before. It is impossible for her to have no impression of a player with some ability, so that person is a new contestant and his strength is completely unknown. If he withdraws from the competition in advance due to failure, it will be bad if something unexpected happens. Theoretically, as long as the game is not over, he will not leave here, and the verification method has been confirmed by many parties. The folk method from Kaido, what cannot be broken is the real thing. With the explosive power of the giant claw mantis, ordinary rocks and metals cannot withstand her attack. As for why Drake did not do it herself, she had to face the whole melee of the stadium, and those people attached great importance to her as the defending champion. If she went directly to the newcomer, it would be abnormal. The two of them entered the transformation state one after another. There were more than 2 people with similar abilities. This semi-unlimited fighting was heaven for animal-type ability users. In terms of physical blessing, the animal type was the most powerful. The elemental attack of the fantasy beast species was also limited in this semi-unlimited battle, so they only received physical bonuses. Let me see, after a year, have you guys come up with some new methods? There were many fighting factions within the beasts, and Drake was one of them. The championship prize was also one of her goals, but she enjoyed the fun of fighting more. A few strands of electric current flashed under the skin of the body. The electric current attack was restricted, but it was reasonable to use electric current to stimulate one's own cells to enhance explosive power. There were many loopholes in the rules of this game. In addition to those things that were explicitly prohibited, the rest were designed to make people take advantage of loopholes. The melee was about to break out, and a large number of players began to be eliminated. When Drake was dealing with the siege, Iska had turned into a red afterimage, and most people could only see that red. As the battle began, Iska also began to look for a suitable assault position, and she discovered a misjudgment of Drake. That person seemed to be quite strong. Or, the thing on his chest had an exceptionally good defense. In a sense, this person's armor technology was different from that of ordinary people. The stone slab was not fixed, but embedded. Not only could it serve as a heart guard, he even made a special slot on the arm armor, which could clip the stone slab on the arm and serve as a handheld shield. Useless, useless. This is the armor material that the Emperor of the Sea dreams of. With this, you can't break my defense at all. Blocking another person's attack, looking at the stone slab without any trace left, a wanton smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The reason Kaido looked for the stone slab was that he wanted to make it into the hardest armor in the world, but to this day, in countless battles, Kaido has never worn any armor. But no one cared about the authenticity of that reason. The world government even took the initiative to trade with the stone slab. They didn't know what the meaning of this stone was besides being hard. But there are many people on the sea, and many people still believe in the reasons given by Kaido. They also made different choices. Mew chose to join the Beast Pirates with it as a gift and became a core member. But this person is different. Since it is something that the Emperor of the Sea wants, why doesn't he keep it for himself? Maybe with this, he can also become the new Emperor of the Sea. Shield impact. Using the stone slab as a weapon, he almost turned into a berserker, holding the stone slab and attacking the opponent in front of him. Looking at the fist swung by the enemy, his expression was very disdainful. It's useless. This kind of attack is useless to me. Remember my name, Strange Power Gapanov, I will definitely become the strongest. It hasn't been long since he entered the new world. It was when he was full of energy. Relying on the defensive power of the stone slab, he even defeated many pirates in the new world. Gapanov himself is also a lone ranger, with a bounty of 90 million berries. The purpose of participating in the competition is the high prize money. He wants to use this as capital to search for new stone slabs and complete the dream of indestructible armor before Kaido. At this time, he felt a series of blows on the stone slab. Judging from the feedback of the force, this attack was much stronger than before. More importantly, he didn't notice when the person who attacked his shield appeared. Fortunately, it's a fool. With such speed, he didn't attack from the side. The stone slab can only protect half of his body. This kind of high-speed opponent, whether it is kicking or attacking from the side, can make him difficult to deal with, but the opponent chose this most stupid way. What made him even more confused was that after the attack, the red figure inexplicably retreated. White Dove. Chapter 709, Give me a favor. Is this the New World Central Fighting Tournament? Are all the contestants stubborn? Gapanov felt very strange. Even though he was a lone ranger, he had encountered many opponents along the way. Those people often took advantage of their numbers and firepower. Facing a large number of bullets, he had to squat down to ensure that his legs would not be hit. At the same time, he had to deal with sneak attacks from behind, but in this central fighting tournament, those contestants attacked him from the front one by one, and no one sneak attacked him at all, so he passed the preliminaries smoothly. The preliminaries were originally a melee, and no one noticed that all those who planned to sneak attack Gapanov were attacked by Iska. This newcomer showed a combat power far beyond the average level of the preliminaries. The semi-unlimited competition system limits the means of attack, not where to hit. As long as you can't kill, there is no limit. Relying on her own high speed and the power of bullet fists, Iska gave most of the contestants a heavy blow on the field. The chaotic semi-unlimited fighting preliminaries are not beautiful at all. Pulling hair, plugging eyes, and all kinds of weird means are emerging in an endless stream. The purpose of the preliminaries is to make most of the people who fish in troubled waters withdraw. It is inevitable to be attacked in the melee, but the steel carapace of the giant claw mantis is almost the hardest armor, and Iska was not affected too much. At this time, she has retreated to the vicinity of Drake, and the insect wings behind her vibrate at a high speed to relieve the heat generated by the battle in her body. Drake's fists are already covered with blood. She is much more ruthless than Iska. Even if she only uses fists, she has made many people bloody. Those unstable alliances have already stayed away from Drake. People who are truly capable are all a little arrogant in their hearts. They disdain to join forces with others at this time, but want to defeat the opponent alone and win the championship. The remaining people are not enough to make a qualitative change. How was the test? Drake's smile was very sincere, which showed that she enjoyed this kind of battle. The scar was also slightly hideous under the smile, but Iska didn't think it was scary. Compared with the ferocious appearance, the beast in human form is more frightening. It's almost right, but that person feels stupid. I don't think he can pass the individual battle. Don't worry about it. We can just help him, but in this case, we have to make arrangements. After the preliminaries, Drake came to a higher building on the island and monitored Gabanov's movements with a telescope and perspective. There are free accommodation rooms prepared for the players on the island. The organizers behind the scenes are not short of money. The New World Central Fighting Tournament itself is also an opportunity to make money. In this sea, everything related to the event can be linked to money. Compared to the profits brought by these players, other things are just a drop in the bucket. Brother Jin, good evening. While monitoring Gabanov's whereabouts, Drake sent contact information to Jin. She didn't have the ability to be 100% sure, otherwise she would definitely choose to report it to Arceus directly. You have already advanced the salary for the next 2 months. No more advances. Drake's view of money is exactly the opposite of Mandar Fesh. If Mandar Fesh is the ordinary person with the most savings in the Beast's Pirates, then she is a clear counterexample. People like Yamato, Tizuru, and Kojiro are no longer ordinary people. One is a second-generation lady, and the other two have extra income from business. Mandar Fesh's savings can always be used for emergencies, and the top-ranked numbered people are all Drake's creditors. Her year can be divided into 2 parts, borrowing money and exchanging money. The prize money and income from bets in this competition are what she needs. Brother Jin, please don't be so ruthless, and I'm not asking for an advance on my salary, or borrowing money. Stop talking nonsense, you have 1 minute. Jin was used to Drake's jokes. If she wasn't reliable, the call would have been cut off long ago. Really, Brother Jin, you're still so boring. You'll be single for the rest of your life. I suspect. I found the stone tablet of Lord Arceus. Really? More than 70%, we just used that folk method to identify it. Wait for me there, keep an eye on that thing, and next time, talk about important things first, don't talk so much nonsense. But you. Drake was about to refute that it was Jin who brought the topic here, but Jin didn't mean to listen to her anymore, and hung up the phone directly, apparently leaving. He knew the time of the New World Central Fighting Tournament and where Drake was now. Arceus and Shayna had just sailed away, and now it was Yamato who stayed in Wano country, so Jin did not contact anyone, but flapped his wings, transformed into a beast form in the sky and flew away. The flames behind him had disappeared, and Jin flew towards the target island at an extreme speed. If he flew at full speed at the speed of a fossil pterosaur, he could reach Drake's location within 2 days. As for Drake, who was hung up on, she was a guest in someone else's room, but her method was a bit rough. What are you going to do? Nothing, just can I trouble you to admit defeat in tomorrow's game? Anyway, there is still a resurrection match, you can just work hard then. What are you kidding? Do you know how long I have been preparing for this game? Even if you are the defending champion, don't even think about it. At this time, a voice suddenly came from the room with a bang. Drake accidentally dropped something on the ground. It was not a bomb or anything else, but just an ordinary scroll. When she picked up the scroll, she accidentally opened the lock on the scroll. After the scroll was opened, there happened to be a pirate flag pattern on it, belonging to the pirate flag of the beasts. Oh, sorry, what did you just say? I didn't hear it clearly, mind giving us a favor? Drake shook off the dust on it and slowly rolled up the scroll in front of him, fearing that he couldn't see the flag clearly. Well, I suddenly remembered that I just caught a cold and I'm a little unwell. I really can't participate in the competition tomorrow. That's right, cooperate, it's good for everyone, remember not to tell anyone, I know your situation very well. Yes, you're right, I haven't seen you at all. Drake's smile didn't make him relax at all. This flag reminded him of Drake's other identity. In addition to being the champion, she is also a cotter of the beasts. Showing the pirate flag means that this is not just her business. It's better to choose to go directly to the resurrection match to fight once than to offend the beasts for a game. White Pigeon. Chapter 710, almost smashed his own stall. Sister Drake, is it necessary to make it so complicated? Seeing Drake deal with the opponent for the next 2 days with a kind tone, Iska didn't quite understand. The beasts are a pirate group with a very complex composition. Even with the group rules set by Arceus, the restrictions are only on daily life. It's about the stone tablets, and the beasts can do something big that can destroy a country. Drake's way of doing things at this time is very different from before. What did Emmeline teach you? Drake didn't answer directly, but asked how Emmeline taught Iska. Ordinary orphans are now studying in the monastery, but these special ones are usually taken care of by some cotters. Iska was brought back by Shayna and Emmeline, but Shayna usually has a lot of things to do, so Emmeline acted as her temporary parents. It's just a very ordinary thing. Yeah, that guy is very methodical in everything he does. Some things are very simple. If it's something else, it's okay to just grab it after the tournament is over. After it's over. This is the New World, and the name of the tournament is also the New World Central Fighting Tournament. This tournament has been going on for a while, and the people who organized this tournament have a lot of connections in the New World. We still have a lot of business, so we have to give them some face. The New World is a complex sea area, and most of the top people on the sea gather here. Even the Navy will not act in the New World without adequate preparation. Now the territories of the 3 major sea emperors are intertwined, Shanks is also rising rapidly, and the situation of the 4 emperors is gradually taking shape. Due to the separatism of many forces, the middlemen in the underground world in the New World have room to move. On weekdays, when everything is peaceful, everyone will give each other a little face. Sister Drake, are you sure threatening the players in the middle of the night is giving them face? So I threatened him secretly. The situation is different. That guy seems to treasure that slate, and you heard his arrogant words on the field. He is a fool who wants to challenge the Emperor of the Sea. This kind of guy may not hand over the thing even if he risks his life. It will break the rules to use force here. After saying that, he changed to a more comfortable posture and continued to monitor the other party's actions. And there is too little information about this guy. I don't know if he has contacted any other forces after entering the New World. That thing is suspected to be a slate. The safest way is to call someone with stronger strength to deal with it. If I can be 100% sure, I will contact Lord Arceus directly. By the way, Iska, remember in the future, if you don't have certain information, it's best not to report it to a higher level. This is the difference between Drake and Emmeline. Emmeline is an ordinary member who directly joined the 100 Beasts in the early stage, and Drake is the captain of other pirate groups who joined the 100 Beasts in the later stage. Unlike the office worker version of Mander Fesh, she is a complete veteran, very satisfied with her current position, and has no vision for the future. She just wants to live a carefree life. This thing is real, and there is no problem in contacting Arceus directly, but she does not have the ability to 100% confirm whether it is true or not. After reporting a fake to a higher level, her immediate boss will also be embarrassed. The achievements are here and others cannot take them away, so she chose to inform Jin. Before Jin arrived, she only had to keep an eye on the other party. This time she came out to participate in the competition, and she did not bring many people. If she took the initiative to take action and something went wrong, and the other party took advantage of the chaos to escape, and then hid directly, it would be a big trouble. Some things can be solved simply and roughly, but for this kind of thing, it is better to be steady. Drake did not expect that her stability not only worked, but also indirectly saved her wallet. Gabanov won inexplicably, and he still stayed on the island where the conference was held after advancing until Jin arrived. Where's the thing? It's still on that person. Well done, the credibility of the New World Central Fighting Tournament must be maintained. After changing his form, Jin landed on the roof. He was completely black and blended into the night. Most people didn't notice that there was such a person on the island. Brother Jin, you are quite interested in this competition. You don't know. Ah? Know what? Drake was confused by the question and had no idea what Jin was talking about. It seems that I overestimated you. Can't you learn from Mand Fesh and know more about these things? That's not me, Brother Jin, what's going on? Nothing, it's just that Tizero just got involved in this competition last month. We are also one of the organizers of this event. If you really make trouble and ruin the reputation here, I'm afraid you will have to say goodbye to your year-end bonus. Jin thought Drake knew about this. She was the only one in the whole beast who was keen on this kind of high-prize competition, so he didn't think it was strange to hear that she was monitoring the other party's actions before, and didn't specifically ask her. At that time, he still felt strange that his deputy suddenly changed his nature a little unreasonable. Now it seems that he just thought too much. The New World Central Fighting Tournament did not last very long. The finals were the next day. Drake successfully won the 4th consecutive championship. After the game, the contestants on the island also began to evacuate quickly. During the game, there was an unknown force on the island to maintain order, but the time of this order was broken at the end of the finals. At this time, no matter what grievances there were, they could be handled by themselves, and no one would continue to interfere. Now that the event even has Bei Xiao as a shareholder, Jin certainly would not destroy the reputation of his own business, so he waited until the end of the competition. Once reputation is lost, it is not so easy to get it back. Compared with the situation of having to clean up the mess in advance, waiting is the safest way. Gabinov's performance was not particularly ideal, but he also received a bonus for entering the finals. However, when he was leaving, Jin's figure appeared in front of him. I'll give you a chance. Leave the stone slab here and you can leave here safely. Dream on, this is my thing, don't even think about taking it away. When he first arrived in the New World, he also encountered someone who wanted to snatch the stone slab. It was the most difficult battle he had experienced since he went to sea, but relying on the indestructible nature of the stone slab, he defeated the enemy. From then on, he was completely attracted by the defensive power of the stone slab. He also completely determined his goal of collecting stone slabs and then becoming the new emperor. White Pigeon. Chapter 711, Double Hit, comparable to Quinn's ridicule. At the beginning, that person wanted to take this thing to ask for credit from the beasts, but it was a pity that he failed. Gapanov knew at that time that carrying this thing might attract new enemies, but he was not afraid, and even wanted to pursue a higher realm in the battle. It's just that on the road of enemy upgrade, the span today is a bit large. From an ordinary pirate in the New World to a senior coder under the Emperor of the Sea, he omitted too many processes in the middle. Stupid, hand it over honestly, you can also get the opportunity to join the beasts, wrong choice. The reason why Tesoro put his hand here is also related to the nature of the New World Central Fighting Tournament. Due to the problem of the competition system, it attracts some animal-type ability people and martial artists from the New World every year. This is also an opportunity to find talents and recruit new people. Kaido's ideal of the animal-type army has basically been realized, but a person who wants to start a war will not dislike too many troops under his command. As a person who has just entered the New World, Jin feels that the person in front of him has the opportunity to recruit. With this slate, he will definitely not suffer if he chooses to join. Come and get it yourself if you have the guts. Your name isn't written on this thing. Are you Kaido's coder? Just wait, I'll defeat him sooner or later. Whether it's the Sea Emperor or the Pirate King, they'll all be mine sooner or later. Seeing that the other party rejected him, Jin didn't continue to communicate with him. If it weren't for the stone tablet, he wouldn't even ask before. Just listening to his rebuttal, Jin's eyes showed a few bloodshot. The stone tablet of Arceus and the Pirate King of Kaido are the two big targets of the beasts. They can accurately poke Jin's two thunder points at the same time. His ability to attract Jin's firepower is comparable to Quinn. I'm not interested in your ideals, and the world doesn't need a king like you, but I meet your needs, and I just have to verify it. At this time, the wings behind Jin are not the wings of the Lunarians, but the bat wings of the fossilized pterosaur. The wings of the Lunarians are another pair of arms, and both he and Shayna can freely manipulate it. It's just that their focus is completely different, and Jin has more applications for this pair of wings. Swift Feather Slashing Emperor. Clang. With a loud bang, Jin came behind Gapanov in the blink of an eye, and a huge X-shaped gap appeared on the ground. The extraordinary scale of the battle also attracted the attention of the people around. Compared with Jin's here, their battle was just a child's play, and Jin also successfully stopped them. Isn't that the coder of the beasts? Ah, it's him, with a bounty of 976 million Bailey, Flame Disaster Jin, who is fighting him. I don't know, it's some newcomer, right? Anyway, he's finished. Jin spends most of his time in Wano country, but that doesn't mean he doesn't go out, and every time he goes out, he can make a lot of noise, which also makes Jin notorious. His tall figure and iconic clothes can make the pirates living in the New World recognize his identity at a glance. In the New World, it is very unwise to offend the Sea Emperor. Without the aura of a protagonist, people who do such things must at least lose something, perhaps a spare part, or something they value. Few people can walk away intact. Hey, come on, that guy took that move. And he wasn't hurt at all. There were huge cuts on the ground, but Gabanov was not hurt at all, which was extremely unscientific in their opinion. Even Jin was slightly shocked. Interesting, you are really capable. The fact that he was unscathed was entirely due to the stone slab. Jin did aim at the stone slab when attacking. If he could be unscathed by this attack, the identity of the stone slab could be basically locked. But his slash was not only sharp, but also carried great power. The stone slab could block the sharp blade, but could not block the subsequent impact. In other words, Gabanov relied on his physique to take on the power contained in Jin's attack. Not bad power. If he only relied on that stone slab, he would not be able to get to where he is today. To be able to break into the New World, Gabanov also has his own skills, and this strange power is his reliance. However, this strange power is not the result of training, but the ability brought by the devil fruit. He himself is also the ability user of the superhuman power fruit. The upper limit of this fruit is uncertain, but Gabanov has only developed the most basic attribute of super strength. His spear is powerful, and the hard stone slab is used as a shield by him, which is also the reason for his swell. He thinks he already has the strongest spear and shield in the world, but this shield is too small and can only block the vital parts of the body. It would be better if it could cover the whole body. At that moment, he even thought he understood why Kaido was looking for stone slabs to make armor. Now even the big cotters of the four emperors have not been able to break his defense head-on. His confidence has swelled to the extreme. He raised the stone slab and, with the help of brute force, he also burst out at a very fast speed. Are you scared? It's not over yet. Shield impact. The super strength of the force fruit gave him a strong explosive power, and the surrounding ground even shook on a small scale. However, when the smoke and dust cleared, the person standing was still Jin, and his blade had pierced the opponent's chest from the side. I have seen many self-righteous fools. You are just a person with a little bit of ability, but your journey ends here. There are some things you cannot touch. The flexibility brought by the wings and the perception brought by the domineering aura, this guy who only relies on brute force can't touch Jin at all. He really doesn't have the ability to penetrate the defense of the stone slab, but for him, it is a very simple thing to bypass it. He has a very detailed understanding of the human body structure. This knife went directly through the gap between the ribs and pierced the opponent's lungs and heart in succession. With a turn of his wrist, the touch from the handle made Jin sure that he had crushed the opponent's heart. There was no blood on the special blade. Blood kept flowing out of Gabanov's body on the ground, and the stone slab was also held steadily in Jin's hand. The people around didn't think there was anything strange. This time was the most likely situation in their cognition. If a person who had just entered the New World not long ago, didn't even have domineering aura, and only relied on external objects could fight Jin back and forth, they would find it puzzling. As Jin looked at the people around him, they also ignored their conflicts with others and left here quickly, fearing that they would get into trouble. Jin indirectly solved the personal conflicts of these people. After confirmation, I will report your achievements. Hurry up and return to Ghost Island. I'm leaving first. White Pigeon. Chapter 712, Fist Slate, Physical Immunity. The killing on the island did not attract more people's attention. This is also the norm after the end of the game. It is common for people with hatred to fight to the death. This is also the reason why most people choose to leave here quickly at the end of the game. They don't want to be involved in trouble, let alone encounter any unknown AoE, and inexplicable deaths and injuries. After the order on the island disappears, only they can guarantee their own safety. If it weren't for the reputation and prize money, as well as the stable order during the schedule, it would not be so easy for the New World Central Fighting Tournament to proceed smoothly. Jin has already returned with his things, and Drake and Iska have also started their return journey. At this time, Drake is silently counting money. Repay Emmeline, return Brother Jin, return Babanuki. The pile of prize money already has its own creditors. After deducting this part, there is not much left. She still values the championship prize money. This is a new and important way to repay debts in her life since she participated in the competition. Okay, the remaining little should be enough for a few days. Guys, hurry back to the ship. I will treat you to a drink when we return to Ghost Island. Oh. Except when there is a banquet, the drinks are not free. It is also a good thing for them that their boss is willing to treat them. It's just that Iska doesn't understand Drake's behavior. Sister Drake, why don't you leave some? I almost forgot about you. Come with me when the time comes. There is no pirate who can't drink. It's just a good opportunity to train your alcohol tolerance so that you won't get drunk in the future. Someone had advised her before, but it was useless. Most of her money was squandered on such days of treats. Her younger brothers would also treat her, but the scale was incomparable. Sister Drake, I'm talking to you about something serious. Don't worry about it. We won't starve to death with the cafeteria on Ghost Island. Treasures will only get moldy and hairy if left there. Only by spending them can their existence have meaning. Different values have brought about this lifestyle. Compared with treasures that can last forever piled up in the warehouse, she prefers treasures that disappear like fireworks. She pursues splendor in life and enjoys the instant pleasure of nothingness after the storm. For her, spending money makes her happier than saving money. I'm also in the same situation. I told Brother Jin that there will definitely be a reward. Just think about something. This is a rare opportunity. When Drake was still on his way back, Jin had already returned to Wano with the stone tablet, but Arceus had not returned yet. After putting the stone tablet away, Jin left here. A few days later, Drake returned, and the pirates around her looked at her with envy and jealousy. However, Drake did not show off anything. Just like in previous years, after paying off her debts, she began to invite her younger brothers and people with good relationships to hang out in the tavern in Wano. In the past, she might have been caught by Jin to work, but this time Jin gave her a long vacation. After a while, the Origin returned to Onigashima. The moment it approached Wano, bursts of light flashed on the stone tablet placed in Onigashima. When returning to Onigashima, Jin had already informed Arceus that the hardness had basically confirmed the authenticity of the stone tablet. Now that the things have been brought back to Onigashima, there is no possibility of any accidents, so Arceus did not return early. Arceus's route has been planned. If he returns early now, he may miss what he could have found. Fighting power, not bad. When the slates return, Arceus exudes a special breath. Even Jin and Shayna beside him feel unusual. When each slate returns, Arceus' breath will change briefly. The evil-faced slate's monstrous malice, the green slate's brilliant vitality, the water drop slate's endless life, the fairy slate's strangeness, but this time, Arceus's breath has become extremely special. There is no such change in artistic conception, only the physical breath suppression. As a fighting fist slate, it brings a very special ability. At this time, Arceus has regained the 3 slates of steel, fist, and clearance in his body. The recondensation of the 3 attributes of steel, fighting, and ordinary has produced a new quantitative change. This is not the world of Pokemon. Most of people's attack methods are issued by the body. The biggest difference between humans and beasts is that they can use tools. However, no matter what kind of metal weapon is made, it will be offset by the power of the steel slab, and ordinary attacks will be purified by the clean slab. The current fighting slab means that fighting skills are invalid. Haki is the power of the heart, and it is also a special martial arts that people can use after training. The appearance of the fist slab means that the attack of armed color Haki can no longer cause any harm to Arceus. Physical attacks sent by the body alone will be immune. At this time, Arceus has obtained this buff. At this time, only a few elemental attacks can still have a little effect on him. The fighting slab contains all fighting skills. For the strong men of physical skills, Arceus is now the ultimate blood lock. No matter how long the martial arts are honed, it can't cause any effect. If this is a game, then there will be a guessing situation, betting on whether the next punch is a normal punch or a fighting punch. Unfortunately, this is not a game. Each slab means a new immunity. No matter how strong your attack is, it is meaningless if you can't cause any damage. This has a much greater impact than not hitting the target. Drake and Iska, right? Where are they? In terms of reward, although Jin was the last to take action, as the discoverer, they are the first to be rewarded. This is a rule that has been established long ago. I have notified them. They should be here soon. Please wait. I will go and take a look. Jin gave a reply. After all, Drake was his subordinate. He had contacted Drake before. The reaction of the slate was two-way. Not only did Arceus know that they had gained something, Jin also knew that Arceus was nearby. Soon, the two came here. They also saw Jin waiting for them, but Drake still had a lot of alcohol on her body and looked a little hungover. You guy. Jin had a few more symbols representing anger on his forehead. He gave Drake a long vacation because he found something. He also knew that Drake would enter this state when she was on vacation, but he didn't expect her to be so drunk. Iska, you go up first, the holy beast is waiting for you, I will sober her up first. White Pigeon. Chapter 713, Haoli's Belt, Kaido in the newspaper. Jin clenched his fist, making a crisp sound of bones colliding, but that was all. If you ask who has the best hangover sobering ability, the beasts can be said to be the best in the new world. Under the leadership of Kaido, the drunkard, there are also a bunch of drunkards in the beasts, and the tavern business in Wano country has been indirectly popularized. In order to deal with this situation, the omnipotent Quinn, under a friendly suggestion, successfully used the fruit ingredients to make a quick-acting sobering potion. It's just that the usage rate of this thing is very low, and those people drink to enjoy the drunkenness. If she didn't have to meet someone later, and now she is still a great hero, he must let Drake understand what physical sobering is. Brother Jin, I'm not drunk. If you don't believe me, I'll walk in a straight line for you. Stop talking nonsense. If you dare to lose your composure in front of the holy beast, you'll have to say goodbye to your loose life in the future. In the kitchen of Onigashima, Jin poured the sobering materials that were usually stored here into Drake's mouth. After making sure that she was sober, he brought her back up. You did a good job. You are not new to the pirates. I won't talk nonsense with you. Just tell me what you want. For those who find the stone tablet, giving them stronger power is already a must, but they usually get some other benefits. This is a rare opportunity to ask for rewards at will. As long as it's not something outrageous, most of them can be satisfied. I want a swordsmanship teacher, and if possible, I want my own ship. Iska has followed Drake's advice these days and thought about what she needs. Generally speaking, she hopes to be stronger. As for the ship, she wants a separate formation. Her personality is also different from most pirates. The most suitable ship for her is probably the one that Yamato brings, but she hasn't thought about it so much yet. Okay, wait a while for the ship, and as for the swordsmanship teacher, you go find Kojiro and tell him that this is what I want. There are not many serious swordsmen in the beasts. Jin uses a knife, but unlike those swordsmen, he only uses the sword as a tool. His big and open fighting style is not particularly suitable for Iska. Muse Spiral Sword, Foz FS Dagger, these people can be said to be more outrageous than each other. For traditional teaching, people in Wano country are the most suitable. In addition to those daimyo at the time, Wano country still has many famous swordsmen. As for whether Kojiro will be taught by himself or by another teacher, Arceus believes he can handle it. Shayna, take her there first, and see how Kojiro's evolution is going. Yes, Lord Saint Beast. After paying their respects, Shayna and Iska left first, leaving only Jin and Drake. What about you? Don't you want anything? Well, Lord Arceus, can I have the final right to dispose of Kikuno-ho? Well, that guy is stubborn, and his face is wasted. I think he might do something in the future. If it is still within the tolerable range, can you let me deal with that guy? If possible, I don't mind giving me some treasures. After thinking about it, Drake really didn't have any special demands, so he just made some requests in life. Jin, you take care of it for her. I'm going to research something new. Yes, sir. Arceus acquiesced to this matter, but had no intention of intervening in it personally. He just handed it to Jin. Unlike the things that Iska cashed in immediately, Drake got a card a few hours later. Brother Jin, what is this, treasure? No, it's your consumption card. You can use it to spend freely in Wano country and the Beast Enterprise, but only for yourself. You can't treat, give gifts, or buy on behalf of others. Arceus gave Jin the right to handle it. After thinking about it, Jin felt that there was no point in giving this guy treasure. Anyway, no matter how much he gave, she would always spend it generously. He simply thought of a new way to solve her living conditions of a low-income household. Her personality is like that. If she only spends by herself, her daily money is enough, but her consumption concept has long emptied her wallet, so the card is limited to her own use. Without this restriction, she might do something. It can be said that she has opened a channel. In the future, many products will have her version, which is a rare honor. At the same time, it can prevent her from doing strange behaviors such as reselling materials in certain situations. Why do you feel weird? Nothing is strange. Look at these codders. Who is like you? They only have money on the day of salary payment. Besides, these treasures are for you to squander. He gave her some treasures to satisfy her special consumption psychology. With the return of the Fighting Fist slate, a group of new Pokémon appeared on Ghost Island. In the training ground of Ghost Island, several Howlee walked in with a large box on their backs, and the box contained Howlee's belt. Its appearance is similar to that of humans, with strong muscles all over its body, but its skin is grey-blue and there are red marks on its arms. Its head has a tile-like bulge and its face is similar to that of lizards. It is more like a tailless lizard man than a human. It is a fighting Pokémon with strong strength. It has developed muscles all over its body and wears the iconic gold belt and black underwear. Its body is very tough and has unfathomable strength. The gold belt, similar to the championship belt, is not a symbol of honor, but a power limiter. Because the power is too strong. So wearing a power limit belt to control the power and maintain its daily life. But if it encounters a real strong enemy, it will untie the power limit belt on its waist and use its full strength, but the power under full strength will cause a huge burden on its body, so almost no one has seen the power of the power untied. Like the lazy nature of the King of Leave, in the process of evolution, the belt evolved from the energy in the body is to protect their own bodies, and these belts are also new exercise equipment prepared for the people of Ghost Island. After moving the things over, the power rushed into the equipment room of Ghost Island. This Pokémon has a special obsession with physical exercise. When others rest, they also continue their own exercise behavior. What are you looking at? What big news is there? The newspaper of the new day was delivered to Ghost Island, which also attracted the attention of many people. When he leaned over, the headline on the newspaper immediately attracted his attention. Kaido was defeated, the Navy's Iron Wall, the hero Garp. White Dove. Chapter 714, The Dragon Descended from the Sky. Oh? That Garp? Governor Kaido went to fight him this time. The pirates who read the newspaper did not find it strange, but were accustomed to it. Kaido's actions when he went out were basically regular. Anyway, no matter what he did, he would finish it. After that, it is inevitable that there will be conflicts with other forces. What kind of crap is written in this report? How could Kaido be like what they said? It is an article written by those Navy reporters. Why is Morgans so slow this time? It is not the first time that Kaido has been in the newspaper, but this report is all about the bravery of the Navy, which makes them, as pirates, very unhappy. This one-sided propaganda does not match Morgan's reporting style. It is an article specially published by the Navy. Who knows, maybe there will be different news if we wait a little longer. In the hearts of the members of the Beasts, Kaido is the strongest pirate in the world and will eventually be the future pirate king. Moreover, only a few senior codders know a special news. Kaido has 2 of the 4 legendary signposts. In a sense, he is already the person closest to the position of the pirate king. In addition to them, even those outsiders who do not know the secrets have some disputes about who is the pirate closest to the pirate king. More than a decade ago, Whitebeard was the only candidate, but now, he is no longer the only one. Kaido, the strongest creature, did not get this nickname through victory after victory. Kaido's record can be roughly divided into 2 parts, before and after meeting Arceus. After meeting Arceus and creating the original team of beasts, he gradually moved towards the path of no injury. With his terrifying physique and the defense he maintained, his body was almost in an absolute defensive state. Except for Whitebeard, who had not yet entered the weakening period, most enemies could not even break the defense. Only Whitebeard could use the vacuum period he maintained to deal certain effective damage. Before meeting Arceus, Kaido had experienced several defeats and arrests, because he alone had sunk 9 huge prison ships. According to his life experience in the original timeline, Kaido was defeated in frontal battles 7 times, fell into the hands of the Navy or hostile forces 18 times, experienced countless tortures, and was sentenced to death more than 40 times. It's just that when he was hanged, the chain would break, when he was pierced, the spear would be broken, and when he was beheaded, the knife would be shattered, and he couldn't be killed. His physique and vitality made him invincible in a one-on-one fight, which made him the strongest creature. As for why the Navy didn't change to some more effective methods, this is already a world unsolved mystery that is difficult to understand. Kaido is different from before. He became stronger in battle. All kinds of ways of committing death were originally to break through himself. Now he has a better choice. There is no better way to sharpen his physique than to take a small powered punishment light gravel in the face. In order not to waste time, he disappeared for a long time in a period of time, but as the beast's manpower grew, a large number of manpower was invested in the sea to start the search journey, and Kaido's nature could not be suppressed. He was not a person who was willing to be lonely, so he began to make crazy troubles on the sea. He came and went freely by himself. With his strong physique, almost no one could stop him when he wanted to leave. The whole new world also had a lot of turmoil because of him. While Drake and Iska were participating in the competition and Arceus was out, Kaido was not idle either. He was riding the eight-headed dragon not to play, but to find new opponents. Some time ago, in the sky of the new world, Kaido, riding on the back of the eight-headed dragon, began to think about where to go to show off his strength, and at the same time, exercise and practice martial arts. Red-haired Shanks, another brat, has grown up. Let's try this guy next time. Let's go here this time. Half leaning on the back of the eight-headed dragon, Kaido looked at the new news in the newspaper. This year, there are unusually many reports about red hair. After he entered the new world, he finally started his own actions and now has a large territory. Kaido is 20 years older than Shanks. When the Battle of God Valley ended, Shanks was just born not long ago. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is a brat. Facing Whitebeard and Big Mom, Kaido is a young junior. Now there is another pirate on the sea who is strong enough and younger than him, which makes him inevitably a little tempted, but Shanks is not his target this time. He came out this time because he wanted to try it, and on the other hand, he wanted to verify the destructive power of the eight-headed dragon. What he wants is not a showpiece, but a mount with real force. He previously subdued the eight-headed dragon through melee, and had a certain recognition of its strength, but this was not enough. If a powerful mount is unknown, it is like a valuable sports car that has never been known to the world after leaving the factory. The emotions of other people are also a way for humans to satisfy their desires. Whether it is fear or envy, he wants to see the expressions of those people. Hey, big guy, you want to fight too, right? I can feel that the blood of fighting is flowing in your body. Kaido threw away the newspaper in his hand. At this time, the eight-headed dragon was flying high in the sky. Under the influence of the strong wind, the newspaper gradually faded away with a rustling sound, and Kaido also patted the head in the middle of the eight-headed dragon. Roar! It is violent and warlike, and Kaido's way of conquering it also activates the warlike factor in its body. It's not that it doesn't like this method, but in its opinion, only those who defeat it in this way are qualified to conquer it. For the sake of the trainer, some Pokémon will choose to change themselves. If the eight-headed dragon changes its master, its temper may be much more restrained, but Kaido is obviously not such a person. He will indulge the eight-headed dragon's character in this aspect. Okay, we're here. Let the world know your existence from now on. Roar! The eight heads roared in unison, and then waved the six wings behind them and rushed down the clouds, and the two big words G1 on the building complex below were very conspicuous. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 715, Kaido's Appearance, Hero Garp. The Navy, the most powerful force on the sea, as the violent agency of the world government on the sea, its overall strength is not comparable to a single force. In addition to the Navy headquarters, there are several Navy branches on the Grand Line, which are important bases for the Navy to fight on the sea. The G1 branch is located on both sides of the Navy headquarters in Marijoa. It is the most important Navy branch in terms of geographical location. It is also the bridgehead of the Navy in the New World. At this time, the situation in the New World is getting worse. Under the order of the world government and the leadership of Sengoku, the Navy is shrinking its forces in the New World and focusing on the first half of the Grand Line. Therefore, the Navy branches in the New World are shrinking their forces, and some branches that are too deep are temporarily abandoned. But G1 is different. As the bridgehead of the Navy in the New World, it is also the frontier sentry post of Marijoa, so G1 is one of the branches retained by the Navy in the New World. It is headed by Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel of the headquarters, and has a large number of Navy soldiers stationed in this branch. The prototype building is engraved with the two big characters G1. Whether it is the surrounding sentry towers or the openings in the walls, you can see the black muzzles of the guns. This place is armed to the teeth. The Navy branch in the New World is not a safe refuge. Fights often occur here. It can be said that the troops stationed here are all elite. But today, they encountered the biggest crisis since the establishment of the branch. There was a sound of air being torn in the sky, and an unidentified object was falling at high speed. Boom! A large pit appeared on the platform where the Navy usually trains on weekdays, and a human-shaped pit appeared out of thin air on it. What is it? The soldiers around raised their guns and surrounded them, approaching the pit little by little. Dong bang! There were muffled sounds in the pit, and then with a bang, a big hand pressed on the ground amid the splashing of earth and rocks, and Kaido's tall figure appeared in front of the Navy. Long time no see, Navy. This kind of weird way of appearance is naturally only Kaido. Although he came on a dragon this time, he has not thought of a new appearance posture. In order not to affect the style of riding a dragon, he chose to temporarily put that idea aside. There are many opportunities. He could have thought about it and tried again in another place. Now, he chose to change to a more familiar way. Therefore, when the eight-headed dragon was halfway down, he jumped down directly from it and fell down with the impact force. Looking at the Navy with guns around him, Kaido smiled at them, but this smile frightened the Navy and their hands holding guns trembled slightly. They are the elite stationed in the New World, and they also have a better understanding of the world of pirates. Pirates of this level are simply not something they can fight against. Enemy attack. It's Kaido, Kaido of beasts. They are also human, they will be afraid. During the war at the top, those Navy were elites from all over the world, and the lowest rank was a lieutenant, and behind them stood the top combat power of the Navy such as the 3 admirals of the Navy, which gave them courage. Now with no one behind them, it is their greatest effort to muster up the courage to pull the trigger in their hands. Bang! 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 Woo! Woo! A series of gunshots rang out, and the alarm of the G1 branch also sounded. Amid the piercing alarm, Kaido impatiently rubbed his ears. Shut up, didn't you hear me saying hello to you? The bullets had no effect on him, only making him feel irritated. His appearance was obviously quite polite. Pulling out the mace from his waist, Kaido held the mace with one hand and swung it towards the gate. Although it was a blunt weapon, it was like a sharp blade, and a huge shock wave rushed towards the gate. Boom! The gate of the G1 branch was broken, the bricks and stones on the ground were lifted up, and the surrounding Navy was also shaken away, and they fell around without knowing whether they were dead or alive. Kaido did not continue to do anything, because an unexpected figure appeared behind him. A tall, broad-chested, muscular old man was standing behind Kaido at this time, with a scar on his left eye and a head full of short grey hair. The Navy's justice coat behind him was fluttering in the wind. The Navy hero, Monkey D. Garp. Hehe, I'm really lucky today. I didn't expect to meet an old friend here. Seeing Garp, Kaido felt like he had found a big prize in a blind box. He chose G1 for a reason. It's not interesting to be too weak, and he doesn't care about being too strong. At most, he can get hurt and leave there, but he can't do that with the 8-headed dragon. So G1 became the trial field he chose. Garp's appearance was very important to him. It's a good thing to say. This is not where Garp is stationed. He came here to hide away. Now he has been nagged a lot in the Navy headquarters. He didn't expect to encounter such a trouble. Kaido, this is the Navy base. Garp's voice was very calm, but his clenched fist showed that he had entered a state of fighting. You, an old man, don't need to remind me of this kind of thing. I came here, but I'm not the protagonist today. Roar! In the sky, the roars of the 8-headed evil dragon followed one after another. Even he was confused by his master's previous operation. His sprint speed was half a beat slower. At that moment, he suspected that there might be something wrong with the master's brain. Pokemon has its own view of good and evil, but this view of good and evil is usually smaller than the will of the master. In most cases, no matter what the master recognized by Pokemon does, their Pokemon will follow to the end. So not only Junsha, Joey, and other official personnel have their own Pokemon, whether it is an organization like Team Rocket or a Pokemon poaching gang, they also have their own trusted partners. With its own belligerent nature and the target selected by Kaido, the attack of the 8-headed dragon is already ready. Looking at the dragon in the sky, Garp had a bad premonition in his heart, but before he could act, Kaido had already appeared in front of him. Come and practice, old man. Let me see if your fist is still the same as it was back then. In the base, the flying squirrel's heart was raised again. Just when he was about to seek support, he saw Garp's figure in the observation room. The title of naval hero is almost the spiritual pillar of many naval forces, which made him feel a lot more at ease. But the roar in the sky brought the second bad news. No matter which naval base, they never paid attention to the air defense problem. Their cannons had a limited range of fire. Facing this monster rushing down from the top of their heads, ordinary navies lacked effective countermeasures. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 716, The Disaster Raging in the Sky. Prepare to fight back. Don't be afraid. It's just a bigger monster. You have fought with giant pirates before. They will also be injured. As long as it is a living creature, it will die. The branch has a pyramid structure. In addition to the lieutenant general who is the head of the base, there are several major generals below who are in charge of different aspects. At this time, under the leadership of a major general, the artillerymen are struggling to lift the cannon and find a special range of fire. Fixed the coastal defense artillery can't do this, but the mobile artillery is different. The gunpowder technology in this world is very crooked. As long as the physique is sufficient, ordinary artillery can be used as anti-aircraft guns. Some rocket launchers were also moved out of the warehouse. The Navy's standard equipment includes rocket launchers, but the frequency of use is very low. The pirates don't have many armored units. Moreover, this is the G1 branch, and the powerful coastal defense artillery is much easier to use. Bang! 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 The muzzle sprayed flames, but the eight-headed evil dragon in the sky was not affected at all. Major General. Can't hit it. That thing is flying too high. The Navy's technology tree is very crooked. Although it can fire continuously, it is still the style of the old flintlock rifle with limited range. If those snipers don't use special weapons, they probably don't know where the bullets will hit hundreds of meters away. There are such high-precision weapons, but there is no large-scale equipment. Facing the eight-headed evil dragon in the sky, they can't even touch the edge. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Bazookas and cannons were fired one after another. Their range was longer, but the eight-headed dragon showed a flexibility that was completely inconsistent with its size. The shells could only chase behind it, and its body was not even stained with any dust. Wait for it to come down. That thing can't be here to hang out. If it wants to destroy the bottom, it has to come down. The eight-headed dragon has circled in the sky for several times, but it has not made any movements, which gave the Navy an illusion that it has no means of long-range attack. But in fact, this is just the eight-headed dragon judging the threat of the outside world. Although it looks huge and has terrifying destructive power in its body, it is actually a child who is not even a full month old. Its basic common sense comes from Arceus's gift, but it lacks cognition of the outside world. Except for those mythical beasts, other Pokémon have similar situations when they are born, and it takes a certain amount of time to absorb the situation of the outside world. The eight-headed dragon does not know its position in the food chain. At this time, it is judging whether it is a hunter or an object. The Navy's attack gave it a general understanding that those bugs seemed unable to cause effective damage to it. After confirming that it was in a safe position, the next step was to attack. Roar! A flash of red light flashed in the eyes of several heads, and the hot flames were compressed and released from the open bloody mouths, sweeping straight to the ground. As the distance increased, the flames gradually spread, and the 8 fire lines turned the area below into a sea of fire in an instant. The eight-headed evil dragon did drop slightly in altitude, but it did not use its huge body to cause damage as the Navy thought. It dropped in altitude just to bring the opponent into the burning range of the fire line. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions sounded, and the ammunition piled below was ignited by the high temperature. The square, which originally had a large number of Navy soldiers, turned into a purgatory in the blink of an eye. This is not a monster we are fighting against. Originally, many Navy officers were resting in the base. When the alarm sounded, they went to support their comrades with weapons. He was just one step away from the gate. A wave of air suddenly rushed in from the doorway. The shock wave generated by the shell explosion rushed him back into the room. When he climbed up with his head covered, he saw an empty field. The soldiers who had been fighting outside before had disappeared, leaving only charred marks on the ground. The blood was quickly evaporated under the high temperature, and a burnt smell came into his nose. There was no recruit assigned to the G1 branch who had never seen blood, but even if he was a veteran, his face became very embarrassed when he thought of the previous scene and the source of the smell. At this time, he should have the courage to continue fighting, but his steps seemed to be dragged by something. Looking at the door in front of him, he just didn't have the courage to step out. They are also human beings, and they will feel afraid. Facing an opponent whose number is useless, fear is an instinctive reaction. It was not until the sound of artillery sounded again that their superiors reacted and urged the soldiers to pick up their weapons and replenish the battlefield. The sound of artillery meant that someone was still alive, and the battle was not a dead end. Outside, under some shelters, the surviving Navy soldiers were still fighting back with difficulty, and as the height of the eight-headed evil dragon dropped, the coastal defense guns on the surrounding high platforms also had the opportunity to shoot. Those coastal defense guns were of the same style as the main guns on the warships, all of which were heavy artillery with a caliber of more than 300 mm. Both the range and power exceeded the previous weapons, and they could also pose a certain threat to the eight-headed evil dragon. Help! Help! It hurts! Who will save me? In the intervals between the gunfire, the cries for help from the wounded also reached the ears of the reinforcements. If this was not the New World, the Navy here was generally stronger, and they were more domineering. It would be almost impossible to find survivors in this environment. Some people began to rescue the wounded, while others were looking for weapons that could attack the eight-headed evil dragon. At this time, the eight-headed dragon didn't care about the group of small insects below. Under the dense artillery fire, it was inevitable that it would be hit by a shell. Those heavy coastal defense guns were enough to cause damage to it, which also made it sure what could threaten it. Ants bite elephants to death. Even a body of ounce size could not withstand the continuous bombardment of artillery. At this time, the wound on the back of the eight-headed dragon was recovering quickly. It didn't have the strong armor like Bankara, but it had a very fast self-healing speed. This was the ability of the Yamata no Orokai fruit. In it, the ability brought by the Yamata no Orokai was not as simple as a few more lives. The eight-headed dragon waved its wings to raise its altitude and left the firing range of the coastal defense gun again. The high-temperature flames burned the barrels of the coastal defense guns. It's useless. These heavy guns can't be affected by just flames. If you have the ability, come down. The operators of these turrets were in the operating room further down, and the high temperature did not affect them. Being able to injure it was a good thing. They thought that at least they had a way to counter this monster dragon, but the next moment, a mouthful of terrifying purple solution was spit out by it, and the gun barrel that could still stand under the flames was corroded into a big hole in the blink of an eye. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 717, It is not a waste of the Kuritan family. Ding! 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 In the control room, the alarm sounded, which meant that they had lost control of the turret. When building the G1 branch, the world government and the Navy invested a lot of manpower and material resources. As the gateway to guard Mary Gosa, the firepower level of the G1 branch is comparable to that of the Navy headquarters, which is why Akainu can directly transform it into the new Navy headquarters. When the turret was built, both high temperature and severe cold, as well as the possible corrosion caused by rain, were taken into consideration, and even the high temperature just now did not affect the internal circuits. But the designer did not expect what happened to this turret today. The eight-headed dragon can use attacks of many attributes, and each head can launch attacks of different attributes, but each head has its own strongest attribute. At this time, the turret encountered something unexpected. Under the transformation of Arceus, most of the undeveloped powers of the Yamata no Orokai have been revived. This is the corrosive poison generated by its own toxins combined with the poisonous stone tablet. The strong corrosiveness makes this poison have an excellent restraint on metal. The poison of Pokemon is resisted by the steel type in the game because their toxins are difficult to enter the body of steel elves. In reality, if the toxin reaches a certain concentration and stays in it for too long, steel Pokemon may also be poisoned. Among them, the characteristic called corrosion will cause the toxins of Pokemon to become more violent. They can easily corrode the steel body of steel Pokemon and put them into a poisoned state. The venom sprayed by the eight-headed dragon has similar characteristics. It removes threatening heavy artillery one by one. It is belligerent, but belligerence is different from liking to be beaten. The corroded gun barrel can no longer bear its own weight. It falls down under the action of gravity and hits the Navy below heavily. Like mud, it covers the fire in their hearts again and makes them feel extremely heavy. Attack! Drive it away. Don't let it destroy the artillery recklessly. Many navy appeared on the roof and the corridor outside the artillery. At present, it seems that the coastal defense heavy artillery is one of the few weapons that can cause damage. If it destroys all of them, they will have no countermeasures. Light weapons are useless, heavy weapons are useless. The weapons were very heavy, and the navy spent a lot of effort to carry them up. Major, you will be in charge of the command here and cover these artillery positions, so that at least it can limit its raging below. Major General, you want. Someone has to stop this thing. Weapons are not the only thing, individual force can also determine the outcome of the battle. Humans cannot fly, so they rely on external forces, and the humans here rely on martial arts. 6 styles are a compulsory subject for CP9 and CPO, and most of the Navy generals also use some 6 style skills. It's just that on the battlefield, in addition to fighting, command is also an important responsibility of the generals, so after completing the deployment, the Major General rushed to the battlefield. Cover your excellency, Major General. As Navy, they will be afraid, but they are also fulfilling their mission. Guns and rocket launchers attract the attention of the 8-headed dragon, and every spit of flame can bring huge casualties. Without looking back, the Major General knew that his subordinates were suffering heavy casualties. With the ability of the moon step, he quickly came to the vicinity of the 8-headed evil dragon. Go to hell! Monster! The blade was covered with domineering aura, and he almost used all his strength to chop at the largest head in the middle of the 8-headed evil dragon, but before he could achieve results, the 2 heads next to it suddenly turned around. The largest head in the middle of the 8-headed evil dragon is its main brain, which is also a head with self-awareness. There are 2 heads on each side and 3 heads behind it. Although the other 7 heads are like arms and have no real consciousness, they can share vision with the main brain. It is almost impossible to avoid its perception. The slender neck is very flexible. One of the 2 dragon heads that turned around released lightning, and the sharp teeth of the other one flashed with cold light and bit him. He failed to avoid the attack of lightning for a while, and his body was paralyzed. Just when he was about to be bitten, a piece of gravel suddenly flew over. The beast's intuition made it feel dangerous and instinctively gave up this attack. Boom! In front of the G1 branch, Kaido smashed a stick on the ground. Looking at Garp in front of him, the murderous intent in his eyes was even stronger. Asshole! How dare you distract yourself and interfere with the battle over there? Ha ha ha, a future junior cannot die in the hands of a beast, there will be a more suitable stage for him in the future. At the beginning, Garp wanted to deal with the 8-headed dragon first, but Kaido didn't give him a chance at all. Just now, he deliberately took advantage of the force and was knocked out, and then he found the opportunity. You won't have another chance. I'm really angry now. It just so happens that I'm also angry. Go to the city to chat with your seniors. At the same time, 2 cold rays flashed in the sky, and the 2 heads that stretched out were actually cut off. The 2 heads fell to the ground, and the splashing dragon blood gave the soldiers below confidence again. Roar! The pain caused the anger in the heart of the 8-headed dragon, but he did not lose his mind, just staring at the 2 people who suddenly appeared. The body's instinct told it that these 2 people posed a greater threat to it. Vice Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, G1 Base Commander, Flying Squirrel. Rear Admiral of the Navy Headquarters, Garp's Adjutant, Bogard. As a veteran Vice Admiral of the Navy, Flying Squirrel's own strength should not be underestimated. Compared with the top admirals of the Navy, these Vice Admirals are the cornerstone of the Navy. Although Bogard is a Major General, his strength is more than that. He is Garp's adjutant and has been with Garp for more than 20 years. His strength is comparable to that of the senior Vice Admirals of the headquarters. Garp came here in advance after sensing the battle situation here, while Bogard just arrived by boat. Although Flying Squirrel has been here all the time, he has been observing and determining the combat characteristics and capabilities of the 8-headed dragon. The 8-headed dragon's several attacks have already demonstrated its strength. At that time, Flying Squirrel made a preliminary judgment that no one in the entire base except himself could deal with it. Therefore, he chose to sacrifice some soldiers to test the opponent's ability. Although it is cruel, this is war. If he acts rashly and is defeated by unknown power, then no one in the G1 branch will be able to stop it, and the casualties will be even more terrible. Retreat, you go organize the soldiers, it's time for the 2 of us to take over here. Yes. The Flying Squirrel dismissed the Major General who came up to fight for his life, and looked at Bogard and took over the battle here. This giant beast didn't seem so scary, and its defense was not as scary as he thought. But in the next moment, 2 new heads grew out of the broken end of the dragon head. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 718, Immortality. Chapter 718, Immortality. Kurozumi Orokai used the Yamata no Orokai fruit as a surrogate tool. In addition to experiencing a few more ways to die, there is no practical value, but the 8-headed evil dragon is different. Its own defense is not outstanding. It does not have a heavy tank-like shell like Bankura, nor does it have powerful fighting skills like King Yanwu, but it has its own characteristics: incomparably powerful regeneration. After the transformation, the ability of the Yamata no Orokai has changed. After cutting off a head, it will grow a brand new head in a short time. The 7 secondary heads around it are not its fatal weakness. As long as the physical strength is still there, it can almost regenerate infinitely. To kill it, you have to cut off its middle head 8 times in a row. Outsiders don't know this weakness. For outsiders, the ability of the 8-headed evil dragon is very close to immortality. Exhausting its physical strength and killing it 8 times in a row is the only way to kill it. It is not an easy thing to discover this secret. Not to mention how difficult it is to kill 8 times in a row, it is only extremely difficult to exhaust its physical strength. This is something that only a few people who are called monsters can do. How many abilities does this guy have? Lightning, flame, regeneration, and poison. Currently, the 8-headed dragon has shown 4 abilities. It is a giant beast with the ability to fly. Thinking of the previous intelligence of the beast, the flying squirrel just felt a headache. Under normal circumstances, when a piece of equipment begins to be equipped on a large scale and appears in front of the enemy without any cover, it means that the enemy's laboratory has a stronger experimental subject. This is already the 3rd giant beast that appeared in the intelligence of the beast, and it is more deadly than the previous 2. King Yanwu and Bankura at least can't fly, so it's easy to monitor their whereabouts. The flying 8-headed dragon is undoubtedly the most threatening biological weapon at present. I don't know, but Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, now we can only bite the bullet. Bogard threw his hat down. Although he just cut off the opponent's head, the attack was also the result of a sneak attack after accumulating power. The next step must be a hard fight. I don't know the type of this creature, but its thinking seems to be highly unified and intelligent. Be careful. The flying squirrel did not have the temper of a superior when communicating with Bogard. He knew very well that if Bogard wanted to, he could have been promoted to Vice Admiral long ago. It's just that he has been following Garp all the time. Garp himself is a Vice Admiral. If his deputy is also a Vice Admiral, it is not in accordance with the rules in the system. Because Garp refused to take over as Admiral, the ranks of his confidants were generally lowered by 1 level, but no one doubted their strength and status. Although the 2 did not cooperate too much, they also showed the tacit understanding of the Navy and attacked the 8-headed dragon from both sides with the ability of the Moon Step. Although the single-headed dragon and the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus have no eyesight, the 3-headed dragon is different. In the world of Pokemon, the 3-headed dragon is no longer adapted to fighting in the dark because it has regained its eyesight, and will take the initiative to give in to the Soundwave Dragon at night. The dynamic vision of the 8-headed dragon keenly locked onto the figures of the flying squirrel and Bogard. After a few brief collisions, it gave up attacking and flapped its wings to fly into the sky. Moonstep can keep humans in the air, but it is fundamentally different from flying. The short-distance burst speed of Moonstep is even faster than flying, but in terms of height and endurance, Moonstep cannot be compared with flying. Even if they can't die, their attacks are still very painful for a child who is not yet full moon. It is not like Kaido, who likes to use his body to withstand those attacks. This monster is too smart. Moonstep has its limits. They can't run into space with an oxygen bottle and step on their left foot with their right foot. At this time, the position of the 8-headed dragon has exceeded the combat limit of Moonstep. In previous battles, their opponents were all humans, so there was no need to worry about this problem. This completely inhuman opponent made them embarrassed. Although the 8-headed dragon temporarily disappeared from their sight, the nerves of the flying squirrel and Bogard were already tense, and their observation haki had been fully deployed. They didn't believe that Guy had escaped, and the monster that disappeared from their sight made them even more nervous. Here it comes. In the clouds, the 8-headed dragon showed its figure again. At this time, the head in the middle was surrounded by an octagonal energy ring. This was an upgraded version of the triple attack, the 8-fold attack. Attacks of different attributes were mixed together, and a bright halo burst out in the sky during the fusion. It was a pity that this was a halo symbolizing destruction. The coat of justice behind the flying squirrel had fallen off. Just now, Bogard joined forces with him and barely blocked the attack from the opponent. He also took the opportunity to stab the eight-headed dragon with a sword, but it was just a wound of that degree, and the eight-headed dragon would be able to completely heal itself in a short time. What's more troublesome is that the eight-headed dragon did not fight, but flew back to the sky again, relying on the ability to fly to fight guerrilla warfare with the two of them. Flying Squirrel and Bogard had no way to dodge. If they dodge, the ordinary navy below will suffer. Although Flying Squirrel exchanged the death of some navy for some of the eight-headed dragon's abilities, he had to bear this responsibility after he took action. He could give up some soldiers for intelligence, but he couldn't give up his position at this moment. I sent a letter for help to the headquarters before, and it should arrive soon. Then let's fight again. Bogard took off his torn shirt, revealing his slightly exquisite muscles, and also made a desperate attempt. Roar! Come on! Garp, you get serious. The children's playhouse should stop here. The eight-headed dragon didn't know what stage its strength was at, but Kaido knew that ordinary vice-admirals were no match for it. If you want to hold it back, at least 2 vice-admirals are needed. And if there is no targeted ability, it can't be kept at all. After all, he has fought the eight-headed dragon once, so he is very confident about the battle over there. As long as Garp does not interfere over there, the eight-headed dragon will be in an undefeated position. The fisherman will stroll around with the trophy, but he can't let the trophy be lost. This is a basic principle. Kaido originally just wanted to show off and act as a spectator, but Garp's appearance changed his mind. He thought he could fight to his heart's content again, but he didn't expect Garp to be so disrespectful and always concerned about the situation on the other side of the battlefield. At first, he thought Garp was testing him, but now it seems that Garp's mind is not here at all. His previous statement that he would send him to the city of Push was simply to distract him. Attention, so as to take the opportunity to support the other side. Kaido, what good does it do you to attack here for no reason? For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spewin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 719, Incomprehensible Madman. The black charcoal snake used the Yamata no Orokai fruit as a tool for death. In addition to experiencing several more ways of death, it has no practical value, but the eight-headed evil dragon is different. Its own defense is not outstanding. Unlike Bankara, it has a heavy tank-like shell, and it does not have the powerful fighting skills of the Flame King, but it has its own characteristics: incomparably powerful regeneration. After the transformation, the ability of the Yamata no Orokai has changed. If you cut off a head, it will grow a brand new head in a short time. The 7 secondary heads around it are not its fatal weaknesses. As long as the physical strength is still there, it can regenerate almost infinitely. If you want to kill it, you have to cut off its middle head 8 times in a row. Outsiders don't know this weakness. To outsiders, the ability of the eight-headed evil dragon is very close to immortality. Exhausting its physical strength and killing it 8 times in a row is the only way to kill it. It is not easy to discover this secret. Not to mention how difficult it is to kill it 8 times in a row. Wanting to exhaust its physical strength is something that only a very few people who are called monsters can do. How many abilities does this guy have? Lightning, flame, regeneration, and poison. At present, the eight-headed evil dragon has shown 4 abilities. It is a giant beast with the ability to fly. Thinking of the previous intelligence of the 100 beasts, the flying squirrel just feels a headache. In general, when an equipment begins to be equipped on a large scale and appears in front of the enemy without any cover, it means that the enemy's laboratory already has a stronger experimental subject. This is already the 3rd giant beast that appeared in the intelligence of the 100 beasts, and it is more deadly than the previous 2. Yan King and Bankara at least can't fly, so it is easy to monitor their whereabouts. The flying 8-headed evil dragon is undoubtedly the most threatening biological weapon at present. I don't know, but Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel, you can only bite the bullet now. Bogard threw his hat down. Although he had just cut off the opponent's head, the attack was also the result of a sneak attack after accumulating power. The next battle must be a hard fight. I don't know the type of this creature, but its thinking seems to be highly unified and very intelligent. Be careful. Flying Squirrel did not have the temper of a superior when communicating with Bogard. He knew very well that if Bogard wanted, he could have been promoted to Vice Admiral long ago. It's just that he has been following Garp all the time. Garp himself is a vice admiral, and if his deputy is also a vice admiral, it is not in accordance with the rules in the system. Due to Garp's refusal to take over as admiral, the ranks of his confidants are generally one level lower, but no one doubts their strength and status. Although the two did not cooperate too much, they also showed the tacit understanding of the navy, using the ability of the moon step to attack the 8-headed dragon from both sides. Although the single-headed dragon and the 2-headed Tyrannosaurus have no vision, the 3-headed dragon is different. In the world of Pokemon, the 3-headed dragon is no longer adapted to fighting in the dark because it has regained its vision. It will take the initiative to retreat when facing the Soundwave dragon at night. The dynamic vision of the 8-headed dragon keenly locked the figures of the flying squirrel and Bogard. After a few brief collisions, it gave up attacking and flapped its wings to fly into the sky. The moon step can keep humans in the air, but there is an essential difference from flying. The short-range burst speed of the moon step is even faster than flying, but in terms of height and endurance, the moon step cannot be compared with flying. Even if they can't die, their attacks are still very painful for a child who is not full moon. It is not like Kaido, who likes to use his body to withstand those attacks. This monster is too smart. The moon step has a limit. They can't run into space with an oxygen cylinder and step on their left foot and right foot. At this time, the position of the 8-headed dragon has exceeded the combat limit of the moon step. In previous battles, their opponents were all humans, so they didn't have to worry about this problem. This completely inhuman opponent put them in an awkward position. Although the 8-headed dragon temporarily disappeared from their sight, the nerves of the flying squirrel and Bogard were already tense, and their observation color was fully developed. They didn't believe that the guy had escaped, and the monster that disappeared from their sight made them even more nervous. Here it comes. In the clouds, the 8-headed dragon showed its figure again. At this time, an octagonal energy ring was surrounded by the head in the middle. This was an upgraded version of the triple attack, the 8-fold attack. Attacks of different attributes were mixed together, and a brilliant halo exploded in the sky during the fusion. It was a pity that this was a halo symbolizing destruction. The coat of justice behind the flying squirrel had fallen off. Just now, Bogard joined forces with him and barely blocked the attack from the opponent. He also took the opportunity to stab the 8-headed dragon with a sword, but it was just a wound of that degree, and the 8-headed dragon would be able to completely heal itself in a short time. What's more troublesome is that the 8-headed dragon didn't fight to the end, but flew back to the sky again, relying on its flying ability to fight guerrilla warfare with the two of them. Flying Squirrel and Bogard had no way to dodge. If they dodge, the ordinary navy below will suffer. Although Flying Squirrel exchanged some of the 8-headed dragon's abilities for the death of some of the navy, he has to bear this responsibility after he takes action. He can give up some soldiers for intelligence, but he can't give up his position at this moment. I sent a letter for help to the headquarters before, and it should arrive soon. Then let's fight again. He withdrew his broken upper clothes. Bogard showed his slightly exquisite muscles, and also made a desperate attempt. Roar! Come on! Garp, you get serious. The child's playhouse should stop here. The 8-headed dragon didn't know what stage its strength was at, but Kaido knew that ordinary vice admirals were not its opponents. If you want to hold it back, at least 2 vice admirals are needed. And if there is no targeted ability, it can't be kept at all. After all, he and the 8-headed dragon have fought once in person, so he is very confident about the battle over there. As long as Garp doesn't intervene over there, the 8-headed dragon will be in an undefeated position. The fisherman will stroll around with the trophy, but he can't let the trophy be lost. This is a basic principle. Kaido originally just wanted to show off and act as a spectator, but Garp's appearance changed his mind. He thought he could fight to his heart's content again, but he didn't expect Garp to be so disrespectful and always concerned about the situation on the other side of the battlefield. At first, he thought Garp was testing him, but now it seems that Garp's mind is not here at all. His previous words about sending him to Impel Down were simply to distract his attention so that he could take the opportunity to support the other side. Kaido, you attacking here for no reason, what good will it do you? To see the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 720, Calling the Wind and Rain, and Bringing Thunder to the World. Bare-handed fighting is not Kaido's strong point. Compared with bare hands, he can only burst out powerful combat power when using weapons. Just now, he didn't use weapons, and even used his face to receive the opponent's fist, just to experience the name of Iron Fist. Hero Garp, Iron Fist Garp, this name is completely earned by his own fists and domineering. The last time he had an intersection with Garp was almost in the Rocks period. At that time, Roger was not the biggest trouble on the sea. Rock's strength and crazy behavior almost affected the entire sea. With the joint efforts of Garp and Roger, Rocks was defeated. At that time, Kaido was not even qualified to intervene in that battle. Moreover, the Rocks pirates at that time had long been demoralized. The pirates who relied on Rock's personal force to forcibly integrate together had no intention of fighting together. Kaido also fled from the Valley of the Gods with Charlotte Linlin. At that time, he had no idea of challenging the whole world, but now, everything is different. Thunder Bagua. The sound of thunder and lightning is the best in the ears, and the power of thunder surrounds the 8 trigrams. If the mace can also be ranked among the famous swords, then the current 2nd generation 8 trigrams and 7th generation Aegean must be on the list. Fistbone Collapse Mountain. No matter what the enemy's means of attack is, Garp's method is mostly unchanged. A pair of iron fists are home to too many beliefs. This is the way of fighting that has continued since the day he became a soldier in the navy. His hands can even replace heavy artillery, and he can fire the shells directly with his bare hands. Collapsing mountains is not an exaggeration for him, but a real way of training. Whenever he encounters a strong opponent, Garp will use the mountains to hone his fists. When dealing with the cone head of green pepper, Garp punched through several mountains in succession. After the beast transformation, Kaido is almost 3 times the size of Garp. Generally speaking, a small opponent will use his more flexible characteristics when facing a huge enemy, but it doesn't make sense here. Whether it is Garp or Kaido, they both chose the most direct way of fighting hard-headed. The Iron Fist and the mace collided, and a more violent impact than just now was emitted from the collision point of the two. The aftermath of the battle had a significant impact on the soldiers in the base, but Garp had no way. He could restrict Kaido's actions, but he could not control the impact of the aftermath. To be precise, this restriction can only protect a part of the area. He is a naval hero, but he has not broken the limit of human beings. Facing Kaido who can fly freely, it is impossible for Garp to completely keep the current Kaido. Ugh, that's right, that's the meaning of fighting. Kaido smiled again, and both hands were already on the mace, but seeing his smile, Garp's face became even gloomier. When Kaido's next stick came, Garp changed his tactics. He did not continue to use his fists, but used his domineering to put armor on his body, and then grabbed Kaido's mace. With the force of Kaido's swing, Garp flew into the air, and then stepped on the air several times with the posture of the moon step, rushing towards Kaido like a sharp arrow. Fistbone Meteorite. Hot Breath. He is an animal type, but he is also a mythical beast. In addition to the animal type body, Kaido also has the powerful power to use elements. The burning energy gathered from his mouth and spit out towards the rushing Garp. He never said that he would not use these means in this battle. Looking at the incoming flames, Garp did not change his direction, and went straight to meet Garp with his fists, waving his arms across, and the heat released by Kaido was forcibly split in the middle. A pair of fists broke Kaido's heat, and Garp rushed out of the flames like a demon in purgatory, his fists covered with domineering, and even the flames released by Kaido's heat breath remained on the domineering. Boom! This punch hit Kaido's face firmly, and his huge body fell to the ground again. Vice Admiral Garp won. He knocked down Kaido. The soldiers watching from a distance cheered. It was a battle far beyond their level, and they could only judge the result by their eyes. But in the next moment, Garp did not pursue the victory, but retreated rapidly. Kaido's the mace almost brushed his feet and hit the ground. The ground was cracked by this blow, and the surrounding sea water poured into it, and the G1 branch had an extra moat. Bah, I was really careless. Your strength doesn't seem to have changed much. Spitting to the side, Kaido climbed up again. The damage to the ground was much greater than Kaido. Don't joke, you guys say that I'm not serious, but aren't you the same? Those 2 punches can't hit you at all. Oh? Your intelligence agency seems to have found out a lot of information. Don't underestimate the Navy, pirate. Although the punch hit Kaido, Garp didn't feel excited at all. The Navy's intelligence statistics were very clear. Kaido, no, it should be said that the beasts have a special shield skill, and Kaido and many cotters can use that thing. Although the strength depends on the strength, the ability of the suspected barrier fruit is definitely a nuisance, but from beginning to end, Kaido has never used the barrier to defend. He would rather use his face to receive his fist than use that special barrier. This makes Garp confused about what the madman Kaido is thinking. Don't think so much, I just don't want to use it. The first time was to test Garp's fist, and the second time was just Kaido's personal wish. That would be too boring. Today's time is limited. It's impossible to decide the winner with you. Even if the protagonist's halo is turned on, it will take half a day to end the battle with Kaido. In just a few hours, Kaido and Garp can't tell a result. It's boring to keep using that. I have a lot of things to try. Rain. Kaido suddenly shouted the word rain to the sky, and the eight-headed evil dragon in the distance seemed to understand something, turned around and flew into the clouds. The battle between Kaido and Garp had already dispersed the clouds in the sky, but at this moment, the clear sky was once again covered by dark clouds, lightning flashed in the clouds, and in a flash, heavy rain poured down. I've wanted to try this trick for a long time. That old woman Ling Ling used this trick a lot back then. Lightning was entangled with lightning on the top of the eight-headed priestess again. This time Kaido did not approach Garp, but swung his stick into the sky. Tenman Daijise Tenshin. White Pigeon. Chapter 721, Collapse of G1. Kaido's rain was a signal, that was him conveying his orders to the eight-headed dragon. It was not just a mount. In Kaido's eyes, it was a special companion who had the strength to fight alongside him. In terms of his own strength, the eight-headed dragon could not help him in a frontal battle. It was mainly used as a means of transportation, cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers, and weathering. Depending on the strength of Pokémon, the range of rain clouds created by praying for rain is also different. The eight-headed dragon rushed into the distant clouds to create larger rain clouds in a short time, and it can also inject the power of lightning into it to turn it into a thunderstorm cloud. This is not just natural lightning, but artificial lightning caused by the power of Pokémon. Kaido also has some of the power of Pokémon in his body. The activation of Dragon Dance and Guard skills depends on that power. This is a special power generated after the body undergoes subtle changes when learning skills in the space created by Arceus. With this power, Kaido can manipulate the lightning in this thundercloud to achieve some special effects. The eight-headed dragon didn't know what Kaido wanted to do, but just released some skills according to what he said before. The rest was deduced by Kaido himself in his mind. Tianmen Daijise Tianshen was originally a skill of Charlotte Linlin. She can manipulate the thundercloud Zeus and bombard the surroundings indiscriminately with lightning. The released lightning even has consciousness, can change direction, and track the target you want to avoid. Lightning is extremely fast, and it is a terrifying AoE that is almost impossible to avoid. As the eldest sister on the ship, Charlotte Linlin had a profound influence on Kaido. The devil fruit and the moves of the giants all came from her. Kaido also learned a lot from her. At this time, he planned to copy some of Charlotte Linlin's moves. In the blue dragon form, although he can also use lightning, the range is not as strong as Zeus. Now with the assistance of the eight-headed evil dragon, he can also participate in the battle with his own pet like Charlotte Linlin. In other words, the root idea of fighting with the eight-headed evil dragon is also based on Charlotte Linlin. The homies she created with her own soul is a very powerful helper. Give this move an evaluation. Navy Hero. Holding the 8 fast rings with both hands, Kaido swung it down with all his strength. This time it seemed to pull the sky down. The lightning formed a terrifying light curtain. Countless lightning gathered together and attacked downward with a mighty force. Asshole! The rain curtain hit Garp, and his clothes were already soaked by the heavy rain. The rising dark clouds had blocked the sunlight, but the G1 branch was still as dazzling as day, and the light emitted by lightning became the new sun. Garp was not unfamiliar with the move of Tenman Daijise Tenshin. At that time, Kaido had not grown up yet, and Charlotte Linlin was also a main member of the Rocks Pirates. The lightning she released was always a nuisance on the battlefield. Although Thunder Cloud Zeus was a homies created by her, its body was a cloud. Under the command of Charlotte Linlin, it could freely shuttle through the battlefield and carry out terrifying targeted explosions. The Tenman Daijise Tenshin used by Kaido at this time was different from the one released by Charlotte Linlin in his memory. The Tenman Daijise Tenshin was even more powerful than that. And unlike Charlotte Linlin, Kaido did not simply release the attack. As the lightning fell, Kaido had already arrived in front of Garp, bathing in the lightning, as if wearing a layer of lightning armor. The third world, inducing Naraku, thunder pressure raging waves. The thunder in the sky turned into dancing silver snakes. Under the guidance of Kaido's weapon, this natural disaster-like power was compressed together. Garp's movements remained unchanged, but his clothes exploded in an instant. Although he was old, every muscle was sharp and angular. At this time, under the baptism of domineering, Garp had become a black villain. No matter what means the enemy used, his moves would not change. If one punch was not enough, he would use 2 punches. As long as his own fists were strong enough, he could always break the enemy's defense. Fists and sticks collided, and the power of lightning and domineering was detonated. The compressed lightning exploded completely at this moment. After the roar, the battlefield seemed to fall into a new round of silence. In the G1 branch, a Navy soldier squatted in the corner, covering his ears with his hands. This solid wall was enough to resist the bombardment of artillery shells, but it did not give him any sense of security. For a long time, he didn't know what was going on outside. It was his colleague next to him who patted his shoulder, but he couldn't hear any sound. He could only see the mouth of his colleague in front of him opening and closing. "Speak. I can't hear." But he still couldn't hear any sound. Under the guidance of his companions, he found that his hands had been stained with blood, and the source of the blood was his ears. This situation is not an isolated case. Even though this place is far away from the battlefield, the collision just now has damaged the hearing and vision of many Navy soldiers. Kaido and Whitebeard didn't want to start a war in their own territory because they knew what the aftermath would lead to. After confirming that the outside had temporarily stopped, several soldiers continued to observe the situation. The solid wall of the G1 branch had collapsed at this time, and even a piece of the island's land had disappeared inexplicably. At this time, Kaido and Garp were surrounded by a bottomless pit, and bricks and stones fell from the edge from time to time, but people outside could not hear the sound of the bottom collision at all. Really powerful domineering, forcibly taking all the attacks. Kaido's attack was not only aimed at Garp, but the scattered lightning was enough to affect the nearby navy, but Garp forcibly suppressed Kaido's lightning before the lightning broke out, and resisted the attack with his own body and the land under his feet. This attack focused more on the range, and the single unit attack power was not that strong, but Garp forcibly took a full power attack and protected most of the Navy soldiers. "You lunatic, the lightning also works on you, right?" Such an attack could not make Garp lose his combat power. He even found that Kaido could not avoid the impact of the lightning just now. It can be said that the attack had a considerable side effect. "Hehe, it's just a mild effect, it will pass quickly. If you leave, the sea will probably be even more turbulent." Garp's body recovered quickly under the influence of the return of life, and his skin metabolized quickly, making the influence of lightning gradually disappear. Looking at the destroyed branches and land around him, Garp was determined to keep Kaido. This is the Navy branch, not a place where you can come and go as you please. Fistbone, Stars. White Pigeon. Chapter 722, Hunter and Prey, Polar Reversal. Garp knew what Kaido meant by the limited time. Kaido regarded the battle with him as a game and wanted to leave directly before the support of the headquarters arrived. But Garp didn't want to do so. Kaido's behavior was a little crazy, and it was impossible to guess what he was doing. As Kaido said, time was limited and they couldn't tell the winner in a short time. But Garp didn't want Kaido to leave. Such a terrible battle could not be ignored by the headquarters. Only after the support from the headquarters arrives can Kaido be quickly dealt with. Now, as long as Kaido cannot leave, there will be enough power to keep him. No matter what the policy of the world government is, Garp has made up his mind to send Kaido to Impel Down. "If you can keep me, just try it." Looking at the fist shadow swinging, Kaido picked up the stick and fought again. On the muddy land, 2 monster-like people went back and forth and fell into a crazy battle. The Navy soldiers in the base also began to pray for Garp to win. Facing the 2 people in the melee, the guns in their hands have completely lost their meaning. Now the only thing they can do is to support each other spiritually. In the sky, the battle of the 8-headed dragon is still going on. Thunder and lightning and heavy rain have little effect on it, but it is a weakening for the flying squirrel and bogard. In this weather, it is more difficult for them to limit the 8-headed dragon. "How should we deal with this thing?" The flying squirrel wiped the rain off his face. "Living things have life, and living things will be killed, but the strange dragon in front of him can't be killed no matter what. Whether it is the heart or the head, they have caused some damage, but the result is the same. It will recover in a short time." At this time, the 8-headed evil dragon still maintains the appearance of 8 heads, but they have a lot more wounds on their bodies. It should have its own limit, but we can't seem to find this limit in Bogard's cognition. No creature can recover and regenerate indefinitely. Even natural ability users will consume physical strength when releasing elemental attacks. When their physical strength is exhausted, they can't use their abilities as wantonly as before. The regeneration of the 8-headed evil dragon can't be obtained out of thin air. The energy obtained must have its upper limit. Bogard was not wrong. If they could exhaust the physical strength of the 8-headed evil dragon, then it would lose the ability to resist, and even if it had many lives, it would be killed bit by bit. It's just that exhausting its physical strength might be more difficult than killing it 8 times. It rarely uses the heads in the middle to fight. Therein the largest one in the middle may be its weakness. They only cut off 2 heads of the 8-headed evil dragon at the beginning, but those 2 heads and the heads used for fighting in the later period of the 8-headed evil dragon were heads on both sides. The 3 heads in the middle and the back rarely engaged in hand-to-hand combat. I'll attract it, you go and try. If this goes on, you and I will lose our physical strength first. We can't wait like this. This guy may have some troublesome abilities. The thunderstorm did not make them alert. This was not a particularly difficult thing. The scientific forces of the Navy could also successfully complete this kind of thing. What they were worried about was a more unknown force. The Flying Squirrel and Bogard quickly reached a consensus. The Flying Squirrel tried its best to attract the attention of the 8-headed dragon, while Bogard began to look for new opportunities. They were planning, and the 8-headed dragon was also thinking. These 2 people annoyed it. It couldn't get rid of them for a while. If it went down, it would be attacked. Although it could maintain a higher safety area, the damage caused was very limited. It was also very painful to be slashed by those little guys. It didn't want to be beaten all the time. Thinking about it, it seemed to have a new idea. The Flying Squirrel and Bogard made the biggest mistake. On this thunderstorm day, the 2 of them communicated by talking loudly. Although the 8-headed dragon could understand Kaido's orders, they didn't think too much. A dog can understand simple words after training, but Pokemon is different. They can understand human language almost completely, and its hearing is very sensitive, which means that the 2 people's plans were all heard by it. This kind of thing is not uncommon in the Pokemon world, and it happens even in the arena. Some Pokemon will make more effective judgments based on their own understanding and the enemy's attacks, such as a certain excellent Gillfish dragon. At this time, the 8-headed dragon set a trap for them. It did not act immediately, but carried out high-altitude guerrilla warfare as before. When falling, it deliberately changed its place and took 2 knives, and then made an angry gesture. No longer controlling the height, but frantically attacking the Flying Squirrel, the powerful combo made it difficult for the Flying Squirrel to resist, but Bogard also seized the opportunity and cut off a head on its backside. This time it controlled its body and did not regenerate immediately, and the remaining head showed a horrified expression. It works. The heads in the middle are weaknesses. Bogard, who retreated temporarily, showed a happy smile. It is a good thing to find weaknesses, so that they can rearrange their tactics. At the beginning, Bogard aimed at the main brain in the middle. The 8-headed dragon made an unavoidable gesture and used another head next to it to block the knife. I don't think it's right. Don't you think it's too smooth? The tactics worked so quickly that the Flying Squirrel had an unscientific feeling that the dragon should have many more ways to deal with it. Let's try it again. Maybe it really works. That's right. Although they doubted it, they didn't have any better way. Besides, how strong could a monster be no matter how smart it was? The 2 continued with the previous tactics, alternately attracting each other's attention. The heads originally formed a perfect defense line. Now that there was a gap, the defense of the 8-headed dragon was no longer perfect. Several times they almost attacked the main head. The 8-headed dragon became more and more irritable, and finally the Flying Squirrel found a huge flaw. Moonstep, shave. With the combination of Moonstep and shave, the Flying Squirrel drew his sword and chopped towards the head in the middle, but before the blade touched the 8-headed dragon, Bogard's voice came to his ears. Be careful. The head that could not regenerate suddenly regenerated at this moment. The new head stared at the Flying Squirrel fiercely, opened its mouth wide, and bit the Flying Squirrel with teeth flashing cold light and venom. It took so many knives just to lure these 2 slippery guys like loaches here, a position where it is impossible to avoid attack. It's tricked. The Flying Squirrel never dreamed that the 2 of them would be calculated by a beast. They were careful enough and tried for a long time before he seized this opportunity to launch a surprise attack. Unexpectedly, the other party's patience was better than his. White Pigeon. Chapter 723, Kyuzen's Rescue, Kaido's Conspiracy. Let go of Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel. Bogard also didn't expect that the monster in front of him had set a trap for them. He wanted to rescue the flying squirrel, but the 8-headed evil dragon didn't give him a chance to get close. Several heads released powerful electric currents to force Bogard back, and bit the flying squirrel's head and began to force it. As long as its mouth is completely closed, the flying squirrel can be directly divided into 3 parts. At this time, the flying squirrel is using iron blocks and domineering to resist the bite force of the 8-headed evil dragon, and waving weapons to try to fight back. His blade has pierced into the head, but the 8-headed evil dragon still has no intention of letting go. The head also released a terrifying purple gas, and the clothes began to corrode. A sense of despair appeared in the heart of the flying squirrel. It was at this time that the 8-headed evil dragon suddenly stopped its action because a new enemy appeared on its back. Allah, Allah, can you please let him go? With a height of nearly 3 meters and a blue lining, the justice coat is now fluttering in the air with the wind and rain. This weather it's really annoying. He still had an eye patch on his forehead, but the eye patch was soaked by the rain. Although it blocked some of the rain, the swollen eye patch made him uncomfortable. Admiral Kuzan. Kuzan, codenamed Aokiji, is now the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. After G1 sent out the request for help, the headquarters support finally arrived here. Kuzan didn't say anything, but a stream of ice began to spread from under his feet, gradually extending to the head that was biting the flying squirrel. With a roar, the head and the neck behind it all turned into an ice sculpture. In order to ensure the safety of the flying squirrel, Kuzan reduced the scope of freezing, extending only along this head upwards. With the breaking of the ice, the flying squirrel regained its freedom, but it seemed to be affected by the toxin and its body could not move well. Finally, with the help of Kuzan, he temporarily moved to a safe position, while the 8-headed dragon looked at Kuzan vigilantly, and rushed up to the clouds again with a flash of fire. The raging fire not only provided speed, but also melted the original ice layer on his body. This opponent was more terrifying than the 2 people combined. Like the stone thrown by Garp before, it made it feel a fatal threat. Bogard, take the flying squirrel to treat it. He seems to be poisoned. I will deal with this troublesome guy first, and then go to help Mr. Garp. Glancing at the battle situation, Garp and Kaido could not tell the winner for a while, and now this monster dragon was the biggest threat. Yes. Today's 3 admirals of the headquarters are the mainstays of the new generation of the Navy. Their monster-like strength has long been certified. The arrival of Kuzan is a shot in the arm for all the Navy. Unlike Light, Han Bing can fly freely, but his ability to stay in the air is much stronger than that of the flying squirrel. At the same time, Kaido, who was fighting with Garp, had already discovered Kuzan's arrival. Happy time is over, Garp, I look forward to seeing you next time. The 8-headed dragon is no match for Kuzan. When the reinforcements arrive, it is time for him to retreat. Although he has not had enough fun, it is almost over this time. I said, don't think about leaving here so easily. I also said that you can't keep me here. This is the Navy's territory, but because of this, I can have no scruples. There should be several thousand people here, right? The number of soldiers stationed in the Navy branch varies greatly depending on the size. When Smoker served as Vice Admiral, the number of soldiers in the Navy G5 branch was only 300. At that time, Akainu invested a large number of troops in the expedition, and there were not many people left for some branches. Now, the Navy forces in the New World have not completely withdrawn, and the G1 branch is the gateway to Marijoa, with a permanent force of 3,000. Kaido showed a grim smile, and then spit out a terrifying energy into the sky. If you want to stop me, come and try. If you are willing to sacrifice the lives of all the soldiers here, then come. As soon as the voice fell, Garp understood what Kaido had done. The clouds were cut apart, and meteorites fell towards the G1 branch. The attack of the Dragon Star group had already arrived. This was Kaido's conspiracy. Garp could try to choose to keep Kaido with Kuzan, but the success rate was not 100%. However, as long as they made this choice, the G1 branch would be destroyed by the Dragon Star group he sent out with all his strength. The previous Tianmen Daijise God destroyed a lot of bunkers. The destruction of the 8-headed dragon and the aftermath of the battle between Kaido and Garp made this place unable to withstand the destruction. As Kaido said this, he ignored Garp and turned into a blue dragon and rushed towards the direction of the 8-headed dragon. He had to take this little baby away. Looking at Kaido and the falling meteorites, Garp finally chose to stop the Dragon Star cluster. It was still the root problem. If Kaido wanted to leave, the success rate would be very high, and it was very likely that he would make great sacrifices but achieve nothing. In this situation, Garp could not look directly at the sacrifice of those soldiers. Finally, under the cover of Kaido, the eight-headed dragon successfully escaped from Kyuzen's hands. One man and one dragon left here in public, leaving only the broken G1 branch. Mr. Garp. In the G1 base, Kyuzen used his ability to freeze the three heads of the eight-headed dragon that were cut off in the battle, and even the surrounding ground was dug up, intending to send it to the scientific forces for research. Why are you here alone? Where is Sengoku? He won't be unaware of this opportunity. Borsellino is assisting in the research of the scientific forces, Sakazuki is on a mission outside, and Marshal Sengoku was ordered to assist in the defense of Marijoa. With a sigh, Kyuzen explained the details to Garp. The admirals of the Navy are not mascots, they have a lot of tasks to deal with. However, there is always an admiral left in the headquarters to deal with emergencies. When receiving the situation of the G1 branch, Sengoku himself also wanted to leave. Although he is a marshal, the headquarters of the Navy is relatively safe, and there will be no problems if there is no top combat force stationed for the time being. It is also a good thing to leave Kaido. He obeys the orders of the world government, but he also has his own ideas. However, before he leaves, the world government's emergency transfer order orders Sengoku to assist in the defense of Marijoa. Does that place need manpower? The higher UPS seem to be more worried about the safety of the celestial dragons, and it is not easy for Marshal Sengoku to disobey orders. Those bastards! Garp angrily punched the wall next to him, and he didn't know who he was cursing, and the price he paid was to destroy another relatively intact building. White Pigeon. Chapter 723, The Strongest in the Sea. The organization is in action. The main text of Arceus Pirate Journey, Chapter 724, The Strongest Organization in the Sea is in action. Several people surrounded Garp timidly, hoping that Garp would cooperate with their actions, but the result was not satisfactory. No matter what they said, Garp didn't want to pay attention to them. These people are not agents, but reporters belonging to the world government. Unlike Morgan's World Economic News Agency, these reporters are all the penholders of the world government. They are responsible for writing whatever the world government wants to see. As for the place of publication, in addition to some official internal newspapers, the World Economic News Agency is also one of the channels. In addition to letting his men write reports, Morgans will also accept contributions from outsiders. The attack on the G1 branch has already happened. The battle here can even be seen on the Red Earth continent. The ships passing by the nearby sea area can also be seen clearly by the soldiers on the scene. Now they need to rebuild the G1 branch, comfort the injured soldiers, and provide pensions to the fallen soldiers. What happened here can't be concealed at all. Since they can't hide it, they have to do a good job of covering up the follow-up. Kaido attacked the marine branch and left in public after causing certain casualties. Of course, the report could not be written in this tone. If Morgans were to write it, he would definitely do whatever he wanted to attract attention and would not care about the impact at all. There are no reporters in places like the G1 branch, so the Navy has the final say. The evil Kaido was planning a conspiracy. The brave Navy soldiers discovered his conspiracy and stopped him. The angry Kaido attacked the G1 branch for revenge. Under the heroic resistance of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp arrived at the critical moment. The headquarters Admiral Aokiji followed closely behind. He was about to capture Kaido, but Kaido was forced to threaten the lives of the soldiers and finally fled in a hurry. They have already compiled the outline of the story. There was nothing wrong with the process of the incident. They couldn't distort the reality that had already happened. They just changed the story. They didn't even see the enemy's appearance and died heroically after fighting bravely. Although they were both deaths, the meanings were completely different. Garp didn't object to this. For those soldiers who had already died, such a story would have more benefits. He just didn't agree with the behavior of those people. In order to better reflect the bravery of the Navy, they hoped that Garp could cooperate to take a few photos on the ruins to achieve better publicity. Although the G1 branch was seriously damaged, as long as the publicity was proper, it would have a good recruitment effect. In the end, these reporters didn't get what they wanted. Garp ignored them and returned to the intact part of the base on the pretext of treating the wound. A little skin injury is nothing at all. After he eats a few donuts, this injury will be almost healed. Kaido is more testing some new moves this time. The power of the single unit is not particularly strong. In just a few hours, they still have a lot of trump cards. But Garp knew very well that he had not gained much advantage, and the navy had just suffered huge losses for no reason this time. He could not accept standing on the ruins and letting these people take fake photos. They were not qualified to force Garp. Ability was one aspect. In the past, for their own face, they completely suppressed the fact that the navy and the pirates had joined forces to defeat Rox, and all the halo was concentrated on Garp alone. Although his strength was well deserved as a naval hero, this halo allowed Garp to be very willful, and even more unbridled towards the celestial dragons than others. After all, the people he rescued included the celestial dragons. The celestial dragons were not all brainless idiots. For people like Garp who were extremely powerful and had saved them, they would also give some privileges. Faced with such a Garp, they had no way to deal with it. Ordinary navy would still care about their opinions. After all, these navy pens could really affect a person's reputation. But Garp was different. Anyone who dared to smear him was slapping the navy in the face. At this time, a man suddenly came back with a camera. The people around him didn't notice how he appeared, but no one found it strange. This is a photo of him rescuing soldiers on the ruins. Add to that the photos of monitoring Den Den Mushi in the base before, and it's almost enough. He took out several photos, including Garp's fist smashing a large dragon star group, holding a cannonball to block the flying meteors, and him carrying a broken wall to drag the buried soldiers out. Kuzan and Kaido also entered his camera. In the reporter team, photographers are undoubtedly the most important, especially the navy photographers, who are elusive and omnipresent, whether it is the 7 warlords of the sea or the 4 emperors, whether it is the iceberg desert or the deep sea, as long as there is a big conflict, they must be there. Concealment, disguise, lurking, and getting clothes are their specialties. There are gossips that some young photographers will even be recruited by the CP department and become powerful intelligence agents after training. It's easy to take a sneak shot of Garp after the war. Therefore, what the Beast's pirates saw on a Nagashima was a glorified newspaper that praised Garp's bravery and minimized the impact of the attack on the branch. But the impact of this incident was far from simple. A new round of undercurrents was surging on the Red Earth continent. At this time, ordinary employees were still working as usual inside the Beast's fruit, but some careful people found that the leaders were missing, and only T-Zero was left to take charge. He was also tidying up his suit, and it seemed that he was about to go out. The earphones on his ears were connected to Rotom's body, and he was communicating with Stella. White Dove. Chapter 725, The Navy's Face is Worthless. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 725, The Navy's Face is Worthless. Not long ago, when the newspapers were circulated, Arceus quickly saw the information brought by Shayna. The writing style was obviously the official writing style of the Navy. It is certain that Kaido is fine, otherwise the newspapers would have publicized their victory. And the content in the photo is also very clear, the picture of Kaido riding and retreating is still very clear. In the past, Kaido has also caused trouble, but it was just a small fight, at most sinking a warship and making a big fuss in the branch. This time, most of the G1 branch was dismantled, and the impact was completely different. War is a money-burning sport. At this time, the 100 Beasts needs a huge amount of funds for future development. The 100 Beasts fruit is a huge tool for making money. Kaido's doing this may cause some bad effects. It was at this time that Shayna brought new news. Tell him to go without worry, nothing will happen. Tell him the place, and go there if he feels something is wrong, someone will pick him up. As for the content of the conversation, he can accept everything that he thinks is reasonable. This is the news that T-Zero received. He got a very special address. Before that, he had no idea what the meaning of it was. But he still chose to believe it unconditionally. He was not nervous at all. It was useless to find him about Kaido's affairs, and there was no news from the celestial dragons. Even if the world government could restrict those officials, it could not control those celestial dragons. Most celestial dragons would not care about such things, but would prioritize their own interests. Even if they had no news, theoretically this would not be a big deal. The address Arceus gave him was very ordinary, but there was a hole leading to a safe area below. This was the work of Rock Snake at the time. The people above did not know that an underground passage had been dug out on the Red Earth continent. They never thought about such things. Just like termites, it is difficult for people to find traces before causing actual damage. Soon, T-Zero was invited to the place of conversation. Seeing his old acquaintance in front of him, his expression became more natural. This is the other party's private office, which has a lot of gold ornaments. These are all given to him by Tesoro. Looking at the gold, Tesoro's smile became very sincere. As long as he wants, these golds affected by his ability can be turned into deadly weapons again. Tesoro's fingers tapped on the table, and the official also understood and smiled. Fighting and breaking things must be compensated. This way of handling is very light and there is no intention to go into it. He refers to Kaido. Everyone knows this. The world government did not take the opportunity to ask for some special technology. They have discussed it before, but the beasts have never agreed to a similar deal. Arceus's call before gave him a lot of self-confidence. Tesoro waited and agreed to this request, but there was no paper document. It is not uncommon for the world government to negotiate with pirates. The transaction of the Operation Fruit, Shanks who went in and out of the office of the Five Elders, as long as his status and position were sufficient, or he could bring enough value, the world government would be very friendly. But they could not leave any evidence or handles. No one could guarantee how long this verbal agreement would be effective. It was just to let everyone save face for the time being. In the end, this incident did not affect the beast fruit, but only reduced a part of this year's income. If the world government targeted the beast fruit on a large scale, it would have a greater impact on their income. This is what Tesoro thinks is the best result at present. The matter only involves the beast, not the beast fruit. The reason for this decision is all because of interests. It is precisely because of these things that Warring States is communicating with the Five Elders in confusion at this time. Even if the Navy itself wants to go to war with the Sea Emperor, it needs the consent of the world government. This highest level of military action needs the approval of the Five Elders. Although the newspaper perfunctorily passed the truth of the matter, the attack on the G1 branch was a slap in the face of the Navy. Originally, Jean Guo thought that at least there would be some actions, but he didn't expect that the world government had no arrangements, but only asked to keep the original plan unchanged and not to deliberately mobilize troops to start a war. This order has a lot of loopholes to exploit, but it is meaningless. If the forces are not mobilized, a single warship cannot defeat the opponent on the Navy's territory. There was only one Five Elders in front of Jean Guo, the one with a scar on his face and a lock of hair. Jean Guo, the world government is not interested in these. We have resolved this matter through negotiation. The funds allocated to your Navy this time are enough to rebuild 2 G1 branches, and the pensions of the personnel can also be doubled. The government does not want the balance at this moment to be broken, do you understand? Satan's eyes became unfriendly, and his tone became heavier, directly clarifying the final attitude. No celestial dragons were kidnapped. Although the casualties of ordinary soldiers were not small, there was no problem with senior generals. The flying squirrel itself was fine, but he underestimated the poison from the 8-headed evil dragon, so he was seriously injured and unconscious. Those ordinary soldiers were just a string of numbers in the eyes of the Five Elders. Subtracted, then added back again. They only handed over a part of it to the Navy, which shows that how much money does the beast fruit earn every year. Whether it is the world government or the celestial dragon family, they are reluctant to give up this piece of cake, so they will carry it out. White Dove Dove. Chapter 726, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. The Journey of Arceus the Pirate. Chapter 726, Impossible, Absolutely Impossible. This will damage the face of the Navy, but the world government does not care about this kind of thing. Anyway, no one will deliberately publicize it. Even if the insiders in the Navy are dissatisfied, they will not take it to heart. The Navy is a violent agency under the world government, but it is not the whole of the world government. It is just a group of ordinary soldiers. It is much better than some remote branches to pay all the pensions. The Emperor is far away from the mountains. In the Four Seas, an ordinary branch major can really dominate the political power of a land. Jean Guo has always obeyed the orders of the world government. Satan did not want to make it too ugly. After knocking, he gave subsidies in military expenses. It is a common method used by the world government and the Navy to place undercover agents in the inner circle of pirates. Whether it is some departments of the CP or the secret special forces of the Navy headquarters SWORD, they are all professional spy forces. Only the beasts is an exception. The undercover agents at the bottom are of little value. They cannot access the internal intelligence. If you want to enter the inner circle of the beasts, you must have strength. There are such people in the CP department, but the problem is that such people cannot be sent out. There is a traitor in the CP department, Phosfu, who is capable of sneaking into the core of the beasts as an undercover. Phosphoo knows all the people who are capable of sneaking into the core of the beasts as an undercover. Each CP department has its own division of labor. Although CP0 has the strongest overall strength, it is more responsible for protection, escort, arrest, and other tasks. Compared with them, CP9 people are better at secret undercover. As a former genius of CP9, Phosphoo is familiar with those who can perform this task. Sending these people to be undercover is not to gather intelligence, but purely to give Phosphoo credit. Therefore, the world government has no intention of continuing to place undercover agents, but handed this matter over to the Navy. The decision of the world government not to launch a large-scale operation has become a foregone conclusion, and Sengoku has no choice but to take this large amount of military funds back to the headquarters. The reconstruction of G1 and the pensions of the soldiers all cost money, so don't waste it. At the same time, a new bounty order for Kaido was also issued. Kaido, the Beast. Governor of the Beast Pirates. Bounty of 4.677 billion Baileys. The person who selected the photo for the bounty order did not restrain his occupational disease and replaced Kaido with a new photo, which was the scene of him summoning lightning when he tried to release the god of heaven. Although the appearance of attracting lightning with one hand depicts Kaido's horror, it also makes him have a new group of fans. Magic Dragon Hydra. Kaido's mount. Bounty of 300 million Baileys. Due to the 8 dragon heads and the characteristics of regeneration, the intelligence department of the Navy called the 8-headed evil dragon Hydra and gave it a special code name. The 8-headed dragon also became the only giant Pokémon with a bounty. Inmyoking and Bankura were born earlier, but in the eyes of the Navy, they were just special large weapons, so there was no need to offer a separate bounty, and they had not caused much impact. At least it did not cause any damage to the Navy, but the 8-headed dragon was different. Not only did it cause huge casualties to the Navy on the day it appeared, but it also appeared as Kaido's mount. The ability to fly freely also means a greater threat, so it was specially rewarded. At the same time, there was another unfortunate victim. Plague Quinn. Bounty 2 billion Baileys. On Live. There is usually a brief biography of the person below the bounty order, which will briefly summarize what the person has done and how vicious he is. Some special objects will also state their abilities and backgrounds. At this time, the small essay on Quinn's bounty order has also been refurbished. Looking at the resume on it, Quinn himself didn't know that he was so outstanding. Listening to the flattery of his subordinates, Quinn was not happy at all, but just felt irritated. What's so good about the increase in bounty? It's meaningless except for increasing the danger. He has been working overtime during this period and has completed the identity card system of Wano country. Now he is a street gangster, but he has something to prove his identity. Now it seems that his overtime is very meaningful. After driving away the group of brothers, Quinn flipped through the newspaper, trying to figure out what was going on. After deducting the propaganda of the Navy, he also understood where this pot came from. Quinn began to think about how to save himself. Either restrict Kaido and let him go out less to do such big things, but this is not feasible. Kaido will not listen to his opinion. Or let Arceus come to the front. This is the most fundamental method, which means that his career as the King of Pots can be declared over. But the result is still no different. If Arceus really has this idea, he will not be needed. Well, let's think of a way to seduce Shayna and Misu. These fanatics should be able to do something. Quinn looked at the clear sky, but felt that the future was bleak. While his eyes were dull, some people's eyes were shining. Punk Hazard, Caesar Kulang was very angry when he looked at the experimental data and analysis reports in his hand. His eyes were almost burning. The 3 heads of the 8-headed dragon were sent here after being frozen for new research. Through the analysis of the blood contained in it, Caesar discovered something incredible. This blood contains a very special power. The body of the organism contains bloodline factors, and these bloodline factors are evil. The carrier of the power of the devil fruit is the component they found in the blood of the ability user. Both Caesar and Vegapunk have certain research results on this. However, the components of the devil fruit power in these frozen bloods seriously exceed the standard. Rather than saying that some animals have eaten the devil fruit, this phenomenon is more like the devil fruit itself coming alive. White Pigeon. Chapter 727, Kaido laid the foundation for the development of the Navy Air Combat Team. Arceus Pirate Journey Chapter 727, Kaido laid the foundation for the development of the Navy Air Combat Team. In the MADS research team, in addition to Vegapunk, Caesar Kulang is the person who is most interested in devil fruits. He has been committed to studying devil fruits, but until now, he has not been able to replicate a complete devil fruit. Until the experimental results were all failures, the word devil fruit revivification appeared in his mind. This is something he had imagined, but it was just a thought. This experiment had no clue and could not be carried out at all. Quinn was studying viruses at the time. Although he also studied the technology of bloodline factors, Caesar was confident that no one could match him in the research of devil fruits except Vegapunk, let alone Quinn. Quinn must have the technology to join Mads, but this is not Quinn's specialty. If he made a virus that he couldn't understand, Caesar could still understand it, but this devil fruit. Seeing the person in front of him insisting on his own opinion, Caesar's body became distorted and the whole person was about to be gasified. The people in Mads are all good at fighting. Although they are not the top ones, they can deal with most enemies. Vegapunk's mechanical clone, Judge's equipment, Quinn's animal body, and Caesar Kulang's powerful natural fruit. Natural gas fruit. As a scientist, Caesar Kulang's frontal combat power is not very good, but he has a good grasp of how to use the gas fruit. At least much stronger than Smoker, who is also a natural type. In his hands, the smoke fruit not only bullies the small fish in the first half, but also expands the area of attack. He was arrogant and conceited. Listening to those people, he even wanted to suck away the air around them to make them feel suffocated, but when the experimenter next to him looked at him, he calmed down again. The two people who Caesar cursed from the bottom of his heart and gently, although they had bad personalities, in front of his subordinates, Caesar always maintained a warm personality, deceiving the trust of these assistants so that he could do something special in the future. On the other side, Vegapunk was relatively calmer. Although he didn't believe that Quinn could have such a big breakthrough, he was learning new experience in this research. There are many things that the world government asked him to make, and a large part of them came from the beasts. Vegapunk always thought that those were the technologies of the devil fruit. After analyzing and summarizing the data, the people or special creatures of the beasts mostly used lightning, fire, rocks, plants, special barriers, laser cannons and other abilities. In Vegapunk's cognition, these should all be the power of bloodline factors. Otherwise, unless it is a miracle, such power cannot appear on a large scale. The flames and lightning may come from Kaido, and the rocks are the mythical beasts they have newly found, that is, the fruit of Jin. Most of the ones that emit destructive death rays have some mechanical structures, and even the shell of Bankura is not like a normal creature, so this can be understood as the power of pure technology. As for the special barrier, according to the needs of K-Punk, the Navy and the world government provided a lot of information, which is very similar to the barrier fruit. Vegapunk thinks that someone extracted the bloodline factor from the first few abilities and then distributed it to others, thus realizing this power. Although it is difficult, it is not impossible, because he has also achieved certain achievements in this regard. Looking at the new results of the analysis at this time, he has a new idea about a previous experiment. How to make dead things eat devil fruits is one of his topics. Now, from another perspective, dead things cannot eat, so can we make the animal-type fruit with its own will come alive and eat this weapon? The blood analysis of the eight-headed dragon made him determine the possibility of this matter, and he had already sorted out a complete experimental procedure in his mind. Beside Vegapunk's body, Borsellino was boredly grinding his nails with nail clippers. Unlike those agents of the world government, Borsellino and Vegapunk got along well, and even got along well. In Vegapunk's view, Borsellino was a Navy soldier who could communicate, completely different from some extreme people of the world government. Although he was a little older, like Kyuzan, he was codenamed Kizaru and became one of the 3 admirals of the same period. Such people also affected Vegapunk's attitude. Since the main part of the world is the sea, only the Navy has been developed. Even now, they have no idea of developing the Air Force because there are too few enemies who can fly. But they are not completely helpless. If they have a mount that can fly and breathe fire, it will not be so difficult for the flying squirrel to fight against the 8-headed dragon. And according to Vegapunk's experimental records, he has created creatures similar to flying dragons. It would be best if they can catch up with the 8-headed dragon. Even if they can't, they need a mount that can carry people at high speed and preferably breathe fire. This is what Zhangguo wants. He hopes that every branch and warship that goes out will have such a special creature. It can be said that Kaido has changed the structure of the Navy for nearly 100 years with his own strength, and let the Navy add a new type of soldiers for him alone, which was something that Golden Lion could not achieve at the beginning. Because Golden Lion's use of the fruit is rather peculiar, the Navy did not pay too much attention to it, nor did it carry out special targeting. This is a historic scene for the Navy, and Kaido has become the reform of the Navy. After all, it is because of him that the Navy urgently needs to make changes. White Dove Pigeon. Chapter 728, Vegapunk's Little Thoughts, God's Blood. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 728, Vegapunk's Little Thoughts, God's Blood. Punk Hazard. Although Caesar did not believe that it was Quinn's research result from beginning to end, he still analyzed the blood remaining in the dragon head, hoping to find something special from it. As the research gradually deepened, Caesar became more irritable. The bloodline factors contained in these bloods are not much different from the regular bloodline factors, but there is a strong power belonging to the devil fruit in them. According to his many failed experiences in making devil fruits, this concentration is impossible to succeed, but there is a magical unknown component in it. This is the whole unknown component that reconciles the impossible part, making the impossible possible. He worked sleeplessly for several days and finally separated the component, but today, it disappeared. If according to the intelligence department, this thing is Quinn's technology, then he has not only achieved a technological breakthrough, but also achieved a technological blockade and created a set. On the other hand, Vegapunk has made a completely different progress. The brain fruit has greatly enhanced Vegapunk's brain capacity. Coupled with his own scientific research ability, he is still the strongest scientist in the Navy. Even though he knows a lot of things, the world government is reluctant to give up this talent at this time, so he has a lot of experimental materials that Caesar does not have. A few days ago, he noticed that the mysterious substance had been dissipating, and tried to preserve it in a special way. In a sense, he succeeded. After combining with a special sample, the mysterious power was preserved. And that material is nothing else, it is a special item derived from the blood of the Lunarians. However, Vegapunk did not mention this achievement. Instead, like Caesar, he said that the thing had disappeared, and that mysterious power was also called God's blood by Vegapunk. This ingredient was beyond his understanding. All the materials he had studied throughout his life and the things he had analyzed could not explain the existence of that ingredient. He was not serving the Navy and the world government wholeheartedly, so of course he would not reveal all the special things. For example, the replica of the blue dragon fruit, the world government and the Navy only knew that it was a failure, but they did not know that this failure was just a different color. In Borsellino's temporary office, he was patiently brewing tea. There were a few pieces of white paper on the table. It seemed that he was practicing calligraphy. Compared with Kuzan and Sakazuki running around the sea and busy dealing with various problems, his life was incomparably leisurely. And no one could say anything about him. His current mission was to protect the safety of Vegapunk and Punk Hazard, and to cooperate with some of Vegapunk's research. But he didn't understand technology, and could only provide some experimental samples. Few people would attack the Navy base, and normal people would not do that. Except for Kaido, who was crazy from time to time, this had never happened. So Borsellino could be said to be slacking off reasonably at this time. At this time, a man wearing a red belly band with a Megatama pattern pushed open the door and walked in. He was Gendarmeru, Vegapunk's personal bodyguard. His clothes were more like the style of Wano country, and he claimed to be the most tight-lipped man in the world. Borsellino pointed at the den mushi on the table with an innocent look on his face. Looking at the small black den mushi in Borsellino's hand, Gendarmeru was speechless. Since he met this person codenamed Kizaru, although it was not difficult to get along with him, he was like suffering from Alzheimer's disease. As long as it involved den mushi, he would unconsciously pick up the eavesdropping den mushi. He often suspected that Kizaru did this to delay his slacking off time. Vegapunk didn't let me tell you. He said he wanted to give you a little surprise. The creature the Navy needs has already taken shape. He asked me to take you there to see it and report it to the Navy. Although he is a scientist, Vegapunk is not old-fashioned. He is even a little naughty. It's just that he chose the wrong person to pass the message to. Gendarmeru told everything without knowing it, and he didn't find anything. Vegapunk chose this person as a bodyguard, probably just to leak secrets reasonably. In an underground laboratory in Punk Hazard, a huge flying dragon is being soaked in a strange liquid. This thing is not particularly complicated for Vegapunk. He was originally a successful example, but he was not that big and had no special abilities. He could only be said to be a flying creature. Now that we have the liquid of the eight-headed dragon for analysis, combined with the previous results, we have obtained this brand new creature in front of us. It has inherited certain abilities, but it is a degraded version of the 8-headed dragon. It only has a strong self-healing ability, but does not have the other elemental abilities of the 8-headed dragon. Because strictly speaking, Vegapunk only analyzed the bloodline factor from Yamata no Orokai, and the power of Pokemon was a component that he could not analyze. Vegapunk did not have the ability to replicate the 8-headed dragon, but the high concentration of devil fruit ingredients helped him a lot, allowing this dragon to have some of the power of the Yamata no Orokai fruit. Yes, but it requires it will take a long time, and it will die completely after 2 or 3 times. As for other abilities, the sample quantity is insufficient, so no other analysis can be done. By the way, the cost of making such a dragon can build 3 warships. You can figure out the weapons yourself. This size can carry the experimental type of the laser cannon, but that will cost 1 more warship. That is the simplified weapon of Unit 01 based on the analysis of Kizaru's bloodline factor, and it has not been reduced at this time. Vegapunk left here, and Borsellino reported the matter to Sengoku. The world government has delegated power, and Sengoku has to decide on this matter. After hearing the expensive cost, although he felt painful, he still made the decision to produce it. Not to mention the full development of the Air Force, they had to at least have some countermeasures against that kind of monster. White Pigeon. Chapter 729, God's Struggle in Wano. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 729, God's Struggle in Wano. The Navy's warships are not pirate ships. The warships here refer to the main battleships of the headquarters. Such warships can deal with the small pirates in the world with only the main guns on the bow. As the standard equipment of the Navy, it has experienced the test of time and battlefields. The cost is not cheap. The biological weapon is 3 times the price of the warship, and the additional weapon ability is added. This cost is not cost-effective, but there is no way. Kaido's thinking is hard to guess. Although he may not make trouble every day, they can't stand a few more flying monsters. At least they have to have some countermeasures. According to the feedback from the Flying Squirrel and Bogard on the battlefield situation, the most troublesome ability of the monster dragon is that it can fly freely. If they can also fly, it is not difficult to hold the opponent. Originally, the Navy adhered to the past fighting methods. Even the Golden Lion with the floating fruit only used giant islands to smash people, and never used the air advantage in this way. Past intelligence showed that there was also a strange bird transport team and a strange bird reconnaissance team inside the beast. With the appearance of the 8-headed evil dragon, they must make a new change. The flying dragon joined the Navy's combat training, but it was still difficult to put it into actual combat. Vegapunk is not Arceus. The flying dragons he made are not like Pokemon, which can recognize their masters immediately. There is a mechanism like the Seraph, but that will double the cost and manufacturing time. The most important thing is that it is a waste of time and trouble, so Vegapunk ignored that point and handed the trouble to the Navy to deal with it. The Navy wants them to join the battle sequence. The first thing to do is to tame the dragons and make them obey orders. This is not a simple thing. They do not have the wisdom of Pokemon. They are just artificial beasts. What the Navy wants to develop has nothing to do with the beasts. At least, simply looking at the Air Force, they are already ahead of the Navy by an era. In Wano country, a special struggle is going on. It is not a struggle between the beasts and other forces, but a struggle between the native residents of Wano country and several professions. Today, Wano country is popular with the Pokemon grass god culture. Everyone hopes that their profession can also have a grass god to protect them. Although they originally had things to worship, those invisible and intangible gods have fallen out of favor at this time. They like the real Pokemon more. Some Pokemon have clear abilities, such as the Giant Forger. They are obviously good at the foundry industry because they carry a sledgehammer to cast things. Their classification is very clear. Whether it is a craftsman casting a knife or a worker building a house, they will choose to worship the Giant Forger. However, there are more weapon forgers such as knife makers, and Giant Forgers only participate in the construction of houses in very rare cases. Herders, fruit farmers, doctors, they have all found representative Pokemon in their industries, but the appearance of Hau'oli has caused differences in some professions. Hau'oli is very strong. Unlike those cute Pokemon, it is full of muscles all over its body. It is a Pokemon with both strong body and endurance. And such a figure also needs exercise to maintain. Hau'oli will not be idle, always looking for opportunities to exercise himself, and always working hard. In order to exercise, Haoli will constantly look for some physical work to do, such as helping people carry heavy luggage, which makes the moving company in the Pokemon world very happy. 2 Haoli are enough to complete the heavy task that can only be carried out by more than a dozen people. The same is true at construction sites. Workers like these powerful Pokemon very much. They ignore the terrain and can reach any place as long as people can pass. The renovation of Wano country has never stopped. In recent years, the domestic economy has begun to develop, and many people have rebuilt their houses. With more money, they will naturally not build cheap thatched houses anymore, which makes the construction team's schedule full. And Haoli naturally set his eyes on these construction teams, took the initiative to join them, and became a good partner of the construction workers. And Haoli's rest is also different from that of normal Pokemon and humans. Their rest is to change to a new way of exercise. Wild Haoli will exercise in the mountains, while Wano country Haoli will sweat in the gym. It was during the rest that they discovered the martial arts hall and sumo hall in Wano country. Sumo is a very famous sport here. Excellent sumo wrestlers have always been very popular among the people of Wano country. As for the martial arts hall, it is a fighting skill similar to karate, but in this domineering world, it is more of a means of strengthening the body. Looking at these sports, Haoli, who became interested, also invested in them, and then aroused the obsession of those people. Haoli's fighting ability is very strong, and he also has excellent learning ability. In sumo and karate fighting, these powerful they had a lot of fun, and even the martial arts teachers and sumo wrestlers were shocked by Guri's talent. He could fight them back and forth in just a few days. These people didn't know that Guri's body was very strong and had unfathomable power. They had been wearing a power-limiting belt to control their power. If they took off the belt, they couldn't fight Guri at all. To be precise, in this case, there were not many wrestlers who could wrestle Guri. So, sumo wrestlers, karate members, construction workers, all of them began to regard Guri as the grassroots god of their industry, and the dispute began from this moment. The sumo wrestlers thought that the construction workers already had the giant forger, and now they had to compete with them for Guri, which was too greedy. After all, Guri's energy was limited, and he couldn't do sumo when he was working for them. Even if there were a lot of Guri, the number of Guri in the middle was far more than Guri. But the construction workers felt that these people were just looking for trouble. No one stipulated that there could only be one god in an industry, and the giant forgers were obviously more inclined to weapon casting. The Haoli who participated in the construction activities were their true good partners and worthy of reliance. At first, they just quarreled verbally, but someone brought up the topic again after drinking too much in the izakaya, and after a physical conflict, the conflict was intensified. According to their professions, they were divided into different groups, and a large-scale fight was launched on the grounds of robbery. Although the sumo wrestlers were big, they were not many in number. On the contrary, the construction workers were numerous, and they also trained their strength on the construction site. At the beginning, they were in an advantageous position. Later, some people from the martial arts hall joined the sumo wrestlers' camp, causing the dispute to fall into a stalemate. This matter was not difficult to handle, but some Haoli also divided into 2 camps, which made the people in charge of domestic security in Beishao embarrassed. White Pigeon. Chapter 731, Holy Mountain and Pilgrimage Road. The strange power evolved under the magnetic field. There are also individual differences in the group of Haoli. It is not surprising that a Haoli who does not like fighting is born in a warlike group. However, compared to this rare situation, it is easier to find an individual who is best at fighting and immersed in fighting from this group. The location is still the top of Fujiyama. Compared with more than 10 years ago, there have been more changes here. The overall look is similar to a temple. In addition to the stone pillars left in the trial space where the black and white dragons were created before, there are also many stone statues here. On the way here, you can also see some people climbing Fujiyama. In the past, no one would do such a thing in Wano country. Even if you climb to the top of Fujiyama, it has no meaning. But now it is different. This behavior has become a pilgrimage behavior of Arceus. If you trace the roots, it is the spread and development of the doctrine of Misu. They are using their own efforts to express their respect for God. Magikarp will cross the upside-down mountain, cross the sea, and cross several dangerous seas to get here. Even with the leadership of Gyarados, the journey is full of hardships for them. Although the road of these ordinary people is not as dangerous as the sea road of Magikarp, climbing Fujiyama is also a very difficult journey for them. It's just that everyone who climbed to the top of Fujiyama claimed that they saw indescribable beauty after returning, their souls were cleansed as if by experience, and their old physical illnesses would be cured. This is because the environment at the top of Fujiyama has changed due to Arceus's transformation. This can be regarded as a supernatural environment, a low-profile version of a small kingdom of God, and ordinary people will indeed have certain benefits here. Fujiyama also has some special meaning for Wano country, but this meaning is no longer remembered by many people. At this time, it has become a holy mountain in the records of the Arceus cult. Even the aboriginals of Wano country have mostly forgotten the past. This is Takamagahara where the gods really settled. Compared with the previous legends, they believe more in what they see. The pirates of Onigashima are more pragmatic. Most of them want to establish new achievements on the sea. Most of those who climb this mountain are ordinary believers who do not participate in armed disputes. For them, the luckiest thing is to see the figure of Arceus in the clouds during the climb. They believe that this will bring more luck. This is also a special environment for Pokemon. Arceus used the lightning slab as the source to change the magnetic field in some areas on the top of Fujiyama. The specific magnetic field can affect some Pokemon and allow them to complete their evolution. For them, this is the communication place in the game. There are no restrictions on evolution. This place has always been open to all Pokemon. Pokemon that need special magnetic fields can come here to complete their evolution, but some Pokemon don't like to evolve. Although evolution will bring stronger power and the overall strength will inevitably increase, it will also bring some bad aspects. For example, Squirtle will lose its flexible posture after evolution, and Geodude will not be able to float in the low altitude after evolution. Some Pokemon are extremely resistant to evolution because they are used to their initial form. Of course, this Howlee is very eager to evolve because he is warlike. He is proud to be the first member of the group to evolve. Due to the height, there was still a lot of snow on the top of Fuji Mountain. After leaving footprints on the snow, the Howlee gradually walked into the center of a huge stone circle, where its body was gradually wrapped in white light. Soon, a Pokemon with 4 arms and similar to humans appeared here. This type of Pokemon can be said to be classified based on super strength. Compared with Goli, the red marks on its arms disappeared, and a pair of arms were added to its back. The 3 tile-like protrusions on its head were retained, and the face was shortened, retaining Goli's appearance while being closer to humans, and a pair of thick sausage mouths were added. What remained unchanged was their golden belts, which were also very important for the power limiter. Since the evolution of the wrist force, this belt has become an important part of them. In order to live a normal life and exercise better in the future, their own energy eventually generated this belt, and the lower body also retained the pattern of black underwear. By the way, whether it is a male or female power, there is no difference in their upper body, only the power can distinguish the gender of the other party from the black pattern. Just like you don't know what's under the skirt of Gardevoir, ordinary people will never know what the power in front of them is. Strange. The 4 arms were put together, and the power made a slightly strange movement. The muscles of the power are very developed, and the power is stronger than Goli, but its fingers are clumsy. Although their skeletal structure and muscles are similar to those of humans, and they also have 5 fingers, their hands are not very flexible and cannot do delicate work at all. Heavy physical work is easy for them, but if they do delicate work, their arms will get tangled together. This is because in the process of evolution, their bodies are highly developed, forming very strong muscle reactions. Their bodies will act one step ahead of their brains. Usually, while the brain is thinking, their bodies will automatically react. So don't joke with the strange force. Once it is judged as a battle signal by them, you may not have time to stop yourself. You get familiar with your new body here, and then exercise your new strength. In a few days, there will be a very strong opponent who can meet your combat needs. This strange force is an individual specially selected by Arceus, and is qualified to undergo supergiantization. Although even if the strange force undergoes supergiantization, it is not Kaido's opponent. But according to the Kenyan relativity, the opponent's deceleration is equal to our acceleration. When the strength of the strange force reaches its limit and cannot be basically enhanced, we can choose to weaken Kaido. Rounding off, as long as Kaido is weakened to a level similar to that of the Gigantamax, it is equivalent to strengthening the monster to the point where it can be Kaido's opponent. Anyway, it is very difficult for Kaido to increase his strength now, and ordinary training is meaningless. For a game, he will not mind being weakened. At the same time, this can also train the body of the monster and let them learn more skills. The monster has an extremely strong fighting talent. It is said that an experienced monster can master all the fighting skills he has seen. Let them fight Kaido more, maybe one day they can fight 4 consecutive thunder trigrams with bare hands. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey, please enter m.spuin.com in the browser to view. Chapter 732, Awakening Slap. Now, in addition to the statues and snow on the top of Fujiyama, there are also several frozen lakes. Looking at the thick ice layer, the monster used 4 hands to quickly punch a big hole in the ice layer, and then began a violent winter swim. It means using arms to break the ice while swimming to open up a path for oneself. This is also one of the daily exercises of the monsters. They are not water-type or aquatic Pokemon, but they are very good at swimming. Its 4 arms that have been trained to the extreme can be of great use when swimming, and its swimming speed is not even inferior to that of Pokemon living in the sea. The monster is familiar with the new body. A few days later, Kaido, who made a big move in the G1 branch, also returned to Wano country, but he did not come back riding the 8-headed evil dragon, but turned into a blue dragon and dragged back a small piece of Sky Island with his own flame cloud. The foundation of Onigashima is limited, so the renovation of Onigashima has been basically carried out in a heightened way over the years. Now there is a new floor on Onigashima, which Kaido prepared for the 8-headed evil dragon. He likes this new mount very much. Whether it is appearance or personality, as well as the strength it has shown now, it is in line with Kaido's requirements. With the island cloud technology and Rotom electronic equipment on the Sky Island, this Sky Island quickly became a new territory above Wano country. Kaido also got a large bucket and wiped the back of the 8-headed dragon himself, while it was lying comfortably on the island cloud. Although the nature of the island cloud on the Sky Island is the same as that of the land, compared with ordinary soil, the island cloud will not dirty the body and is more comfortable overall. The 8-headed dragon enjoys this feeling. Just like some generals will bathe and wipe their war horses themselves to maintain their feelings, Kaido is also doing similar things, but it is unrealistic to expect him to be too serious. Not long after, a group of younger brothers who received orders came here with a bunch of wine jars. Governor Kaido, we brought you the wine you wanted. On the back of the large Tanabata bluebird, a group of pirates came down with a lot of wine and water, and then left here at a faster speed. Kaido, who started drinking, was a big threat to them. And for some reason, they felt that this large Pokemon was very unfriendly this time and kept staring at them viciously. Under the double threat, they chose to run first, but they didn't know that the 8-headed evil dragon was not staring at them, but the Tanabata bluebird. It felt an indescribable feeling from the other party. Before it could continue to think about this problem, Kaido had already brought the wine jar in front of it. Come on, it's time to have a big drink after the battle. You should be able to drink. With a wave of his hand, Kaido directly hit the 8-headed evil dragon. There were a bunch of wine jars in front of the dragon, and each head had one. Those who knew it was Kaido, but those who didn't might have mistaken him for Susanoo. Under Kaido's instigation, the 8-headed dragon was quickly attracted by the aroma of wine and began to walk towards the abyss. However, although it has excellent poison resistance and strong self-healing ability, it seems to lack resistance to alcohol. Several heads fell to the ground drunk one after another, showing what it means to fall down with a jar. When Arceus arrived, he saw the 8-headed dragon who was drunk and Kaido. It seemed that he was infected by the 8-headed dragon. He got drunk faster this time than before, and was lying on the island cloud and laughing wantonly. After drinking, his mood will become very changeable when he is relaxed. This time it is probably a new situation, so he didn't cry for no reason. Hehe, get up and keep drinking. You can't do this. How can my mount have such a low alcohol tolerance? But no matter what he did, the 8-headed dragon was sleeping soundly, and even Kaido's big hand slapped it without any reaction. Tisk, boring, hehe, why are you here? Have you finally decided to have a big drink? But you have to wait, I'll go check Yamato's results first. Hiccup. Looking at Arceus who appeared, Kaido seemed to see a new drinking buddy, holding a wine jar, and walked over drunkenly, and talked about his plan. It can be seen that Yamato's move was correct. She successfully protected herself by slipping away in advance, although it was only temporary. But before Kaido did anything, he understood what the power of the Fighting Stone tablet was. You guys have recovered your not-so-wonderful power. Do you know how difficult it is for me to get drunk? Feeling the sobriety in his mind, Kaido frowned. He had been awakened in battles many times before, but this was the first time he woke up so thoroughly. You get drunk every day, what's so difficult about that? But it's because of you that I discovered the significance of this move. Just now, Arceus's condensed energy hand slapped Kaido directly. The damage was not great, but it completely wiped out his drunkenness. This move is called the wake-up slap, a fighting type, which can cause greater damage to sleeping targets and make them sober. But Arceus discovered at this time that the focus of the wake-up slap is not on the target state, but on awakening. Although the drunken state is not within the damage bonus range, it can be forced to drive away the drunkenness and return to sobriety. Forget it, where is Yamato? She predicted the time you would come back and slipped away in advance. Hehe, this girl is smart for once, but she is still too naive. For Kaido, Yamato can run away, but he can't run away from the temple. Unless he achieves a reversal in combat power, Kaido can do it again when he gets drunk. You made too much noise before, and Tesoro has some troubles. This will affect future plans. No, I know the Navy better than you do. They won't fall out over this kind of thing. A big battle is good, but before the main course, there must be some dessert. Anyway, you should be quiet for a while. I just found a new opponent for you. With these things, you should be able to have a good fight. As he spoke, several gold belts were thrown to Kaido. They were specially strengthened power-limiting belts, but for Kaido, one might not be enough, so Arceus directly prepared 3. In addition to the waist, he also wore limiters on both arms. What does it feel like? The feeling of having your power suppressed. Why didn't you take this thing out earlier? With this, I don't have to be restrained when training with Yamato. This is the power I just found. It just so happens that you can meet your new opponent. As Arceus finished speaking, the strange power that came with him was also enveloped by the extremely powerful power he gave, and turned into a 4-armed giant. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 733, The Shock of the Giants, The Coincidence of Doflamingo. Chapter 733 of the main text of Arceus's pirate journey, The Shock of the Giants, The Coincidence of Doflamingo's appearance. Under the cover of the red power, the strange power's body began to expand, and it expanded to about 12 meters. Compared with the extremely powerful steel armor Crow and Laplace, this size is much smaller, but more exquisite. The most important thing is that this size is most suitable for fighting Kaido. It is neither too small to challenge nor too big to fight. Under the special control of Arceus, the size of the supergiantization has become controllable. If necessary, the monster can probably reach the size of Ounce. This evolution did not give the monster more hands. The supergiantized monster still has 4 arms. It's just that the front of the 4 arms has slightly primitive patterns, just like a titan. The golden belt around the waist also increased with the change of the monster. Looking at this 4-armed giant who is much taller than him, Kaido also became interested. Without using weapons, he also hit the monster with his bare hands. The 3 power-restricting belts greatly restrained Kaido's power and made it more controllable, but a lean camel is bigger than a horse. Even if Kaido is suppressed by the belt, he is not something that ordinary people can deal with. But this punch was steadily received by the monster. Kaido is not the only one who likes to fight. When encountering a strong enemy, the monster will also ignite the fighting spirit. Just one punch made the power understand the quality of the enemy in front of him, especially since this man was wearing 3 belts. One arm blocked Kaido's attack, and the other 3 arms also swung up. The 4 arms of the power. After several fights, the 4 arms of the monster grabbed Kaido in a special posture. This is a special skill called the monster-style fixation technique. It can be said that it is exclusive to the monster. The monster often throws his enemies out with this. Kaido and the monster had a great fight, and it seemed that they could stop for a while. Arceus left here, but the battle here shocked another person, Zoro. The other people and the beasts are used to this kind of thing, but for Zoro, the monster with a human appearance is really special. Odin, the king of the Elbaf giant kingdom, the well-deserved king in the hearts of the giants, and the strongest giant. When Zoro said this word, it showed the shock in his heart. He is a former vice-admiral of the navy and a good friend of Kyuzen. Before the O'Hara incident, he was also a vice-admiral of the headquarters who was deeply trusted by the navy. Sengoku had given him tasks several times. Therefore, Zoro knew that the navy had once had a human giantization experiment that was considered a failure. Many giant beasts appeared before the beasts, but the meanings of giant beasts and giants are completely different. Patting his head, Zoro picked up the hoe and walked towards his farm. He might have worried about some things before, but now he has seen through some things and has become a pastoral giant. At this time, Robin, who Sorrow was worried about, was looking for some secret information on an island. Her recent trip was generally smooth, and she encountered some troubles occasionally, but most of them were saved. Her luck was not very good today. When she was looking for some secret information, she happened to encounter a fight between two groups of pirates and was affected. She was not a weak woman who was powerless, but when she wanted to do it, those people suddenly stopped their actions. The two people who targeted Robin suddenly started fighting each other, and they shouted very strange words. Almost all the pirates in the entire area fell into this state and began to attack the people around them indiscriminately. Through the sunlight, Robin vaguely saw a series of thin lines in the sky, some of which were hung with beads formed by blood. All this seemed to be controlled by a big hand. The man behind the scenes seemed to find that Robin had noticed all this, and then he accelerated his progress. The rocks on the ground squirmed, and a big hand quickly stretched out, sweeping away all the pirates here. Doflamingo slowly came down from the broken eaves, and finally sat on a chair beside him, and the rocks on the ground also turned into pica, which was the masterpiece of these two people just now. Looking at Doflamingo in front of her, Robin's expression did not change. This was one of the few people who knew that she had the flag of the beasts on her. With his personality, he would never offend the monsters in the New World. This was an exaggerated act of flattery, because Doflamingo was just a relatively good dealer. There were many such people in the beasts, and it was far from being a cooperation. As for why I'm here, I'm just fulfilling my duties as a Shishibukai. After all, we have to eliminate some pirates to report to the Navy. Of course, we only eliminated these guys. Now he has a series of titles. He has been developing the family's secret line over the years. At this time, he has become a well-known middleman in the underground world under the name of Joker. At the same time, he has become one of the Shishibukai under the nickname of Tien Yasha. As he said, the establishment of the Shishibukai is to check and balance pirates, so he has to eliminate some pirates from time to time. As for meeting Robin, it's really just a coincidence. Free. White Dove Dove. Chapter 734, Doflamingo's Gossip. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 734, Doflamingo's Gossip. Meet Nico Robin. Here to Doflamingo it was a complete coincidence for Minga. As he said, he was just hunting some pirates and fooling the Navy. It was not just him. All the 7 warlords of the sea were doing similar things. This is also the significance of the establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea. Although their existence is intended to check and balance the increasingly powerful Sea Emperor, it is basically unrealistic to ask them to fight with the monsters in the New World. Even the world government restricts large-scale wars for the so-called balance. The so-called checks and balances are completely verbal checks and balances. They are more about cleaning up the seas at their doorsteps and fooling the Navy. Moria in the Devil's Triangle, Crocodile in Alabasta, Jinbei in Fishman Island, Hancock in 9 Snakes, they all regularly clean up some pirates in their own way. The most special one is Hawkeye, who doesn't do anything most of the time. But he might be chased to the ends of the earth because of some accidents. Compared with those 7 warlords, Doflamingo is the most special one. His territory is in the New World, and there are many pirates outside. It is possible that he is the subordinate force of some Sea Emperor. So when he fools the Navy, he usually comes to the first half. Anyway, the location of Dressrosa is not far from the first half, and he just met Nico Robin on the island. Recently, the beasts have made a big splash. After the official intelligence of the Navy, Morgan's newspaper also disclosed the situation of G1. His personality will not miss such an opportunity to attract attention. As for where he got the photos and information, there were too many people who saw the incident, and the world government could not keep it secret, so some of it naturally spread out. Through 2 newspapers and his own unique information channels, Doflamingo roughly figured out what happened. This made him understand that if he wanted to mix in the underground world of the New World in the future, he had to have a friendly relationship with the beasts. Today's New World seems to have 7 kings of the underground world, but those 6 people added up, and there is no comparison with the beasts. They don't have the military force that would give the Navy a headache, nor do they have terrifying biotechnology that would allow the world government to let it go lightly after doing something like that. The first time I met Nico Robin and this time have one thing in common, that is, there are some things from ancient times here. He can boldly speculate that the other party is exploring something related to history. This is a risk-free gamble. If he wins, he can gain a lot, and if he loses, he won't lose anything. Doflamingo took the lead and left here with a slightly arrogant step. Since Robin has already developed curiosity, it is not so easy to extinguish it. On the pirate ship of the Don Quixote family, after the family members prepared tea, they left here at the signal of Doflamingo. Of course, he knew what the beasts wanted most, nothing more than stone tablets and animal-type fruits. Animal-type fruits are not too difficult to find, but there is no need to tell Robin about this thing. As for stone tablets, they are difficult to find. The islands he could reach were much fewer than the beasts. Even Pika's integration into the islands to search did not achieve any results. He did not have the ability of the beasts to include all parts of the world in the search range. There are many pirate groups carrying the beast's flag, but he has not seen the second one, who is just an ordinary person on the surface but carries the beast's flag in a private capacity. To be precise, he is not an ordinary person. Doflamingo has quickly integrated into the underground world of this new world in recent years and has also learned some secrets. Nico Robin is a woman with outstanding business ability. With her, most of the business of a company or force can be handled in an orderly manner. She is also very talented in negotiation. There is only one problem. The forces she joins usually do not survive for more than half a year and always encounter accidents. There is no evidence that she has any problems, so there have been people who do not believe in evil and try to absorb this talent. But for Doflamingo, all this seems very reasonable. The person in front of him is a member of the beasts. No matter which force she joins, she cannot join sincerely. At best, she is an undercover. Although undercover agents will do their best to help this force in order to achieve their goals, and they are very useful, but when undercover agents act, the impact is very serious. Some people have suspected that she has problems, but they are also attracted by her ability and feel that they can control this woman, so she can be said to be doing well. The Black Widow of the Underworld, this name has already gained a certain degree of popularity. Some people think that this is her own fate, and some people think that she is hunting those people, and have made different interpretations of this name. Doflamingo has no opinion on this, he doesn't want to offend the beasts at all. No one knows O'Hara's identity, and those who know this all live on Ghost Island, so she doesn't care about talking about history. Doflamingo's hint is obvious enough. From 800 years ago to the present, only the celestial dragons have continued. It's just that the celestial dragons live in Marijoa, and it's not convenient for her to move there. Doflamingo spread out a map and pointed his finger at a country in the first half of the Grand Line. Emergency notice, new address activated, please bookmark again. Free. White Dove. Chapter 735, Nefertari and Alabasta. Arceus Pirate Journey Chapter 735, Nefertari and Alabasta. Outsiders don't know about this, even most of the people in the world government don't know who the missing royal family is. But Doflamingo is different. As a former celestial dragon, he has countless intelligence that outsiders don't know, and this is where his capital lies. He knows what the world government is like, so he uses Tianshangjian to exchange for the status of Shishibukai, and uses the secrecy of that to guarantee his position. Since he was rejected from returning, he has hated all celestial dragons. In the right situation, he doesn't mind pushing a hand in overturning the table, but he won't come to the front, just wanting to be the man behind the scenes. And if he remembers correctly, Crocodile seems to be doing something big there, and it's not bad to cause trouble for him, although it's not good for him. He didn't believe that the sand crocodile was really a national hero. The 7 warlords of the sea today all had a lot of tricks, or they used to have tricks. At worst, they had their own think tanks around them. Doflamingo was a person who liked to invest. Although many investments were forced, he still liked this kind of investment without cost. He didn't want to talk about the topic that was discovered by others. After dismissing his younger brothers, his observation haki was shrouded. The life form outside the cabin was also found in the nearby area. It was just that it had not been made clear until now, and now it was barely reached, and he also expressed his strength in this way. Robin shouted lightly. She had never dealt with the 7 warlords of the sea, but if these people had no strength, they would not be worthy of this position. In the corner, the illusory figure appeared for the first time. A figure wearing a cowboy hat and dressed like a western cowboy appeared here. During her travel career, the little lizard also evolved from the stage of becoming a lizard to a 1,000-faced chameleon. However, there was a little trouble after the evolution. As a 1,000-faced chameleon, the little lizard and Elizabeth were too similar. Except for not being able to change their forms, there was almost no difference. And Elizabeth is the partner of the Phantom Disaster, which is well known in the New World. Due to her own fighting style, Elizabeth's reputation is not particularly prominent, and most people outside the New World don't know much about it. Only the pirates in the New World know that compared to the single Phantom Disaster, the Phantom Disaster that cooperates with Elizabeth is the real killing machine. So the little lizard dressed himself up. In addition to the cowboy style, he also wore sunglasses on his face. In this world where face blindness is very serious, most people can't recognize what its body is. Moreover, the ability of the thousand-face chameleon to be invisible can also be extended to its own underwear. After all, the prototype of its mother is the local basilisk lizard, and it is very common here that the ability can affect clothes. After carefully observing this creature, Doflamingo came to his own conclusion. The blindness in this world is very serious, but Doflamingo is different. He is still very normal in this regard, and because the sunglasses are his body, he has a higher ability to distinguish faces wearing sunglasses. The outside world's cognition of the beasts is powerful biotechnology. When a similar creature appears, this subconscious influence usually plays a big role. Pika's shrill voice sounded. He didn't quite understand why Doflamingo did this. Prepare permanent pointers and organize local maps and intelligence. This is not expensive, but it takes a lot of time. It doesn't matter who she is. This person has a close relationship with the people of the beasts. Pika, can you give the family symbol to someone else besides me? That's right. She has the flag of the beasts, and she is very special. Even if it's not Kaido himself, she is a powerful person in the beasts. This small investment is nothing. As long as she has a harvest, we can get more benefits. Wait, I have a hunch that this business will not lose money. Chatter and chatter. Alabasta, a superpower in the first half of the Grand Line, has a standing army of more than 600,000. The royal family is the Nefertari clan. The current king is the 12th king Nefertari Cobra, the queen Nefertari Didi is deceased, and the only princess Nefertari Vivi Little Lizard. It seems to be a very long journey. Browsing the information summarized by Doflamingo, Nico Robin judged that this trip should be able to gain a lot. According to O'Hara's records, Alabasta is also a country with a very rich historical heritage. Compared to lonely islands on the sea, a country with a large land area like Alabasta is easier to preserve history. This place was originally part of her plan, but because of the information provided by Doflamingo, she moved the plan forward. At this time, it was the end of 1515. She had already arrived in Alabasta through regular shipping and was heading to the royal capital, and investigating the local situation along the way. People outside cannot be fully trusted. Although Doflamingo provided a lot of information, she still reconfirmed it through the way of the beasts. This is the third check, and she collected the most timely information from the local area to prevent any accidents. Although Crocodile has arrived in Alabasta at this time, he has not launched any action. Baroque Works is just a gathering place for pirate hunters. Alabasta is peaceful. Although it is a desert country, relying on the oasis, the national economy has also developed very well. According to Doflamingo, those secrets should be the secrets of the royal family, and only the royal family knows those news, so her first goal now is to sneak into the palace, which is the most effective way to get close to the royal family. Looking at the news of recruiting court teachers in the local newspaper, Robin has made certain arrangements for the future, but first, she has to deal with the troubles in front of her. At this time, the two have been surrounded by a large group of Kung Fu manatees, and these Kung Fu manatees have also learned the attack posture of the Thousand Faces escape, and put their round little hands in a pistol posture. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 736, Court Teacher and Crocodile. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 736, Court Teacher and Crocodile. Alabasta, a desert country, has bred many strange creatures, which is also the magic of the sea, so those Pokémon that spread to the outside world are considered to be the product of nature. In this sea, there is no example of artificial creatures being widely popularized, and Kung Fu Manatee is one of the creatures unique to Alabasta. They look like manatees, but have a special structure like a turtle shell. They are amphibious creatures that live in the desert rivers of Alabasta and the surrounding oceans. They look cute, but their personalities are a bit troublesome. They are Kung Fu enthusiasts, and most people who want to pass through their territory will be entangled. They look like ordinary animals, but they have stronger fighting power than ordinary people, and people who have not been trained are really not their opponents. Even if they win, they will tearfully seek to become apprentices. In most cases, there are more good people than bad people. Those who can beat these manatees can't bear to do anything to these little guys. Most of the locals in Alabasta will choose to bypass them. But Robin did not look for a local guide, but walked along the map alone with a camel and a little lizard, and accidentally entered their territory. The individual fighting power of the little lizard is not as good as its mother, but it is still very easy to deal with these kung fu manatees. The water gun fired continuously and quickly knocked down the manatees that surrounded them, and also made them understand what is the crushing of hot weapons against bare-handed combat in the big environment. These kung fu manatees did not expect that someone would not abide by martial ethics and use water guns to fight. Whether it is a long-range or close combat, they can't do anything to the tall and thin guy. At this time, Robin had put away her sketchbook. The flower fruit was also very convenient in this regard. She could sketch in a short time and record what she wanted. The book contained records of various relics and magical creatures she encountered on the sea. These interesting creatures were also things that Onigashima was slightly interested in during his search for stone slabs and devil fruits. Looking at the kung fu manatees surrounding him, the little lizard moved his mouth a few times, and then spit out a small water arrow at the rock next to him. The usual fighting method of the thousand-faced chameleon was to fire water guns from their fingertips, but this did not mean that they could only fire water guns from their fingertips. This was one of the differences in evolution. The thousand-faced chameleon was more flexible in this regard, but after the evolution of the blastoise, due to the special structure of the barrel, its mouth could no longer spray water. The water arrow left a hole in the rock, which also attracted the admiring eyes of the kung fu manatees. Kung fu manatees have a strong learning ability. Their special body structure allows them to do many actions that ordinary people cannot do. Some excellent individuals can even learn to be domineering. However, kung fu manatees are not Pokemon when it comes to water guns. They do not have special water storage and firing organs. The little lizard just found a reason to get rid of them, but these naive manatees really believed it. From this moment on, Alabasta had a group of kung fu manatees that spit water at rocks every day. Looking at this group of naive creatures, it felt a little guilty. However, it still followed Robin and left here and went to Albina, the capital of Alabasta. The little lizard never thought that after a long period of practice, those kung fu manatees really practiced something through their own perseverance. Due to its behavior, this part of the kung fu manatees seemed to have developed a new way of fighting. After a while, Nico Robin had arrived in Albina and submitted a resume to the kingdom. Now she is not a wanted member, but a person with a legal identity certificate of the world government with the help of the 100 Beasts fruit. Excluding those experiences that were not allowed to be seen in public, her resume was also very impressive. She had worked in many world-class large companies and was definitely a successful person. At least compared to her competitors, she had much more experience than them. Your Majesty, this is the right person. If you want to choose a man, these few are all good choices. But for women no one can compare with her. Akalam, who had big curly hair, recommended the right person to Cobra. Nico Robin's resume explained the reason why she came here. The work pressure was too great. Due to some mistakes, she was no longer suitable for her original job. She wanted to appreciate some different scenery on the sea, and she also filled in her travel experience on it. The information on this sea is generally closed. Let's not talk about other things. Just the islands and some descriptions on it, people who have never been there may not be able to make up. He didn't care much about the resume of the 100 Beasts fruit. That company is now very large, with branches all over the world. Most of them are ordinary employees, and only those core senior executives are members of the 100 Beasts. As the king of a member country, he was clear about this. Cobra did not choose a single person, but recruited all the selected people. After all, they were the royal family of Alabasta, and they were rich and powerful, so they could afford to hire more teachers. As time passed, Robin gradually stood out among a group of teachers. Although she was only responsible for economics, it did not mean that she could not do anything else. After all, 11 years old was still a child, even if Wei was more mature. In terms of coaxing children, she thought she had some experience. By describing other islands, she quickly gained Wei's favor. As for the little lizard, it was just regarded as a special bodyguard. Alabasta also had animal-type ability users. It was reasonable for one to have a bodyguard when traveling around the sea. White Dove. Chapter 737, Gathering of Beasts. The Pirate Journey of Arceus Chapter 737, Gathering of Beasts. Her professional habits determine her style of doing things. She will not act until she is sure that she has gained enough trust. It has been a long time since Crocodile appeared here, but no matter how long it is not as long as the royal family of Alabasta. Her current plan is to find some clues from the royal family. Even if there is no progress, the identity of this court teacher can help her a lot. Sometimes entering a company is not for a good job, but to prepare for one's job change. It takes a lot of time to explore the background of Alabasta. No one knows how many things are hidden under the vast desert. In the New World, various forces have begun to fight against the beasts again. The beasts, which had been expanding everywhere, went against their normal behavior and returned to a defensive posture. Even some unstable territories were temporarily abandoned, and the troops were withdrawn and returned to their base camp. Looking at the retreating pirate ship, the pirates who originally occupied the island were overjoyed. It was something worth showing off that the beasts could retreat. Before these people finished speaking, a member of another pirate group next to them made them understand what reality was. He was no different from these pirates. They were all pirates who did not join the Sea Emperor and huddled together in the New World for warmth, but he lived in the New World for a longer time. Being targeted by the beasts was not a good thing. Unless in extremely special circumstances, they would not take the initiative to leave. If they took the initiative to leave under adverse circumstances, it meant that the senior management of the beasts was dissatisfied with the actions of this cotter and planned to replace him. But so far, the people of the beasts are in an absolute advantage. Combined with this time point, the beasts' activity is coming again. At a specific node every year, they will re-rank the internal cotters. When this ranking is over, they have a high probability of facing a stronger cotter. After living in the New World for a long time, this matter is no longer a secret, but the pirates who have just entered the New World do not know what this means. Looking at the pirates who still did not take it seriously after being warned by him, the old pirate felt that he should remind his captain that it was time to make a decision whether to surrender or run away. But he did not know that the force of the beast's contraction this time was even greater than before. On the Pokemon, Yamato, who was running away to avoid Kaido, also received new news. This time the movement seems to be a bit big. Governor Kaido seems to have summoned cotters from all sea areas. The scale of this ranking battle should be the largest in history. It seems that he wants to review the current combat power of the pirate group. As soon as the voice fell, Speed lost his grip and dropped the record pointer in his hand. Fortunately, the record pointer was relatively strong and only the pointer ball of the unimportant side root was broken. The telescope in Salisha's hand also slipped, and Mizuka almost knocked over the dessert she had just brought. They couldn't believe what their eldest lady had just said. She actually cared about other territories. Looking at the dull eyes of the three of them, Yamato felt that they were thinking about something disrespectful. Shayna and Zeraora didn't participate in this, and the disaster-level cotters were the same, so Arceus asked them to temporarily take charge of the defense of the surrounding territories and called back those who needed to participate. Although the number has decreased, the quality has been greatly improved. As long as there is no war with the outside world for the time being, there is no problem in defending the territory. This is also the reason why the beasts began to shrink their territories. When this event is over, they will fight back. This behavior is not reasonable, but Kaido wanted to do this and didn't consider anything else. Therefore, this largest-scale ranking battle was launched. Just caring about this kind of thing is obviously not what Yamato should do. This ranking battle is completely a grand event for people with abilities. People without abilities generally choose to wait and see to avoid wasting time. As Kaido's daughter, she has never missed this event, even if she doesn't have to participate in the competition herself. As the number of people and territory of the beasts continues to increase, the opportunity to gather all the cotters together is getting fewer and fewer. This is a rare time when the number of people is complete, and it is also the time to cultivate Yamato to contact the beasts. As she grows up, her identity as the second generation of the beasts is already set in stone, which is already paving the way in advance. Of course, the inheritance of the beasts is not so gentle. In Kaido's case, the situation of voluntary abdication is very small, and Yamato wants to develop the future beasts according to his own will. To do this, force has become the only choice. Kaido, who knows Yamato's thoughts, is even more excited. This is the daughter he wants. The Pokemon turned its course, and similar things happened in various territories. On Winter Island, Scourge handed over the defense of the island to GT4 Genesect and boarded the ship back to the main island. On Sky Island, several cotters sent here to collect supplies also started their return journey in advance. One of them jumped off the clouds, spread his bat wings behind him, and flew towards Onigashima. On the Red Earth continent, and also headed towards Onigashima as a host. According to the latest internal anonymous vote, an overwhelmed Quinn became the host more anticipated by the audience, but Quinn could only host the battle. Among the disaster-level cotters, only Quinn remained in the base camp. On the one hand, he could act as an opponent for those who wanted to challenge the disaster, and on the other hand, he didn't want to go out to perform tasks. For the sake of his own life, it is safer to stay with Kaido or Arceus. In the sky, the sea, and the cotters in various regions are returning to Onigashima in their own way. At the same time, this also mobilized the nerves of the navy. Kaido has done enough things. The entire beasts have begun to gather. Who knows what they will do? White Dove. Chapter 738, High-Risk Occupations in the Navy, New Gods of Grace. The Pirate Journey of Arceus. Chapter 738, High-Risk Occupations in the Navy, New Gods of Grace. In the territory of Manderfesh, Ziraura has arrived here. Among the senior cotters who went out, he was the fastest to arrive here. Setsuna himself had to participate in the competition as the number 0, so he came out alone. It's the same here as before, except that there are more mermaids and fishmen. Since he was promoted to the level of his father, he has rarely gone out to perform missions. The last time was when Enel appeared. The Sky Island incident caused by this incident was a rare trip. Manderfesh shouted back, and then fired a water column into the ocean. Soon, a huge Gyarados showed its body. He left here with Manderfesh and others. Looking at Manderfesh going away, Ziraura complained a little, and then snapped his fingers in the sky. The originally white clouds gradually turned black, and a lot of lightning began to brew in them. Some time later, in the New World, a certain Navy surveillance ship, the soldiers on the ship are now under great pressure. They are the Navy soldiers with the highest death rate. They are responsible for monitoring the Sea Emperor. Their safety is not guaranteed at all. Once those monsters have any major actions, they will be the first to suffer. In a sense, their mission is not to monitor the actions of pirates, but to use their lives to issue warnings to the Navy headquarters, so they are dispatched with small warships, and several teams are divided and scattered around a sea area to reduce possible casualties. At this time, one message after another was being sent back to the Navy headquarters. They knew that the beasts would often engage in ranking battles, but no one could guarantee that these guys would not take this opportunity to gather strength and do something terrible. Kaido and his dragon dared to raid the G1 branch, and with those terrifying cotters and biological weapons, no one dared to gamble. The captains of these subordinate pirate groups were not numbered, they were just here to watch the battle, and these were only part of the beast's subordinate pirate groups. They were more qualified, so they were invited to the main island. There were also strong people among these people, and they might not be weaker than those numbered ones at the back. Just like the Whitebeard pirates, the captains of subordinate pirate ships were not weaker than ordinary members of the team. It was just that due to various reasons, they did not join completely, but became subsidiary forces. It was much more difficult for them to obtain the beast's things. At last, the communicator's tone was slightly trembling. From the telescope, he seemed to feel Kaido's eyes staring at him. But Kaido didn't plan to care about these little shrimps this time. The Navy's surveillance ship would send a new batch after destroying one batch. These people were quite sensible. As long as they didn't get too close and disturb their activities, he would let them go. They were all subordinate pirate groups of the beasts, but some captains met each other for the first time in their lives. This was not their usual character, but they were very polite in front of a large number of cotters directly under the beasts. At this time, the ground shook slightly, and an unidentified object seemed to be moving towards here underground, and just stopped in front of their feet. A bald man with a beard also drilled out directly from it, covered with yellow scales, and looked like a sand shrew overall. The original timeline Beasts Pirates Armadillo Man, now the Beasts Pirates number 51, God's Grace, ability Sand Shrew. The reason why he chose to dig a hole here was, on the one hand, to show off his ability, and on the other hand, to warm up before the game. As direct members, they always have a kind of arrogance. They always seem superior to those members of the affiliated pirate groups. Even the captains of those affiliated pirate groups are on the same level, not to mention that they are just ordinary members. But at this time, an arrow without an arrowhead shot from the sky to his head covered with scales. After bouncing several times, it finally fell to the side. In the sky, a fat man waved the bat wings behind him, holding an empty bow in his hand, and apologized without sincerity. Facing the stones thrown by the other party, he also dodged nimbly. After a round of courtesy, the two of them finished their greetings. The original timeline of the Beast Pirates Batman, known as the Sixth Emperor, is now the number 49 of the Beast Pirates, the God of Grace, and the ability Big Mouth Bat. Woof! Woof! Before they said a few words, another pirate ship docked. Amidst a few barkings, two big wolfhounds ran down from the ship, and two white figures could be seen on their backs. There are a lot of Pokemon living in Wano country, many of them have become familiar with the Pirates of the Beasts, so it is not only the pirates who come to watch the battle, but also some partner Pokemon. The two big wolfhounds are one of them. Before the landing pedal was put down, Meowna and Wolf had already run out on the dogs. White Pigeon. Chapter 739, Inheritance and Ambition. She didn't do anything else just now, just chatted with Zeraora on the phone. She knew the situation of her two children very well. This ship not only has the patrol team's partner Wolfhound, but also gathers many Pokemon such as Good and Bad Star, 3Bs, Sweet Bamboo, Goli and Guaidud. In this environment, these two little guys must do something, so she specifically asked Popo to pay attention to them. As for Perona, it is daytime now, she is catching up on sleep, and she slept very comfortably along the way. Ah! Duke, but the young master and the young lady asked me to get them something to drink. You forget it, who did they learn this from? I'm sorry. Don't keep apologizing, I've already said it's okay. Yes, I'm sorry. Patting her head, Setsuna gave up resistance. Now she wanted to ask herself more than 10 years ago why she was so obsessed with the Duke at that time. She was already overwhelmed by two biological children and a Popo. If she had to manage the entire fur tribe, it was scary to think about it. No, the 7-year deadline is not far away. We have to think of a new way. I don't know if the trick without writing the date will work. What are you mumbling about? Ling appeared behind Setsuna, looking at her daughter who was talking nonsense, asked curiously. Ah? Nothing, just a little thing, but Mom, why do Meowna and Wolf have such personalities? You ask me? Isn't this completely inherited from you? They didn't inherit Zeraora's stability at all, but learned all your bad habits. How can I be so unbearable? Yes, you were worse than them back then, at least they wouldn't run away from home alone for no reason. In just a few words, Setsuna successfully brought trouble upon herself. Even though she is now the nominal Duke of Zou, the first wave king who can communicate with Zou giant elephants in 1,000 years, and the strongest person in the fur tribe, in Ling's eyes, she is still just that disobedient child. Meowna and Wolf rode two big wolfhounds and ran freely on the beach. Even if they accidentally fell off, they could grab their tails and climb back up. The appearance of these two Pokemon also attracted the attention of the pirates on the island. What a beautiful dog, Captain, let's go back and get Tutu. Puff. Ha ha ha, did you hear what that guy said? He actually wanted to get two big wolfhounds back. I can't take it anymore. Why is today's joke so funny? Hey, don't be like that, he just doesn't know anything, don't laugh at him like that. The overall quality of the pirate group is not very high, but under the suppression of absolute power, these people will be unusually honest, but when facing people who are not as experienced and powerful as themselves, most people will not be too friendly. That is Pokemon, the great creation of Lord Arceus. You can't get it just because you want to. Either let Lord Arceus give it to you, or get their recognition yourself. Don't say such stupid things in the future. A pirate with a more easygoing personality popularized the situation to the ordinary member of this affiliated pirate group, letting him know some of the inside story of the beasts. He was just brought by his captain to broaden his horizons. Before that, he didn't know anything about these. They look friendly. Don't think about it. If you had their parents, they would be friendly to you. You can't go this way. Just work hard on your own. Because their biological father is Zeraora, they are naturally much better than these ordinary pirates. If they want to catch up with them in some aspects, they will have to work hard and sweat a lot. Not long after the fur tribe appeared, the sea also stirred up a wave. Agurados emerged from the water, and Manderfesh also jumped out of it, but there was one more person following him than before. In Rusalka's arms, a little one was curiously looking at the world. Although she looks like a human, the marks on her neck have already shown her bloodline half merman. As the number 1 of the numbered person, he has one thing in common with the current number 0, a happy family. Except for the final wish of retirement that has not been realized, his life is basically complete. I found that my good brother had also arrived at the scene. Jack, who had been here for a long time, also came over and then discovered this new life. Brother Mandrfish, this Aegir child. Jack came over curiously, looking at the little one who was not much older than Frostmilk, and asked in surprise. Yes, it was born not long ago. You were busy with tasks during this period, so I didn't tell you. Look, it's very cute, right? Yeah, it's true. After confirming, Jack fell silent. He was really not good at this kind of situation. Fortunately, Mandrfish discovered this problem and broke the deadlock. Has it not started yet? I should be the last one to arrive, right? I'm not sure, mainly because Yamato hasn't arrived yet. She went out to take refuge before and has disappeared for a while. As soon as the voice changed, a new ship appeared on the horizon. The Pokémon was now running at full speed and rushing towards here at the speed of a jet ship. At the same time, a huge earthquake also occurred on the island. The whole island seemed to come alive. In the huge vibration, a large number of stone pillars suddenly emerged from the beach, like a lift, bringing everyone to the top of the island. The plants on the island were also growing wildly, and finally formed a huge platform on the top. Is it the work of Lord Arceus? It's really a grand stage. Jack, how are you preparing? You want to become a new disaster, and Setsuna and I are the opponents you must defeat. Looking at the dozens of meters high rock pillars, Mandrfish, as a veteran, has already thought about who did all this, and also slightly sighed for these growing newcomers, especially the fishman brother at the beginning, who has already walked out of his own defense war. I have been preparing, but maybe next time, this time my target is no point too. They are more talented and younger, but lack the precipitation of time. With the accumulation of time, these new generations will burst out with stronger combat power. Among the new generation today, the youngest Peijuan is just 13 years old, but his strength has surpassed many veterans. It will take about 5 years for this new generation to enter adulthood. At that time, the older generation of cotters will still be at their peak, and Yamato will continue to grow. It can be said that the beasts at that time will be complete beasts. The span is not small, so you should work hard. I will not let you down when the time comes. Don't worry, I will defeat you head-on, brother Mandrfish. At the same time, the giant projection made by An also appeared in the sky, and with the sound from the loudspeaker, the game opened its curtain. White Pigeon Pigeon. Chapter 740, It is common sense that Pokémon battles have random venues. The Pirate Journey of Arceus Chapter 740, Pokémon battles have random venues. Airport is a common sense. Compared to the shyness when she first appeared, she has adapted to such a grand environment at this time. The phantom fruit was used more and more skillfully in Anne's hands. The huge projection launched a full-scale introduction. Everyone was very satisfied with the new host, except for one person, Quinn. Originally, this was all his stage, but with the rise of Anne, he was only responsible for hosting after the battle started. On the surrounding rock pillars, the audience had also arrived at the designated position, and as the rock pillars rose, the Navy's surveillance ship also lost control of the internal situation. As for spies, it is not so easy to get into the beasts now. Those who come here are either elders or cotters in the number. Any unfamiliar face will be questioned several times while checking the identity card. As for why he did this, don't ask, the question is that Quinn doesn't want to be backstabbed. Even if he came out with Arceus and Kaido, he put his own safety first. Unless it is an extremely special situation, don't think about letting him leave the base alone. No one had to send intelligence personnel here at this time. These cotters usually move around in various seas. If you want to investigate them, you have plenty of time. The total bounty of the pirates gathered here exceeds 10 billion. It is a very difficult force to deal with. There is no need to offend them now. If Kaido is disturbed in his interest, there will be no friendly development in the future. Then Anne crushed a small ball of light. This was something Arceus gave her in advance. It was a special venue controller. The hosting of the event had been handed over to Anne and Quinn. He and Kaido were just spectators. Except for the highest audience seats around, the venue in the middle has undergone tremendous changes again. A piece of the venue collapsed, and the sea water filled it, revealing only a few platforms for standing, and finally formed a special water venue. The mountains and ridges formed a small mountain range under the protruding rocks. The weathered rocks filled the venue in the form of sand and dust. A large number of plants grew in the cracks of the rocks, forming a small tropical rainforest in an instant. The dense canopy blocked the surrounding sunlight, giving the site a unique mystery of the rainforest. The changes were minimal, with nothing but a piece of grass under the feet, and the view became very wide. The light of an area was taken away out of thin air, darkness enveloped it, and the night appeared out of thin air in the daytime. In addition, the desert, the city, the deck of the ship, the island was divided into 8 areas in the blink of an eye, and each area has its own fighting style. The numbers symbolize the fighting power of the beasts. They are not mascots, but warriors who rush to the front line and have to face various war environments. In addition to ability and one's own strength, the surrounding environment will also affect a person's fighting power. For example, Crocodile in Alabasta and Moria in the Devil's Triangle Sea, they all chose the place that best suits their abilities as their territory. In that environment, they can maximize their strength. The same is true for the abilities of Pokémon. The ocean venue is more suitable for water-type Pokémon to perform, and Zubat can show its unique advantages in the night venue. Because of this problem, Arceus added more combat environments to this competition. However, it is not the challenger who decides the venue, but the challenged party. Nowadays, most of the beasts are fighting externally and rarely experience the home advantage. If you want to gain a higher status, you must be able to overcome the adverse effects of the environment. Wearing a large sleeping bag on the back of the bear, Perona crawled out of it. Her night owl personality has improved. From reversing day and night every day to occasionally staying up late, it is a big improvement. Just now, their position happened to be in the night venue, and she thought it was dark. It's just begun, Perona, keep an eye on Meowna and Wolf, don't be fooled by these two brats like Popo was. Perona, who had just woken up, hadn't figured out what happened yet, when she heard Popo's apology. Then she felt her arm sink, and the two children were thrown over. Although Ling, Wanda, Popo, Hatch, and other fur tribes were here, they were all very interested in this position change battle. Only Perona didn't want to participate or watch the battle, but because the whole family came here, she was also abducted. She just became a qualified member to look after the children in Setsuna's eyes. As she said that, she went to her own defense area, the rainforest, which was her favorite fighting environment. As soon as Setsuna left, Meowna and Wolf became active again and began to plan how to fool this sister, but Perona was not as simple as Popo. The next moment, the two of them were hugged by the bear wearer, one on each side, and there were two negative ghosts watching them. Perona asked Popo about what happened when she fell asleep, and then transferred the task to the bear wearer. Compared with her strength, the bear wearer could keep a better eye on them. In different venues, the position-changing battle has begun. Compared with the wars in previous years, the change in the order of positions is not particularly obvious. The reason is strength, and it is difficult to gather so many people at once during that time. The most obvious change is the new generation of codders such as Jack and Maria. They have been gradually climbing up their positions. At this time, most of them have the ability to challenge those with single-digit numbers. For example, Jack, as he said to Monderfesh before, his goal this time is number 2. He did not try to move up little by little, but it was a one-step decision. After a brief discussion, he had already gone to the venue chosen by Elizabeth. White Dove. Chapter 741, Jack and Elizabeth, a battle between two extremes. The city venue, a large number of buildings filled this area, leaving only some wide streets for people to pass through. The realism of the buildings was not particularly high. Arceus's ability did not point to the buildings, and he did not know any would escape city building techniques. These houses only looked like houses and could serve as shelters, but they were enough as a competition venue. This was the area chosen by Elizabeth. Although it was the ability of a water Pokémon and its main body was a basilisk lizard that could run on the water, she did not choose the ocean venue, but chose this city area. Sniper, assassin, this is her own positioning. As Olga's partner, she has been active under Olga's illusion and has become the most terrifying knife in the shadow. Frontal combat is not what she is good at. In the sky, several Tanabata bluebirds flew over, and the sky above the city venue became extremely clear. They acted as the weather hands of this competition area, adding more unstable factors to this competition. At the same time, Quinn also flew over with a microphone. An had finished his task, and it was Quinn's turn to be the host. Under Kaido's request to beat Kaido to death as long as he couldn't kill him, both the audience and the host had certain risks, and Aang couldn't do this dangerous job. So even the audience had to have a certain ability to protect themselves, or their relatives and friends had a certain ability to protect themselves. So those who could come here to watch the game were either core members or family members of core members. The ones who were at the greatest risk were the pirates who followed the captains of the affiliated pirate groups to see the world. But before they arrived, they had been carefully examined by Quinn. Since the competition was elevated, the Navy's surveillance ships knew that the routine activities of the beasts were being carried out here, but they didn't know what was going on there. If someone of them could really get in here, those surveillance ships wouldn't have to risk their lives to nervously monitor their whereabouts around them. Mhahaha, your familiar Master Quinn is back again. Now let me see the battle situation. Miss Olga's partner Elizabeth and our brother Jack are ready to fight. Let's hey. Be careful. If you accidentally hurt the referee again, I will rule you out. Passing over the stadium, Quinn explained the battle situation everywhere, while also dodging various inexplicable attacks. He suspected that some attacks were aimed at him. At this time, the battle between Jack and Elizabeth had begun, but it was not very intense. Compared with the heat of other stadiums, it was unusually quiet here. At the moment the battle began, Elizabeth had disappeared from Jack's sight. Armament haki and observation haki are not exclusive to humans. As long as the talent and opportunity are sufficient, any creature has the possibility of training domineering. Jack's observation haki is not a strong point, and he did not sense Elizabeth's position at this time. The game of observation haki is not that I predict you, and then I predict your prediction, and then play unlimited nesting dolls. In that case, the way of fighting will become two people standing still and staring at each other. Observation haki can not only sense others, but also be used to avoid others' perception. When two people with similar levels of observation haki fight, it is equivalent to that neither of them has observation haki. At this time, the battle relies on the instinct of the body. Jack, who has transformed into a bronze elephant, looked at the surrounding environment. Suddenly, a powerful water cannon shot out from the window of the mobile house behind him, but under Jack's defense, it only made him retreat a few steps. His armed haki is much stronger than observation haki, and the defense provided by the bronze elephant only made him retreat a few steps. When he attacked in the direction of the attack, he found nothing except empty buildings. At the same time, in another direction, Elizabeth's attack hit the bull's-eye again, but unfortunately the effect was still not obvious. After several attempts, both sides had a few black lines on their brows. The fighting style of the other party was not what they liked. Elizabeth is used to guerrilla warfare, using her stealth and high mobility to seek a chance to kill with one strike on the battlefield. Facing a heavy armored warrior with high defense like Jack, her attacks are difficult to be effective, which seriously limits her efficiency. She used this method to defeat Babanuki at the beginning. No matter how powerful your attack is, it is useless as long as you can't hit him. Although the damage she caused is not high, she can slowly wear down the opponent, which is just a waste of time. Swoosh! Jack's neck made a crisp sound, and the powerful defense bounced Elizabeth's tail blade. When Jack turned around, his flexible trunk had already swung behind him, but in the end it was just empty. He likes to fight with the head on, and he is also annoyed by this flexible opponent. For a while, both sides entered a stage where neither could do anything to the other. These buildings are too troublesome. After several attacks, Jack changed his mind and no longer pursued Elizabeth with effort. Instead, he entered the beast form and began to destroy the stadium bit by bit. Buildings were reduced to ruins under his trampling. He chose to use this method of clearing the fields to reduce Elizabeth's fighting space. As long as he could force the opponent to fight him head-on in an open area, he would still be in an advantageous position. Hehe, Jack is quite smart, but I'm afraid it will take a while to tell the winner. In the sky, Kaido observed the battle below and gave his own comments from time to time. But if you keep fighting like this, you will definitely prepared arena may have to be rebuilt. It doesn't matter, it's not a big deal anyway. No one minded destroying the arena. In a sense, this was the God's arena built by Arceus, and it would only take a few breaths to repair it after the battle. Afterwards, Kaido changed his position. Jack and Elizabeth would have to fight for a day or two to decide the winner. The area of the arena was not so easy to destroy, and Elizabeth was also taking the opportunity to consume Jack's health bar. But as Kaido moved, he discovered something strange. Yamato, who was also watching the battle, would adjust his position when he moved, ensuring that there was Arceus between him and him. Yamato, what are you doing? Ah? I'm watching the game. It seems that it's Maria's turn. Father, do you think Maria can win? While changing the subject, Yamato adjusted her position again. This was the experience accumulated in the previous position-changing battles. In order to prevent Kaido from getting itchy hands, she had to try to keep herself in a safe environment. The safest situation is that there is an Arceus in the middle. White Dove. Chapter 742, The Two Sides of Luck, The Transformation History of Office Workers. Yamato gradually mastered the way to target Kaido, but the old man is still the best. As long as Kaido does not choose to act recklessly, Yamato may never be able to match him in this life. She got temporary safety, but there is still no way to cure it. From Kaido's eyes, it can be seen that he has thought of a brand new way. On the other hand, compared with the tug-of-war between Jack and Elizabeth, the defensive battle and the sniper and assassin, the battle between Babanuki and Maria in the mountain battlefield was much more normal. Although she does not have the blood of the Fishman tribe and has not inherited Kaido's talent, she is a member of the same period as Yamato and Jack, and she is the oldest. Strong strength is not her ideal, but it is an indispensable part of the process of realizing her ideal. She wants to be with Kaido, but there is no place for the weak around Kaido. Whether it is flattery or begging for mercy, it will not attract Kaido's attention. Only strength can make Kaido look up to her. For this reason, Maria is also on a path of hard practice, and is now testing the results. The mountain field is the home field chosen by Babanuki. At this time, the Rabbit Bowl mining field has been handed over to the Pokémon left there to guard. Unless there are extremely special circumstances, there will definitely be no problems. Even if something really happens, they are not afraid. At the beginning, the beasts that were not yet fully developed faced a relatively complete Wano country, and they were able to occupy it in the end. At this time, the beasts have become more powerful, but Wano country has long lost its strongest force. If someone really takes the opportunity to cause trouble, it will be an opportunity for a big purge. Spiders are really troublesome. Due to the stiffness problem, Babanuki once again lifted his transformation. This is his weakness. The characteristics of the King of Leave are not so easy to overcome. This characteristic is the root of their ability to use that kind of strange power. Only very few individuals can break this limitation. In the early days, the King of Leave was very powerful, and most of the people who defeated him took advantage of this weakness, but Maria is now more difficult to deal with. Babanuki now has to consume a lot of strength every time he takes a step. Mountains and rivers were originally his home ground, and the rocks on the ground could become his means of attack, but now, Maria has transformed this place. A large amount of spider silk condensed on the ground, and there were also some small transparent spider silks between the rocks. One spider silk is not terrible, but when thousands of spider silks are attached together, they will exert unimaginable power. A large amount of spider silk flew out from Maria's hands. Taking advantage of Babanuki's ability, she planned to increase her offensive. Boom! A thunderbolt sounded in the sky, and the weather that was just clear was now covered by dark clouds. Not long after, heavy rain poured down. The viscosity of Maria's spider silk gradually decreased under the influence of rain and dust, and the binding force on Babanuki was also gradually reduced. Ha ha ha, Maria, your luck doesn't seem to be very good. As the rain fell on his body, Babanuki's cooling period was over, his muscles began to swell, and his body was covered with fur again. With the power of the King of Leave, he broke free from a large amount of spider silk. After the viscosity decreased, this process became much easier for him. Not necessarily, Uncle Babanuki, you may be unlucky. Electric spiders are similar to burrow spiders. Their powerful spider webs have always been a good helper for them to hunt. The most important thing is that their spider webs can be electrified. This is the luck brought by the uncertainty of the venue. The heavy rain greatly weakened the viscosity of the spider silk, giving Babanuki more room to move, but also giving lightning a better chance to play. Maria Thunderstorm. A large amount of electric current was emitted from Maria's body, and the dazzling lightning almost covered the entire venue. The falling lightning in the clouds also began to concentrate on the venue. When it rained, Babanuki was immediately submerged by lightning. Under the cover of lightning, Maria began to approach Babanuki. Lightning alone could not defeat the opponent. She planned to take this opportunity to complete the final blow. Purple venom secreted above the fingernails, and finally formed two venom weapons. Cross Poison Blade. Compared with Babanuki, she has a greater advantage: body shape. Her proud height brings a longer arm span. When there is no absolute difference in strength, body shape can bring more strength advantages. Facing a powerful opponent like Babanuki, Maria's own body shape can help a lot. Thunder and lightning are released under her feet, and her hands are cross-shaped. The poison blade kept swinging, but Babanuki also responded. Before his physical strength was exhausted, he released the long-awaited double return. The accumulated damage caused considerable damage, but under the thunderstorm, Babanuki was finally defeated and came to the medical center next door with Maria. There is no option to simply choose to surrender when seeing that the opponent is about to win. They perfectly practiced Kaido's philosophy and turned into water ghosts to try to drag the opponent down together. But that was just venting their emotions. During the position change battle, the treatment method of the medical center was quick-acting treatment. Arceus's life drops have been prepared. As long as he is not dead, he can recover in a little time. This is why they dare to be ruthless. After a simple treatment, they will return to the ring again to defend or seek their new position. In addition to the long battle between Jack and Elizabeth, many battles have been decided. Babanuki even saw Mander Fesh appear here, but he was just sending the wounded here. Babanuki? You lost? Ah, not so lucky, but these young people are getting stronger. Isn't this a good thing? This way I'm getting closer to retirement. Brother Mand Fesh, if I remember correctly, you said this again when you first joined the beasts, but you are now a senior coder. Yes, I miss the old days. At first, he was just an ordinary pirate who chose to go to sea under the pressure of the general environment. Maybe he was lucky and became one of the first people recruited by Kaido. At that time, his goal was very simple. After understanding the beast's system, he hoped to work hard for a few years and then live a stable life. Later, he was lucky and gained skills and abilities, and became a junior coder. He was very satisfied at the time, and because of luck, he found a stone slab, and from then on, he could be said to have soared to the sky. Originally, he had the opportunity to change to a less busy position. Many pirates who survived at the same time as him made this choice. But at that time, he had already met Rusalka, and heard that the retirement benefits of senior coders were better, and their families could enjoy additional benefits, so he started a new round of struggle. White Dove. Chapter 743, Archers and Imitation, the host being challenged. After a little nostalgia for the past and waiting for his body to recover, Babanuki returned to the competition again. Although he failed, this is not Hueco Mundo. If the top 10 fail, they will not directly become 3 digits, but will be exchanged with the challenger's number. If you are not satisfied with this number, then go back and fight again. This is also the reason why the ranking battle usually lasts for several days. The closer you are to the front, the longer it will take. For example, Jack and Elizabeth are still in the battle. And the scope of the battle is still expanding, but the battles of others have not stopped because of this. Unknown AoE in the battle is inevitable, and it is impossible to create an absolutely safe environment. The battles at the back end relatively quickly. When you are outside the 60th place, it is basically a battle between the endowed and ordinary ability users, such as Speed, who is now in this range. The lower body is black and white, showing the posture of a centaur, but from the stripes, it can be seen that this is the ability of a zebra. As for the form of a centaur, this is Quinn's real research result. The potion he made can cause the devil fruit ability user to have a new form change. Compared with the traditional orcs, some members prefer this centaur posture, especially women. Speed and Maria are examples of this. On the playing field, Speed ran on the grass with 4 hooves, shooting arrows in his hand in another direction from time to time, while dodging the arrows shot by the opponent. She was fighting against the numbered person number 60, the Endower, ability Imitation, a skill with exaggerated upper and lower limits. Imitation, as the name suggests, imitates the opponent's skills. Whatever moves the opponent can use, he can use the next move. Unfortunately, this is not a game. After imitation, you can release the opponent's full power skills, and even directly defeat the opponent through some of the miraculous effects of one-hit kill. The imitated skills can only have the appearance, not the essence. Although he can imitate almost everything, he has no proficiency at all, so he cannot use other derivative skills. And due to physical limitations, he cannot imitate skills that exceed his own limits. Not to mention Whitebeard's Air Shock and Kaido's Thunder Gossip. If you want to imitate those skills, you have to consume more physical strength, and even have to be stronger than the opponent's physique to use them. If he had this ability, he would not need to imitate the opponent at all. In addition, imitation has a time limit, so his position is stuck in such a place. Even if Arceus used the punishment light gravel countless times in front of him, his body did not support him to use this skill. However, defeating him means a certain degree of breakthrough. Every year, this number 60 has to face a large number of challengers. After a period of shooting, Speed seemed to have found a way to deal with it. She did not pull away from the opponent like before. The archery copied from her made her have no breakthrough, and the arrows shot out would always be blocked. And another reality that archers need to face is that the number of arrows is limited. Girl, there are no arrows in your quiver. What should you do now? He continued to draw his bow and shoot arrows at Speed. His imitation skills were very comprehensive, and he could even use his physical strength to create some weapons out of thin air, which were very similar to Setsuna's waveguide arrows, and even had many advantages over the original weapons. But like Bakura's finger-swinging skills, it was limited by physical strength and the ability of the person. The forged things also have a limit. If he imitates other people's swordsmanship, he may only get an ordinary sword to wield, and he cannot copy the famous sword. Looking at Speed, who began to charge forward, he began to shoot continuously. He chose the plain because his combat power depends on the ability of the opponent. This kind of venue is more suitable, but it is also a good place for cavalry to charge. Moreover, imitation has a disadvantage. After imitating a skill, the vacuum period is very long and it cannot be used again in a short time. His acquired skills have been temporarily locked in archery. Speed didn't say anything, but picked up the bowstring during the charge and held one side of the bow in his hand. When an archer runs out of arrows, it does not mean that the archer has lost his combat effectiveness. At this time, an archer will let the enemy know what is elite. With the impact provided by the zebra fruit, Speed changed his arms and used the bow as a saber to show the advantages of cavalry. She did not have a mount, but she rode her own centaur, which was barely considered cavalry. The battle of the archers is not over. Speed is just an example. On the other side, the strongest archer of the beasts is also fighting. There are many people who use bows. If you have to find the strongest one among them, it must be Setsuna. In the past, she participated in this battle as a defender, but this time, her identity has changed to a challenger. Hey, I am the host. Have you ever seen someone challenge the host? Brother Kaido. Don't you care? Quinn didn't expect that his danger would come like this. Kaido and Arceus stood behind him. He didn't believe that anyone would plot against him on this occasion. He only needed to explain the environment of the arena and he could spend another beautiful day safely. As a result, he was challenged. Quinn tried to file a complaint, but unfortunately he didn't get any result. Setsuna was qualified enough to challenge Quinn. In Kaido's view, Quinn had no reason to refuse the challenge. He could accept his subordinate's defeat, but he couldn't accept his subordinate's fear of fighting. But you are the only disaster left here, who else can I challenge? No, you are not interested in this position, right? Oh, originally, I was not, but everyone is very busy, it is not appropriate for me to be so idle, I have to move around. If it was Zeraora, he would think this tone is very cute, but Quinn has seen through the essence, the other party is almost black-bellied. Except for 1 or 2 people who challenged Setsuna and Manderfesh at the beginning, no one challenged them in the later period. They are the people with the most stable status during this period. Others will fluctuate, but their strength makes their status as stable as Mount Tai. So Setsuna is really idle now. Are you sure you are not upset that Zeraora is out on a mission and sees me staying here? Of course not, the children are watching, I can't be too idle, if you have no objection, let's start here. As he said this, the wave power condensed into a bowstring, and a special arrow was added to his hand. Looking at the arrow, an ominous premonition appeared in Quinn's heart. Wait! Isn't that a sea stone arrowhead? Ah, I didn't say you can't use it. I'm going to rule you out. White Dove. Chapter 744, A Wounded Heart, a mental attack from Quinn. Unfortunately, there is no rule of being out for violating the rules in the position-changing battle. Anything that the enemy may use can be used here. Even if Quinn uses his own plague bomb here, it is completely compliant. Because the host and commentator was pulled into the arena, the commentary from Quinn temporarily disappeared, but the audience had no objection, anyway, few people could understand his commentary. Ordinary combat waveguide arrows are enough, there is no need to use special arrowheads. Seeing Setsuna take out the sea stone arrowhead, Quinn suspected that she had been planning for a long time. Fortunately, after undergoing large-scale transformation in the body, Quinn finally grabbed the arrowhead that would bend out with a mechanical clamp. Looking at Setsuna's quiver of special arrowheads, his expression became more distorted. Are you serious? How is it possible? Isn't this useless moon lion? It's just a physical exercise. He grabbed 3 arrows from his quiver and used electromagnetic levitation to fly in the air. He shot at Quinn's vital points. Quinn himself was not polite. In the rumors of the beasts, he was almost the weakest disaster. He just took this opportunity to prove himself. A mechanical sound came from the joints of his body, and Quinn also entered a state of full firepower. Don't say I bully people later. This uncle is not made of paper. Laser cannon, flame gun, seed bomb, poison powder, he has been more crazy about his transformation in recent years, and has gradually simplified it into an aerial turret. You are definitely not made of paper, but you missed. The original position of the moment has turned into a residual image. At this time, she is beside Quinn. The bow is also used by her as a close combat tool. This is why Speed uses the bow as a saber. These archers are all close combat maniacs. Even if the moment has the buff of unlimited ammunition, close combat is indispensable in the battle. But after this attack, she actually saw Quinn's head and neck fly out directly. This guy shouldn't be so weak. That attack was only 30% of the force. She wanted to see what else Quinn had, but she didn't expect to kill him directly. When she hesitated for a moment, a missile suddenly shot out of Quinn's body, and Quinn's unbridled laughter was heard in the sky. Ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, this is my new breakthrough, the Brachiosaurus launcher. Quinn's tropical dragon ability was transformed from the Brachiosaurus, and in order to manipulate its huge body, the Brachiosaurus has a special ability, a second brain. The central nervous system of the Brachiosaurus grows and expands at the waist, forming a ganglion that manages the movement of the internal organs and limbs for the brain. Quinn used this ability to make this strange transformation. At this time, his neck and tail formed a body alone, and there was even a pair of tropical dragon wings behind him, flying higher in the sky in a strange and slightly funny posture. You bastard! At first, she was just bored, so she pulled Quinn down to fight, but she didn't expect him to prepare such a big stimulation for herself. Very good, I understand, you are a tough guy. The waveguide power condensed into a bowstring again, and a seemingly ordinary waveguide arrow was put on the bowstring, but as the arrow was shot by her, it actually split into hundreds of arrows in the sky. You like transformation, right? You want to scare me, right? I'll let you experience the feeling of being a hedgehog. She expected that Quinn might use some weird attacks, but she didn't expect this guy to launch a mental attack, and her mind was really a little traumatized. The power of waveguide surged, and Shauna entered the mega state. A pair of waveguide blades appeared in his hands, wrapped in domineering and lightning, and hit Quinn's body left below. Even though Quinn had made many weird transformations to himself, he still couldn't give up this body. Under Shauna's fierce attack, he returned to his body and started fighting as a normal person. In the dark field next door, the Batman had just defeated the Armadillo Man who challenged him. The sonic positioning of the Big Mouth Bat gave him a great advantage in the dark. Even if the Armadillo Man used the ability of the Sand Shrew to drill into the ground, he was always locked by the opponent's ultrasonic wave. Sand Shrew has high defense, but under the fangs and blood-sucking ability of Zubat, it was finally exhausted. At this time, Batman looked at the bow and arrow in his hand. Compared with the collision between Quinn and Setsuna, he felt that he was holding a toy. Obviously, they were all archers, and he could only shoot accurately one arrow at a time, but the opponent was like a cheat, and launched fire suppression alone. Time passed, and most of the games of others were over except Jack and Elizabeth. The strength of these adults has been fixed, and the change of position is not particularly large. Those who feel that they have reached their limit have not continued to challenge upwards. In the ongoing battle, most of them are newcomers who are challenging single-digit numbers, and those who originally had single-digit numbers and repositioned their strength. In this replacement battle, several young people emerged, such as Iska, who just turned 18, and Ultai and Peggy Wan, 2 siblings. After the long learning period, the 3 of them also began to seek smaller numbers upwards. They all have their own dreams and want to realize this. This is the fastest way to promotion. Quinn successfully defended his position. Setsuna didn't use Moon Lion, and he also kept some cards. The two seemed to fight fiercely, but they were actually the most measured group. Refers to the battle after Quinn ended his outrageous behavior. At this time, Quinn has returned to the commentary position after a short break. Oh, a good little girl, she has achieved 6 consecutive victories and is still challenging her opponents. Let's see where she can go. At this time, the number of people fighting has decreased a lot, and the pictures on the surrounding Rotom projection screens are more focused. No way, who is this girl, is she so strong at such a young age? Little? There are 2 younger ones over there. She is also a child brought back by the big cotters. She was not particularly talented, but she found a stone slab with Lord Drake some time ago, and she has caught up since then. People are born with differences in talent, which cannot be caught up by hard work alone. If you want to surpass the other party, you have to work harder, but Arceus can make people have stronger power, thereby reducing the gap. If you work hard, you will succeed. This has become the classic Bible of the Arceus cult. The place where she fights is very classic, the sea deck, which is also the most common environment for pirates to fight. The 2 pairs of insect wings behind Iska vibrate at high speed, and steam comes out of her body from time to time. White Pigeon. Chapter 745, Steam Overload, The Age Gap. The huge disadvantage of the giant claw mantis in battle is its own heat dissipation. Due to the problem of heat dissipation capacity, the giant claw mantis is not suitable for protracted battles, and its body has been evolving towards a quick battle. After the New World Central Fighting Tournament, Iska and Drake both got what they wanted. She also got her own Mega Power and gradually mastered this power. After Mega, she had a black cross star on her forehead, her body became more angular, and her 2 large claws became more ferocious. However, if you look closely, you can see the palm wrapped in the shell from the opening and closing joints of the claws. This is the biggest difference between the form and the beast form. Pokémon users inherit some of the characteristics of Pokémon. Some weaknesses are unavoidable, but not insurmountable. Babanuki uses the form transformation method to complete an alternative gun cutting to overcome the stiffness of the body. In this regard, Iska is even better. She took advantage of the fact that the body temperature of the giant claw mantis rises too quickly and developed her own overload mode. As the body temperature rises, the blood flow rate in her body will also increase, allowing her to burst out stronger strength and speed in a short period of time. Wang Luffy was very knowledgeable after hearing this, and her opponent was also very special. He was not an old numberer, but Faz F. He was called a genius in CP9 who was on PAR with Rob Lucci. This was not just flattery, but recognition of his strength and talent. Judging from the performance in the original timeline, he was the first among the Flying Six Brothers under the 3 disasters. He was very special because he was the only one who was not a divine grace. He reached this position only by relying on his own saber-toothed tiger ability and several skills given by Arceus. The reason why he had no ability was very simple. Since joining, he had not made any great contributions. He was just an ordinary surrendered personnel. His accumulated achievements were not even comparable to some old people. At present, he only reached the standard of a gifter. Just looking at Iska in front of him, his expression was not relaxed. He was 31 years old this year and had been undergoing special training organized by the CP since he was a child. He had been fighting on the front line since then. But the little girl in front of him was only 18 years old. Although she worked hard, he had 13 years more time than her. With these 13 years, he still couldn't crush this young man. If they were the same age, he might not be Iska's opponent, and the root of all this was the difference in abilities given by Arceus. The ability of the complete giant claw mantis plus mega evolution is much stronger than a few skills. Give up, your body is almost at its limit. Even if you can heal, there is no need to suffer this, right? 13 years have not been lived in vain. In Faz F's eyes, Iska has reached his limit, and his condition is much better than the opponent. The outcome of this battle is clear. It's not over yet. Iska made a slightly strange move. She stopped the waving of the insect wings behind her, which means that she turned off her radiator. Without slowing down, she waved the giant claws in her hand and flashed in front of Faz F, but his body was like paper, avoiding Iska's attack through strange folding. 6 styles, paper painting. As a defecting member of CP9, Faz FO is proficient in the 6 styles. Paper painting does not have the power to predict the opponent's movements with the observation haki, but uses the perception of airflow to make the body evade in the form of muscle reaction. These skills can be passed down in the world government and the navy. Naturally, they have their own significance. However, FANFIC found that Iska's movements were gradually speeding up, and his body began to emit bursts of heat. The two pincers were wrapped in white light. With the blessing of continuous slashing, Iska's attacks continued to hit FANFIC. The giant pincers were best at not clamping, but smashing people. Madman. He didn't quite understand. It was just an internal qualifying match. Why did he have to fight to this extent? Even if there was a difference in the treatment of the top 10, it was limited. With limited abilities, there was no need to fight desperately. Although he didn't understand Iska's behavior, his movements did not stop. A low roar came from his throat, and a harsh metal friction sound came from FANFIC's mouth. Metal sound, a steel skill, disturbs the opponent through harsh sound, thus affecting the opponent's special defense. Under the influence of the sound wave, Iska's movement paused for a moment, and FANFIC also took the opportunity to distance himself. Tooth gun. An alternative advanced version of the finger gun, senior CP agents can fire flying finger guns from a long distance, using flying finger guns as a special means of attack, but FANFIC's attack method uses teeth. The sharp tooth blade flew towards Iska. FANFIC's move has strong penetrating power. Even with a metal shell, the giant claw mantis is not good at defense. It really can't stand it if it is hit too much. The tooth blade shot pierced the deck under her feet. The biggest difference between this venue and the ocean venue is the difference in the foothold. The ocean venue is rock, while this is a deck that imitates a ship. After the foothold was destroyed, FANFIC kicked out 2 storm kicks and then made a crawling posture. Iron block flash of teeth. Using iron blocks to increase one's hardness, and using teeth as sharp blades, a special attack method launched with the whole body as a weapon is powerful, but it requires power accumulation. After all, the side effect of iron blocks is limited movement. Except for a few people, other people can't move at all when using iron blocks, and FANFIC's attack method is just a trick. Clang. The result is not what FANFIC thought, because Iska's 2 pliers actually forcibly grabbed his teeth, thus entering a state of wrestling. Brute force is not Iska's strong point. In the previous battle, Iska had never used this method. At this time, he didn't understand what she wanted to do until he saw the light brewing in the 2 pliers, but when he wanted to retreat, it was too late. Bang! The destructive death ray was released close to the face, and the explosion included both of them. She had reached her limit. This was her last blow. After the explosion, her body had passively released the transformation state, and she ran out of energy and fell into a coma. Ahem! In the smoke, FANFIC stood up again. He won, but he was not very happy. He knew very well that he could win only because he was older. At the age of 18, he was definitely not the opponent of the 18-year-old Iska. In the medical station, FANFIC was also receiving treatment at the same time as Iska, and he had already recovered his original consciousness. At such a young age, what are you fighting for? A higher status, stronger power, and the capital to practice your own justice. What a joke, I can actually hear the word justice from a pirate. Listening to Iska's answer, FANFIC was stunned for a moment. Before defecting, he occasionally believed in that word. CP members will go through brainwashing, and the sentence that the instructor said the most is that they are the guardian of darkness represents justice in the world, which belongs to darkness. However, after failing the mission, being imprisoned, and seeing the jailer mysteriously disappear because of a word, he no longer believed in this word. Pirates are not justice, but Lord Arceus can do it. I want a higher position, and then get more power from Lord Arceus. When Lord Arceus finds all his power, the world will usher in its purification. In this world no one will be burned by fire again. At this point, FANFIC also noticed that there was a scar on Iska's hand, which seemed to be caused by the burning of the flames. White Dove Dove. Chapter 746, as we all know, being beaten can make you stronger. Listening to Iska's words, FANFIC hesitated for a moment. His faith was easily shaken, and he was also a pragmatist. While in prison, because he heard the legend of Nika, he actually prayed to Nika, but it was useless. After escaping from prison, he had already lost faith and came to the beasts just to survive. No matter what the reason for his defection, he is a stain in the CP organization, but he has found a suitable umbrella, and the outdated information in his mind is not worth the world government to send people for him. In this regard, FANFIC is not as valuable as Quinn, so he is not so restrained, and he can move freely outside after finding a backer. But this does not mean that the world government will let him go and will not send people on purpose, but when there is a chance, they will still choose to eliminate him along the way. So FANFIC also pursues strength. After all, this is the best way to save his life. No matter how strong the backer is, it is not as important as his own strength. An ordinary jailer can have an impact on FANFIC's beliefs under the right environment, not to mention the professionals in Wano country. Under the influence of Misu, FANFIC can be regarded as baptized by faith and see the pragmatism of the Arceus cult. Although not a fanatic, he also desires more status. After all, high-level coders have more rights in addition to being more likely to obtain rewards from Arceus. It was Iska who challenged him before, and now it was his turn to challenge others. He didn't want to be in the positions of number 0 and number 1. Although those positions were not disaster-level combat power, their combat power was not inferior to the current disasters in full firepower mode. So his idea was completely different from Jack's. He just wanted to climb up little by little. Iska had basically reached her limit. Even though her injuries had improved a lot, she did not continue to challenge upwards, but just waited for someone who might challenge her. FANFIC found his new opponent, Mew. He was simply a fanatic fan of Kaido, and only Kaido. Although the people of Arceus didn't like him very much, they didn't target him later. They had everything they should have and everything they wanted. But at present, his work area is still the Rabbit Bowl Quarry. It's not that someone restricted him, but he took the initiative to apply to stay there and hone his strength through the Pokémon in the mine. Over the years, he even developed feelings for Boscodora, and the relationship between them changed from a simple training partner to a good brother-like relationship. In the confrontation with those large tonnage Pokémon, Mew also constantly improved his strength. As we all know, in the Beasts Pirates, getting beaten is an important way to become stronger. The current big codders look glamorous, but they have all experienced training by different people when they were young. After joining the Beasts, Mew finally embarked on this road of no return. In the end, relying on the ability of the Guardian Dragon, he finally reached a single-digit position. The venue chosen was also the mountains and rivers, but FANFIC experienced a completely different fighting style. Previously, Iska did not take his attack except for the last move that almost killed both parties. Now that he thinks about it, he can't accept Iska's life-threatening way. If this is not a ring, the best result of her move is to hurt the enemy by 1000 and lose 800 of her own. Under the condition of high temperature overload, her steel shell has become relatively fragile, and the destructive death light was detonated at close range, and her two hands temporarily lost their combat power. It would be fine if that move could knock down the enemy, but as long as the enemy still has the ability to move, it would be a big trouble. This kind of fighting style that can only be used on the field is not liked by FANFIC, because he will not sacrifice himself for the mission goal. But now, if he encounters that kind of situation again, he has to fight hard, because he has no way out. Knowing that secret, and falling into the hands of the world government, he will not have a good end. It is difficult to survive in this sea after offending both the black and white worlds. As for seclusion, he does not want to live a poor life of working to make a living. Although the life of an agent is hard, he is not short of material things in normal times. He has long adapted to that kind of life. You look down on me. Bang! With a loud noise, the Guardian Dragon raised his front limbs and stepped towards FANFIC. During the battle, the opponent was distracted, which clearly looked down on him. The ground cracked inch by inch, and FANFIC, who came to his senses, still dodged the opponent's attack. Are all the fishmen so direct? The fighting style of the Murloc is now similar to Jack, relying on his own strong defense and brute force to fight, but he is not as strong as Jack, and his defense is not as good as Jack. Quinn's tropical dragon still has the original second brain, so he can complete the Brachiosaurus launcher, Brachiosaurus snake, and other outrageous self-transformations. But Arceus only kept the horns of the Triceratops period for the Guardian Dragon, giving him more means of attack, and the pelvis that originally protected his neck is gone. Without that pelvis, he can't do the strange operations of the helicopters. FANFIC has some prejudice against the fishmen. CP agents are selected from young children, and people at this stage can be better shaped. In his past education, the history of the fishmen can be called the history of slaves. In his heart, the fishmen are slightly inferior, and in the Onigashima War in the original timeline, he also looked down on Jinbe's race. Originally, he wanted to use brainless to describe the behavior of the G-wood, but after thinking about it, he held back his words. Jack, Mew, Rusalka, Manfesh's daughter, there are quite a few fishmen and mermaids who have joined the beasts or are related to the beasts. Mandfesh has already become a fishman. It's okay in front of the enemy, but if he says this in front of his own people, he may not have a good ending in the future. Is it enough to be useful? If you have the ability, don't hide. Horned Dragon Stomping. Most animal-type ability users are used to fighting in the form of stalks, but Mew is different. He prefers to fight in the form of beasts. After the stomping mist, the metallic luster on his body further strengthened his defense in the form of an iron wall. Then the dragon horn on his forehead was covered with domineering, and the razor-like blade aimed at FANFIC and hit him. The opponent just now was still a flexible warrior, but now it has become a wild bull, and it is a wild bull with extremely high defense. Seeing his lance blocked by the opponent's shield-like body, FANFIC drew the weapon from his waist. He had to change his fighting style. White Dove. Chapter 748, The Ultimate Steel, Iron Hoof Ray. Since Jack wanted to destroy this venue, she let Jack destroy it. By using traps and sneak attacks, she continued to wear down the opponent's physical strength. The taste was to prepare for this final blow. Her physical strength could not maintain this state for a long time, and she had few opportunities to attack. Moreover, the supergiantization would cause her body to be too large. It was not very wise for a sniper and assassin to be exposed to the public like this. This meant that she herself had become a target, so she only had one chance to attack. The supergiant sniper shot almost set off a small-scale tsunami. The water flowing to other venues even changed some battle situations. For example, the armadillo brother who was digging a hole was forced out. As for why the range of sniping was so large, this was actually a very reasonable thing. The definition of sniping: single shot, long range, and great power. According to the analysis of the weapon, the individual missile can also be used as a sniper rifle, but the range is a bit larger, but it is not unacceptable. After all, the range error of some rocket launchers is 1,700 kilometers. In the waves, Jack stood up again, but there were many slightly hideous cracks on his body. Even a steel body could not withstand this strongest blow. The attack of the supergiant sniper shot successfully broke Jack's defense, but it did not make him lose his combat effectiveness. His identity as a fishman helped him a lot. If he could not breathe underwater, the bursting water flow would be enough to suffocate him and make him unconscious, and the practice of fishman judo also helped him to dissolve some of the attack force. This is already the limit of his practice. If he wants to throw the supergiant sniper shot back, normal people can't do this. But now, the steel on Jack's body has almost entered a state of melting, and gradually condensed towards the front of his trunk. Now I find you. This melting is not the influence of Elizabeth, but Jack's own choice. In the previous battle, Jack was not consumed unilaterally, and the same was true for Elizabeth. She could have delayed for a while, but if she continued, she would not have the physical strength to launch this final attack. Jack did not expect that those were traps before, and he was just rushing. At this time, although he was tricked, he still decided to rush to the end. The steel on his body is the source of his proud defense, and this attack is the strongest long-range attack he can launch, a powerful move in exchange for his own defense. Iron Hoof Light. The Iron Hoof Light is the most powerful move among the steel attributes, but it hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts itself 800. The user will integrate his own steel into the light to exert the greatest power, but steel is part of the body of the steel Pokémon, which will cause great damage to itself. It takes a long time to recuperate after the battle. Elizabeth's supergiantization exposed her position, which also gave Jack an opportunity. He was not unfamiliar with Elizabeth. According to Elizabeth's limit, she should be able to shoot 3 times. If he doesn't launch a counterattack now and Elizabeth attacks again, he won't be able to bear it. His fighting style is reckless. If he wants to be reckless, he might as well go all the way. Elizabeth's condition is not very good. After this attack, either Elizabeth will fall or he will fall. Elizabeth is no longer difficult to capture after the Dynamax. She has carefully considered her choice of Super Dynamax. If she doesn't do this, she will slowly consume her physical strength. She is definitely not Jack's opponent if she simply fights to consume it, so she can only choose to find an opportunity to give him a fatal blow. Unfortunately, Jack has grown up. The iron torrent composed of iron hoof rays swept past, and the longest game finally came to an end. Well, Let me congratulate Jack, he successfully defeated number 2. This is also the first time that the top 3 numbered people have been defeated, but I don't want to cheer for him. At the end, Quinn showed a very disgusted expression, and then reached out to pull a piece of iron from his body. Jack successfully completed his goal. After his injuries were treated, he stayed in the medical station temporarily, but Elizabeth did not leave either. Aren't you going to grab other positions? No need, anyway, there is not much difference. I stay with Olga most of the time, and this number doesn't mean much. Elizabeth took the number left by Jack and did not continue to challenge others. Except for Setsuna and Mander Fesh, the single-digit numbers almost ushered in a major change, and many people's rankings fell, except for one person, Drake. Her ranking actually moved up in this battle. Now she is facing the challenge of Mew. Monsters, these guys are more terrifying than before. In the Flower Capital, the Shogun's Palace, the images were also broadcast from Rotom. The remnants of Kojiki's retainers all had solemn expressions. They not only saw Kaido's growing power, but also saw the development history of the beasts with their own eyes. They didn't know much about the external environment of the beasts, but just looking at Wano country, they could see some problems. Okiku, that woman seems to have always been interested in you, right? Looking at Drake on the screen, Denjiro suddenly looked at Okiku beside him. Maybe that's the case. Maybe you should cooperate with her? Maybe you can get more information this way. This is not good. Kikunosuke's character is also too gentle. Knowing that Kanjuro is an undercover, he still can't bear to kill him. Facing Drake's various teasing and some special care given in life, and the small conveniences during the investigation, he was a little hesitant. Yeah, it's too early now, so don't do anything unnecessary. Denjiro misunderstood Kikunoho's meaning, thinking that he meant that the time was not right. Kikunoho didn't mention it deliberately, so the topic was temporarily put aside, and they continued to look at the battle situation. Although they were enemies, they had to understand the enemy's situation. You are really tough. Shaking his wrist, Drake seemed to know how Elizabeth and Fosfu felt. Facing such a high defense opponent, it was really not pleasant to fight. In order to get closer to Brother Kaido, this is indispensable. Excuse me. After digging twice in the air above the ground, Mew was ready to charge again. Drake's attack power was stronger than Fosfu, but it was not a fatal threat to him. If you can do it, I have no objection, but you know, if the names are different, the salary difference is very large. Drake reached into his lapel and took out a gem hanging on his necklace, and then began to make a slightly strange gesture. For the fastest update of Arceus's pirate journey. Chapter 749, The Ultimate Volt Thunderbolt Dance. The stone tablet was discovered by her and Iska. After following her for so long, she certainly wouldn't let her work in vain. The shopping cart and the matter about Kikunoho can only be regarded as additional options. Strength is the fundamental problem. The gem is the source of her power. Like the Dynamax and Mega Power, it is also one of the important ways to improve the ability of Pokémon. This is not the world of Pokémon, and Pokémon ability users do not need to rely on trainers. People like Shayna, whose power has been integrated into their blood, can achieve Mega Evolution by their own will. There is a certain difference between the Gyarados Queen Nereus, whose power is not completely integrated into the body, but resides in the Mega Stone on the crown of the head. This mainly depends on talent. Only those with sufficient talent can fully absorb the power into the body. If it is slightly worse, it still needs to be obtained through external objects. Drake is in such a state. There is a yellow crystal hanging on the necklace on the chest, and there is a lightning-like mark inside. This thing is called Z Pure Crystal, which also stores powerful power. With the energy provided by Z Pure Crystal, the user can use powerful Z moves. Although it will lose some additional effects, such as limiting the opponent's speed, the Z moves of the attack move category have great power compared to general moves. One force can break all methods. As long as the power is strong enough, it can kill the opponent by smashing. There are 2 types of Z moves. The first is the universal Z moves brought by attributes. Any Pokémon with suitable attributes can learn it. The other is the exclusive moves of some Pokémon. Drake is the former. The power of this move is much stronger than that of Pokémon, but it puts a great burden on the user, so it can only be used once in a short period of time. To be honest, you are really tough. You can stand up after taking so many attacks. The physique of the fishman is really not to be underestimated. In the battle with Mew, Drake fell into a similar situation as Elizabeth, but Mew's defense was not so strong. Although the damage was not obvious, it could still cause a significant effect. It was just that it took too long to fight like this, so she wanted to change to a faster way. What are you doing? Mew saw too many strange things in this battle, and Drake's actions at this time made him confused. He only saw her left hand up and her right hand down, pointing diagonally to the sky and the ground respectively. The body was still shaking slightly, and the human this behavior is usually called dancing, but in this case it makes sense. Sword dance is the most commonly used skill for ordinary members. There are also ordinary members who have learned sword dance. Those people can form a small dance group. If it is other forces, dancing on the battlefield may just be a mental attack to attract attention, but in the beast, it means the sublimation of strength. Looking at Drake who started to dance, Mew did not continue to stand there stupidly, but launched his own offensive, and the power of the ramming was integrated into the body, and the city dragon crashed into Drake like a locomotive. Really impatient, actually I don't really want to use this move, this preparation is quite shameful. Although the Z move consumes a lot of energy, the power it contains is worth the consumption. The only drawback is that it needs to dance awkwardly before it is released. The special posture is a way to induce the power of Z pure crystal. Drake's action is what the electric attribute Z move requires, and the shame level is already low. As her action ended, a powerful lightning force erupted from the necklace, and her body in the Röntgen cat state was already wrapped in the current, and then a large amount of lightning gathered towards her right arm. Zilla zilla. The sound of lightning was like a crazy flock of birds, and the dazzling lightning made it difficult for Mew to open his eyes, but he did not stop, but aimed at the light source and rushed towards the most dazzling place. He lacked the means of long-range attack, so he wanted to interrupt Drake's attack before his charge was finished, but no matter how fast he rushed, it was still a lot worse than the gathered lightning. Ultimate Volt Thunder Flash. The lightning finally gathered on the right fist. Amid the roar, a beam of light composed of lightning shot out from Drake's right arm, and the lightning beam, like a grating cannon, was mighty, and the ground instantly cracked under the scorching of high-voltage lightning, and then a large amount of soil and rocks were rolled up. The ultimate Volt Thunder, which condensed all of Drake's lightning, had already blasted out, and metallic light continued to emerge on the face bones of the city dragon. During the collision, the wood was also constantly strengthening its defense. It was impossible to dodge. If he tried to evade now, he would only be beaten in vain. It was better to go all out and fight once to see whether his shield was harder or the opponent's attack was stronger. Boom! With the wood as the center, the smoke produced by the lightning explosion rose into the sky. The law of smoke without injury had failed at this time. After the smoke cleared, the huge body of the wood had fallen to the ground. Different strengthening methods have their own advantages and disadvantages. In terms of single body burst, the Z move that almost exhausts all physical strength is far more powerful than Mega or Gigantamax, especially when dealing with bulkier enemies. Done. Drake shook his wrist and slightly relieved the soreness in his muscles. The power of the Z move is not fixed. Its essence is a powerful blow from the original skill of the same attribute through the transformation of Z pure crystal. In the previous attempt, Drake only used some small power skills, and the most powerful attack was in the battle just now. Soon after, in the medical center, there was a little change. The ranking battle was not indefinite. It was approaching the end at this time. Many people who had determined their positions were waiting here. It even felt like a semi-retirement meeting of veteran codders. Elizabeth, are you really not going to challenge again? 16th is too low. It doesn't matter. Olga doesn't care about this. Don't you think it would be a terrible thing for someone to find out that 16 is stronger than 11? You really learned a lot of Olga's bad taste, but the people in front, it seems that there are not many left? If Setsuna and Manderfesh are not counted, it's really a big change. I guess Scourge can't win. Well, although Ziope is young, he is too restrained. Several people discussed the results of the battle, and Drake's appearance broke the previous topic. Hey, Drake, as one of the seniors who is climbing up the ladder, would you consider treating us? Holding Drake's shoulder, Emmeline had an urge to eat the big money, but she forgot a very important thing. Treating? No problem, all the expenses today are mine, but who of you can lend me some money first? White Dove. Chapter 750, Refreshed Record. Treating, Drake never minded treating, it's better to say that she is very keen on this activity, but the problem is that she is a daylight tribe, if she can have savings in her hands, she is not her. In order to reward her for finding the slate and effectively improve her quality of life, the exclusive low-income card was launched, but this did not change her living habits. Although her quality of life has improved, she did not feel that happiness. To this day, she is still the person with the most debts in Onigashima, living a special life of paying back money at the beginning of the month and borrowing money in the middle of the month. Drake can often be seen treating guests in Onigashima and Wano country, but it is her who treats, and it is not certain who the money belongs to. Although she always repays what she borrows, she will still receive special greetings from her companions whenever she borrows money. Borrowing money for a treat, you can't think of such a thing. Your ranking has improved this time, why not use the bonus? Well, this I used the bonus to make a promise to Brother Jin, so that part is considered to be paid back to Brother Jin in advance. And for me, isn't this a very normal thing? Let me see who I should borrow from next. As he said this, Drake took out his account book, which not only recorded his debt experience, but also numbered several people. After all, it is not too much to borrow money from the same person continuously. Okay, so Drake has been taking turns. Oh, Babanuki, it's almost your turn. Lend me your private money. Kojiro seems to have opened a new tavern. I'll treat you when I get back. Forget it. You should change your habit. I'll treat you this time. It's just right for me to introduce you to my daughter. Erfish took over the topic. He and Drake have completely different values, and he has been trying to persuade the other to save some money. No, that's meaningless. If you are in that mood, boss Erfish, even if I lend it to you, I will apply for a duty next month and ask the Navy to exchange some money. It sounds ridiculous for a pirate to ask the Navy to exchange money, but it is a real fact. The Navy will not investigate how this wanted criminal was caught. Find a pirate you don't like, and then find a middleman to send him to the Navy branch, and the bounty is basically in hand. Ordinary pirates can only get 80% of the money by finding middlemen in this way, but 100 Beasts has its own channels. 95% of the bounty can be obtained. The Navy and the world government naturally know the things behind this, but they have been letting this happen. For them, the infighting of pirates is a good thing. Even if the pirates use the bounty as a capital to show off, they don't mind it at all, and they will even deliberately raise the bounty of some second-in-command of some pirate groups to cause internal fighting among the other party. Commander Fesh felt that he couldn't keep up with the thinking of young people. These values made him very confused. Okay, Brother Erfish, you don't often go to Ghost Island. This guy is like this. If he really saved the money that day, it would be abnormal. As Drake's best friend, and also the biggest creditor, Emmeline knows Drake's character too well. If she hadn't been good at fighting, she would have been sold out long ago. No matter who pays the bill this time, Drake will charge it to her. Compared with those who refuse to pay their debts every day, her character is already quite good. That's right, you already have a daughter, how can it be your turn to treat us? But then again, there shouldn't be many games left, right? Well, Scourge and Hold'em haven't finished yet. When they finish, the change of positions will be almost over. Scourge has persisted for a long time. After all, Xiaopei is still young. It will be different if we wait a few more years. In the competition venue, an alternative air battle is going on. As a cyborg, Scourge is now suspended in the air like an alien UFO. After subsequent efforts, he successfully evolved into Magneto with the help of the magnetic field environment created by Arceus. There is not much change in appearance after the transformation, except that there is a strange antenna on his head that can receive some special electromagnetic waves. Sometimes he can intercept some voice signals of Den Den Mushi like a bug. In the competition venue, he can also play the same cheating ability, because the signal broadcast by Rotom on the field will also be captured by him, so he can have some special god's perspective. However, the person who challenged him was Peggy 1. Other things were fine. In terms of ability, Garcomp had him tightly restrained. The strongest electromagnetic cannon could not cause any damage to Peggy 1. Because he was a cyborg, his domineering and physical skills were the worst among the top-ranked numbered ones. When lightning was restrained, he could only rely on the weapons equipped on the cyborgs. Da-da-da. Boom. Archaeology is the first productive force of science and technology. O'Hara's library records countless ancient technologies. Quinn does not have the ability of Vegapunk to load the knowledge of the entire library into his brain, but he has also found some technologies about human body transformation. Scourge's weapons have also undergone several generations, from the initial three-wheeled musket to the current Gatling, and are also equipped with a small laser cannon. Together with his own abilities, Scourge has completely become an extremely powerful aerial turret. But now this turret has encountered a heavy jet fighter that is immune to lightning. The battle between the two was long and boring. In short, Scourge was suppressing Peggy 1 with long-range firepower and not giving him a chance to get close. Garcomp can fly, but the earth is his main battlefield. He is much worse off when he is off the ground than on the ground, and when he is flying in the sky, he can't use earthquakes or digging holes. Although his dragon skills are equally powerful, Peggy 1 is still young. As a physical monster of the same animal type, his physical strength is not as good as those of adults, and his combat experience is much worse, so he was trapped by Scourge's firepower. However, Scourge's ammunition is limited. After a few empty clicks, his weapon instantly misfired. In the past, he was stationed on the island on the edge of the beast territory, with his own exclusive ammunition depot, and never worried about running out of bullets. He was used to spending money lavishly, but when he got to the arena, he fell into trouble. After evading for a while, he was eventually caught up by Peggy 1 and ended the battle with Flame Fang. Peggy also refreshed the record of single-digit number players. He surpassed Setsuna's original record and became the youngest single-digit number user at the age of 13. White Dove.